Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Luffy Became Strongest Pirate with Overpower Crew. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. I'm telling you, we should hit in the amusement park. Luffy whined. The rest of the crew protested and headed to Grove number 12. They continued wandering around until heavy footsteps in front of them caught their attention. Usopp freaked out, Sanji frowned, and Zoro growled at the large man in front of them. Kuma. It can't be. Nami gasped. Who are you? Luffy asked, not recognizing the Shichibukai. Get back, Luffy, Usopp yelled. He's one of the Shichibukai. Nami continued. A Shichibukai? How come you guys know that? Luffy turned around and asked. Kuma just removed his hands, and a light cannon was seen. Sanji yelled, don't let that attack hit you. It's a shockwave. Kuma shot a light beam at Luffy, who managed to dodge in time. What is this? He can do this, too, Usopp yelled, clinging onto the ground so as to not be blown off. Chopper, Frankie, and Nami also did the same. Luffy just yelled at Sanji, hey, you lied about it being a shockwave. That was a beam. Luffy and Chopper had stars in their eyes as they admired the weapon that almost killed them. Usopp just shouted, this is no time to be excited, you morons. Bartholomew Kuma, why are you back? Robin asked. That bastard, Zoro growled. Hearing the Shichibukai's name, Luffy asked, wait, is he the guy Usopp showed upon Thriller Bark afterwards? Pointing at him, Usopp replied, yeah, that's him. Things got really bad when he hit us with shockwaves from the paws on his palms. Changing into his heavy point, Chopper said he had planned to wipe us out there by throwing a bomb of compressed air at us, so he must have come back when he found out we survived. You gave us plenty of trouble back then. Frankie shouted, ready to shoot. Coup de vent. A large blast of air was shot at Kuma, who flew some distance away and slammed into a tree. Did that work? Nami asked, clutching her climatact. No, the guy's still right as rain, Frankie said, just as Kuma got up. Luffy-san, Brook yelled, as Luffy shouted, gear second. We know he's strong, so let's go all out at the very start. Untightening his tie, Sanji frowned. Guess we have no choice. Zoro growled, something's off here. He seems different from last time. Is it just my imagination? Let's go, Luffy yelled, and Kuma attacked them with the laser in his mouth. Luffy ran off, dodging all the laser blast Kuma sent at him. Unbelievable, Frankie said, seeing the lasers from his hands and from his mouth, too. Usopp asked. Scary, Brook yelled. Kuma fired another blast at Luffy, who dodged. It ended up hitting Frankie, Usopp, and Brook, who managed to avoid the worst effects of the laser by running off and hiding behind some buildings. Just what in the hell is that? Frankie asked. Like they said, it's a beam. Usopp yelled. A beam is just a ray of light. Having something like that working as a weapon is just a fantasy, Frankie retorted. Brook then leaned against the wall, not moving. What are you doing? Frankie asked. Playing dead, Brook replied, still not moving. Both Usopp and Frankie yelled, he already know you're not. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji ran at Kuma, who kept shooting at beams at them. The monster trio elegantly dodged them, and they attacked using Santoryu Gamu Gamu no Diable Mountain Jet Rapiaku Pound Cannon, which was a combination attack of Luffy's Gamu Gamu no Jet Gatling, Zoro's Hyakuhachi Pound Ho, and Sanji's Diable Jam Mountain Shot. The sheer intensity of the attack sent Kuma flying into some buildings, but left the monster trio winded, and Luffy dropped out of his gear second. All right, Nami cheered. Did they get him? Chopper said, they're awesome. The opponent is a Shichibukai. They can't beat him so easily. I can tell just from their expressions, Robin calmly said, staring at the monster trio and the Shichibukai. Is he really that different? Luffy asked. Does that mean he's his twin or something? Sanji replied, yeah, that's a possibility. Anyway, if he was a real guy, then he would have instantly dodged our attacks. Zoro panted, getting tired more quickly due to the damage he took at Thriller Bark, and on the previous island. More importantly, he's not shooting out shock waves, and he doesn't have pads. But if he's a fake, then that's a problem as well. That means that there are two people as strong as him. Kuma kept firing lasers at the trio, who kept on dodging. Zoro ran up behind him, dodged a laser, and used Hyakuhachi Pondo, who, ripping oven the Shichibukai's shoulder, revealing the machinery beneath. Sanji used concuss on his leg, causing Kuma to be unbalanced. Zoro was about to attack again, but Kuma shot another laser at him, which he dodged in midair. When Zoro landed, Kuma started to charge a cannon from his mouth at him. Trying to move, Zoro found that he couldn't, as his injuries hadn't fully healed. He managed to dodge the cannon, but was sent sprawling. Zoro, Luffy yelled. He ran in front of his swordsman and asked, hey, Zoro, were you really so badly injured that you can't move? Leave him alone, Luffy. We have to defeat this thing first, Sanji yelled. And thought you think? He took your pain, Luffy. And the outcomes were definitely worse for him, seeing you're a rubber man. There's no way his wounds from back then could have healed completely. From what I can see, just standing up to face the enemy must be really painful for him. If this bastard isn't Bartholomew Kuma, then who is he? He looks exactly like one of the Shichibukai. What the hell is going on? Zoro managed to get on his hands and legs, but he kept coughing and panting. Kuma then fired more lasers at the Straw Hats, who tried to dodge and attack, but the most damage they were able to do was a gash on Kuma's shoulder, revealing his mechanical parts. Upon landing, Zoro collapsed on one knee, panting. Damn it, we don't even have time to counterattack, Sanji grumbled. Zoro got up and tried to use, but the Kuma lookalike locked onto him and prepared a laser at him. Seeing the laser, Luffy and Sanji ran towards the swordsman, but Chopper rushed in front of him and used Kokite Roziomichiri, stopping his attack and pushing the opponent back. The Shichibukai lookalike then grabbed Chopper with one hand, stopping his attack, and prepared to fire a laser at point-blank range. Frankie rushed up and pulled the skin-colored covering off his right hand, and used strong hammer, punching his hand, causing the laser to be shot towards a mangrove tree. Chopper ran away from the Kuma lookalike, just as Frankie used Frankie boxing on said opponent. As he was delivering the final blow, he dodged it and slammed Frankie away. Robin used Spider Net to catch Frankie, and Usopp yelled, "We can't take his physical strength lightly either." Brook ran up a tree and jumped down, yelling, "Take care, here I go." He then used Swallow Bond and Avant, but it couldn't penetrate the cyborg's skin. Facing upwards, he prepared to fire a laser from his mouth, and Brook tried to shake his sword free and shouted, "Wait, that's dangerous. Are you planning on killing me? Though I am already dead." Wait, this is no time to be saying that. Usopp used Hisatsu Atlas Suisai, which hit the cyborg, and ran away. That was scary. Thank you very much, Brook yelled, and ran in front of Usopp. He emerged with slight scratches and fell to his knees, and Chopper noted that he was acting strangely. It then fell to the ground, and Usopp yelled, "What? Bombs work on him now." One shot went inside his mouth. Something inside his body must have short-circuited. Frankie noted, his body might be tough, but he's still got blood on the inside. He's had his entire body modified to become a weapon, just like me. But he's really a normal human. Nami ran past the Kuma lookalike just as he got up. Sanji saw Kuma staring at Nami and yelled, "Nami-san, watch out. He's found you." It aimed a laser at Nami and she yelled, "Oh no." Ashin Le Fleur, Quolro Mano, shock. Robin formed 4 hands on top of its head and slammed down onto him, causing the laser to blow up his mouth. "You did it." He fired off the beam inside his own mouth. He self-destructed. Usopp cheered. The Kuma lookalike fell on his knees and a hole started forming in his chest, sparking. "Sorry to interrupt your break, bro, but you should watch out for lightning there." From dark clouds to the Climatact, Thunderlant's tempo. Her Climatact started sparking and she threw a bolt of lightning at her opponent. Upon seeing him sparking violently, as well as smoking from the mouth, Brook exclaimed, "That definitely worked. Fantastic." At that, he began firing lasers blindly, and the Straw Hats dove for cover. Panicking, Usopp shrieked, "It didn't work at all, did it? He's still perfectly fine, isn't he? But where is he aiming anyway?" Chopper asked. Had he become desperate? Frankie yelled. Covering his head, Usopp yelled, "He's completely lost his mind." Spinning, Sanji ignited his foot and said, "Once you become desperate, the fight is over." Zoro tied his bandana around his head and yelled, "Hey, blast him over here." Sanji grumbled that he was too stubborn, and ran towards Kuma. Kuma aimed a laser at him, and Sanji used Diable Jam, Flambit shot. Kuma was engulfed in flames and bits of metal flew off him, and Frankie commented that he was falling apart. Zoro used Kiki, Kyutaro, Asura, Makusan. What's that?" Brook exclaimed, shocked that Zoro suddenly had 3 heads. Zoro multiplied. Chopper yelled. Kuma tried to aim a laser at Zoro, but he quickly slashed him up, revealing more mechanical parts. Luffy then yelled, "Gear 3rd. Let's go. Gamu Gamu no giant riffle," and finished him off with a giant rotating inflated fist, and the glow in Kuma's eyes faded. Grove number 2. Kid and Law had both destroyed the bridges they used to escape, but Kid had encountered Kuma. On Grove number 2, Kid had used his powers to form 2 giant metal hands, and he and Killer were trying to fight Kuma. Law and his crew had just arrived at Grove number 2, and Shachai, who was ahead, yelled, "Captain, look, Eustacia, and what's a warlord of the sea doing here?" Law said in shock, seeing the warlord. Eyeing Law, Kuma said, "Trafalgar Law." Law got ready to unsheath his Nadachi and muttered, "You know my name." To everyone's surprise, Kuma opened his mouth and shot a laser at Law, destroying the land he was on. "Captain," Beppo yelled, concerned. Jean Bart said, "We're right next to the Navy headquarters in Mariewa. Just about anyone can show up here." Looking back, Shachai yelled, "Marines are coming up the rear." Seeing Law, Kid yelled, "This guy acts at random. Trafalgar, stay out of my way." Law just walked up to him and said, "Do you want to be destroyed? I told you not to tell me what to do. We're running into unexpected big shots today. I'd rather not add an admiral to that list, so you'll let us pass, Bartholomew Kuma." He then lifted his hand, ready to use room. Killer slashed Akuma and jumped back, letting heat torch him. "How'd you like that? You're charred black," Killer yelled. Kuma just expelled the flames, and the Heart Pirates jumped in front of them, yelling at them to get back. Shachai and Penguin continuously attacked Kuma and fell back for Bappo. The polar bear kept trying to punch and kick Kuma's head, but he swiftly dodged each one. Bappo then kicked Kuma's leg, but instead of hurting Kuma, Bappo's foot hurt and he yelled as he rolled on ground in pain, "Oh, so hard." Kuma got ready to punch the down bear, but Law used room and shambles, swapping Bappo out for Jean Bart, who had the strength and size to counter the Shichibukai. "I got you now," Jean Bart yelled. "How irritating," Kid mumbled, and formed another 2 hands out of metal. "How about this, then?" he yelled, and smashed Kuma into the ground, with Jean Bart falling back while Kuma was distracted by Kid's giant hands. "Troublesome bastard," Kid grumbled and turned away. "It's not over yet, Eustacia," Law called out, and Kid stopped, and looking back, saw Kuma standing up as if he hadn't taken any damage at all. "Looks like you still haven't had enough of me," Kid yelled, forming 2 more giant hands. Kuma took off his gloves and faced his palm at Kid, revealing a hole in his hand. Light was emitted from it, and before any of the pirates could react, Kid was blasted with the light cannon. Luckily, Kid managed to avoid the attack, and Law used room and shambles to swap Jean Bart to wrestle the Kuma-looking person. Sadly, he was tossed aside and Kid growled, "You're in my way. Get lost already, Trafalgar. I'll take care of this guy." "You're the one who's in my way, Eustacia," Law growled back. "Eustace Captain Kid, 315 million Buri. Trafalgar Law, 200 million Buri." The Kuma copy said, and fired a laser between the 2 supernovas. Law jumped over the Shichibukai copy and used room and got ready to cut him, but he just fired a laser at him from his palm, forcing him to cancel his attack and dodge. "Doesn't he have the brains for anything other than lasers? I mean, he's a freaking Shichibukai," Law grumbled. "There they are," the Marines yelled, as they rushed towards the 2 supernovas, Trafalgar Law of the Heart Pirates and Eustace Captain Kid of the Kid Pirates. "Don't let them get away." "Yes, sir," the rest of the Marines yelled. "Damn it, now even the Marines have arrived," Penguin yelled. "We can't let them hold us off here forever. Bippo, we're going to attack them head on." "Let's go," Jean Bart said to the polar bear, and ran at the Marines. "Hey, Jean Bart, you're the new guy. Don't order me around," Bippo yelled at the pirate. Bippo and Jean Bart were ready to attack the incoming Marines, but the Kuma lookalike shot a laser at them, causing them to dodge the attack mid-air. "Take this," Killer yelled, and slashed at his leg while he was distracted. "That bastard, taking all the spotlight." Bippo growled as he landed. Kid created a giant arm out of metal, and blocked a laser from the Kuma copy. He then used Repel to send a huge ball of scrap metal at him, who supercharged a laser to break it apart before it reached him. "Is that really the Shichibukai, Bartholomew Kuma?" Law asked, seeing how he rarely talked and kept firing lasers. The Kuma copy kept firing lasers from his hands and mouth, leaving the pirates running and dodging. Several almost hit Law, who used room to escape, and Kid, who used his giant metal hands to block them. Kid used metal bits as bullets and kept using Repel to send them at the copy, and Law kept using room and shambles to try to cut him, but he either fired lasers at them or evaded them completely. The fight kept on going, and the 2 supernovas were getting tired. Several lasers almost hit them, but they were escaped from falling lasers and explosions. "Here he comes," Law said, straightening his back. The Kuma lookalike shot a laser at Kid and Law, who jumped to the side. The beam flew past them and hit the Marines behind them. The copy then stood up, unscathed by the 2 supernovas' continuous onslaught. He fired another laser at Law, who quickly dodged it. Killer managed to get up close and scratch the copy's outer exterior, and he fired a laser at him. Bippo charged to attack, but he was punched by the Kuma lookalike into the ground. Bippo landed and played dead. "Hey, damn Shichibukai, come at me. This time, I'll crush you for sure," Kid yelled. The Kuma lookalike turned to the supernova and fired a laser from his mouth, but Kid used his giant hand to block it. "Kid," Killer yelled. "Repel," Kid yelled, and shot his entire metal arm at the Shichibukai copy, sending him flying into the air, and he crashed into the ground. Worn out, Kid disengaged the metal on his right arm and rubbing his sore arm, he walked up to his downed opponent, muttering proudly, there's no way he'd be able to get up after being hit by that attack. He then raised his arms and yelled, "We trashed one of the Shichibukai." The rest of the Kid pirates cheered along with him. Bartholomew Kuma wasn't any stronger than this, Law questioned. All the gashed on the Shichibukai's body started glowing yellow, and he started getting up, shocking Kid and making him back up. "What the hell? This guy, he's an artificial human," Kid exclaimed, and the cyborg aimed a laser at him. Boom! Law yelled, and appeared on the cyborg's chest, and stabbed him with his Nadachi, stopping the Kuma lookalike's attack. He then fell over, and Kid asked, "Why'd you interfere? You overestimated your own abilities, Eustace," Law said, earning an enraged, "What?" from the red-haired supernova. "Did you really think this guy was a Shichibukai?" Law continued. "What's that supposed to mean?" Kid asked. "We've got some more Kenpei. We'll talk afterwards." Law finished and looked at the Marines. Charge! The Marines all ran at the two crews, but Popo kicked a few away. The White Bear, some asked. Jean Bart walked up to them and punched a few of them down like bowling pins, shocking both Popo and the Marines. "Hey, Trafalgar, about what we were talking about earlier. What do you mean he wasn't a warlord?" Kid asked. Just then, a large figure dropped down in front of them. "What now?" Kid growled, taking out his knife. Law readied his Nadachi, ready to attack. As the dust cleared, both supernovas were stunned to find another Kuma waiting for them, with a glowing red eye. "Another one," Law groaned. One was already a pain. Now another one. K plus just then, the first one, which lay on the ground, defeated, stood back up again. "Shit, Trafalgar, you didn't stop that one." Kid yelled at the fellow supernova. "Now we have to deal with two Kumas." Kid grumbled. "They're not the Shichibukai Kuma. Didn't you hear what I told you, Eustacia?" Law rolled his eyes at the redhead. "Not the time for it, Captain." Bippo shouted. "Captain, be careful," he yelled as the two pacifistas converged on either sides of the supernova. Law sighed and used room to move him and Kid away from the two pacifistas, and Kid smirked. "I don't need your help, Trafalgar." Kid smirked. He then raised his hand, and a pacifista rose into the air and floated towards him. "What the?" The Marines' voices died in their throats as they saw a floating pacifista. Using repel, Kid sent the human weapon at the Marines, taking out tens of them. The remaining pacifista, which was the worn-down one, fired several lasers at Law, but he managed to dodge them. Law then took out his Nadachi, and with one swift slice, cut off the pacifista's head. "So, what are you going to do without your head?" Law asked the pacifista head, which was on the ground next to the headless body. The body was confused, and started firing lasers around at random. "Bippo, tell the others to be careful. This thing is crazy." Law informed his first mate as beams started flying all over the place, hitting Marines, trees, buildings, and almost hitting the pirates as they dodged. "What are you doing, Trafalgar?" Kid hollered as he jumped out of the way of several lasers. "Are you trying to kill everyone?" "Maybe not everyone. Maybe just you," Law replied, grinning. Killer just sighed as he continuously leapt around, dodging attacks. "Why you?" Kid growled, but was interrupted by another randomly fired laser. "For God's sake, just destroy the damn head." Law just swung his Nadachi at the pacifista head, destroying it. The pacifista body starting sparking even more violently, and the beams from his two palms were more powerful than ever. They completely ripped apart buildings and trees, and dug huge trenches of the ground. Kid formed all the metal, which wasn't much, into another hand, and used repel to shot it at the pacifista he was facing, trying to slow him down. Seeing as it didn't work, Killer tried to slash its head off, but he was swatted away by the pacifista's giant fist. Boom! Law moved himself so that he was right above the pacifista body, and slashed downwards, cutting the human weapon in half. A bit of blood spilled out, and all the machinery sparked. The pacifista's arms sagged, and the cyborg's body went limp, completely stopping the random attacks. "Now we only have to deal with one." Law panted. Using his devil fruit ability drained him, and he barely heard Bippo's startled cry of "Captain." He glanced back, just in time to see the other pacifista shooting a laser that hit his gut. Blood poured out of Law's wound as he fell to knees, grunting in pain. "Captain!" Shachai and Penguin cried as they tried to rush to their captain's side. But the pacifista that Kid was fighting spotted them and tried to hit them with a beam. Luckily, his aim was off, but it did hit the ground under the two heart pirates, sending them sprawling. Shachai, Penguin, Law managed to get on his feet, hearing his crew's cries. The pacifista aimed another beam at him, and Law used room to save his crew. "Thanks, Captain. We have to get out of here. It's too dangerous," Penguin yelled out. Kid attracted the remains of the destroyed pacifista and used repel to send the scraps flying at the remaining one. The pacifista used his lasers to destroy most of the metal, but several embedded themselves on his body, causing some sparking. Killer tried to finish him off, but another Kuma-looking person who was holding a Bible jumped down, smacking Killer away. "Great," Kid groaned, "another one. I have agreed to work for the Marines, and have orders to find Straw Hat. Do you know where they are?" The Kuma-looking being said. Law yelled out, "Be careful. This is the real one." "No, we don't know where Straw Hat is." Kid snapped, "Now can you go away?" Kuma said nothing as he pulled off his gloves, revealing his padded hands. He then put one in Kid's face and muttered, "Pad ho." A loud bam sound was heard as a huge dust cloud was sent into the air. When the dust cloud settled, the only thing that was seen was a kid-shaped hole where Kid was standing. Kid, Killer, Heat and Wire yelled and ran towards their captain. Killer, who was the closest to his captain, managed to lift an almost unconscious Kid out of the hole, who had a small paw-shaped bruise on his chest. Kid grunted as he was dragged out of the hole. You bastard. Killer spat at the Shichibukai. You were reported helping Straw Hat. Them as well, Kuma merely said, gesturing towards the Heart Pirates, who used the moment where everyone was distracted to help their captain. There are too many of you here, Kuma muttered, Superi Pad Ho. Kuma planted both of his feet firmly on the ground. He then threw his palms forward multiple times, firing a huge number of pad ho at the pirates, smacking all of them in the chest and sending them flying backwards. My ribs, Shachai groaned, struggling to stand. I went using my full power, Kuma said, and gathered air with his palms and slowly compressed it. Seeing a giant bubble which resembled a paw print, Law gasped, what the hell is that? Kuma continued compressing the bubble until it was about the size of his head. He then sent it to the heart of the pirates and finished. Ursa's shock. The air bomb that Kuma released quickly expanded outwards, and all sorts of rubble, trees, and metal were blown apart. Buildings all trembled and collapsed from the shock wave. And soon after, everything that was shot out was soon sucked back to the source of the bomb from the contraction of the air. Was that necessary? I'm pretty sure you could defeat them. Plus, you broke another pacifista? The Marine captain asked Kuma, who was beside him. Kuma had adjusted his attack to only cause devastating damage to the pirates. Nope, I have to find Straw Hat. And this was the fastest way to finish them, Kuma said, and headed to Grove number 12. True to his word, when everything has settled down, none of the pirates were moving. All of them were unconscious, buried under rubble. Just get the supernovas, Trafalgar Law, Eustace Captain Kidd and Massacre Soldier Killer. The rest can't function without their captains, the Marine captain ordered. It took the Marines some time to dig out said pirates, but they managed to do so, cuff them, and drag them towards the harbor. I'm shrinking, Luffy exclaimed, letting the air out of his fist, and flew back, crashing into the ground. At this point, all the Straw Hats were exhausted. We stopped that bastard, right? Frankie panted. We must have, Usopp replied. It almost seems like he's going to start moving again. Creepy. Nami sat down and sighed. If he does, we're doomed. Usopp grumbled. I'm totally beat. I can't move anymore. Maybe we should have escaped, instead of trying to fight him. Chopper asked. Standing up, Robin said, no, if we can beat him, then that's what we should do. He'd chase us wherever we go. But what was with that guy, anyway? Zoro asked. He's definitely a modified human. That means that he was once a human that looked just like Bartholomew Kuma. An experienced Frankie said, I guess they were twins, or perhaps they just found someone who looked super similar. I suppose that's the most likely explanation. There's no way they could have actually created a human, after all. Sanji walked up to the lookalike and said, PX4, let's rest for a bit. Luffy said, while panting, I never thought we'd be forced to go all out in a battle so soon. I want to rest, but we should find a hiding place first. If they find us now, we're in big trouble, you know. Sanji said, I guess that's true. Luffy gasped for breath, but wait a minute. Okay, man, you guys have really done it now. A voice rang out behind them. What? Another enemy? Where'd that voice come from? Usopp screeched as the Straw Hats immediately stood up and looked around. Looking up, Chopper saw two silhouettes and exclaimed, up there. There they are. The two figures jumped down from the mangrove tree and landed in front of the Straw Hats, creating a dust cloud. Who's there? Luffy yelled. Hey, what a pitiful state you're in, PX4. Just building one of you pacifista cost us as much as an entire warship. Man, how am I supposed to explain this to that damn punk? The unknown voice ranted. As the dust cloud cleared, a slightly large man wearing a red shirt carrying a broadaxe and another Kuma was seen. Another Shichibukai. Brook, Chopper and Usopp screeched. Don't tell me that's the real guy. Usopp yelled. Doesn't matter whether he's real or a fake. We don't have the strength to stand up to that thing again. Sanji said. He just said pacifista. Robin noted. Nami then stated the definition of said word, and wondered if they just defeated one. Who are you, broadaxe? Frankie growled. You don't call a man by his weapon's name. There's no point in asking me questions. I have nothing to tell any of you. I'm the man with the toughest guard in the whole world. Of course, my mouth is well guarded too. The man with a broadaxe proclaimed. Can't you at least tell your name? Usopp yelled. I have no obligations to answer that. Didn't I just tell you? I'm the world's most tight-lipped man, Sentomaru. The now-named Sentomaru said. Really, Sentomaru, is it? Usopp asked. Sentomaru looked shocked and growled. I just felt like telling you that. I wasn't answering your question. He then turned and yelled, let's go, PX1. PX1 prepared to fire his lasers, but he ended up exploding, sending the Straw Hats tumbling backwards. Sanji said that he also fired beams from his palms, and Zoro said that they should get away rather than think about the pacifistas. Yeah, Luffy's voice startled Zoro and Sanji. let's run away from here. We can't stay together. We'll split up and escape. The rest of his Straw Hats were stunned that Luffy decided to run, since he usually never ran from a battle. Usopp shouted that he agreed with Luffy, and he and Chopper ran off. Surprisingly, PX-1 could still fight and prepared to fire a laser at them. Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro agreed to split up to protect the rest of the crew. Sanji ended up protecting Nami and Frankie, Zoro with Usopp and Brook, and Luffy with Robin and Chopper. PX-1 shot a laser at Usopp, who dodged it. He clung onto Zoro, who grumbled that he was injured, and Brook offered to cover for them, and told Zoro that he had seen him sacrifice himself for Luffy. Pointing ahead, Luffy yelled, "We're running over there." "Right, those beams are scary." Chopper shouted, "Everyone, we're meeting up at the Sunny in 3 days." Luffy told the entire crew. Sentomaru realized what they were doing, and ordered PX-1 to chase them. Hanging off Zoro, Usopp shot a smoke bomb at them, and they all ran off. Suddenly, a beam flew over Sanji's group, destroying the bridge. "Here he is," Sanji told his group. "Why did he come here?" Nami shrieked, seeing a pacifista in front of them, ready to shoot, and used Frankie as a shield. Luffy turned when he saw the explosion, and wondered if his crew was all right, when a broad axe landed right in front of him, followed by Sentomaru, who said that he doesn't have to worry about others. Luffy used Gamu Gamu no Gatling, but Sentomaru just sent him flying, leaving Luffy confused. What did he just do? Chopper asked. Sentomaru complimented Luffy's offense as he ran to his landing point, before using Ashigara Dakoi. Luffy was sent tumbling into a broken building. Sentomaru told him that he wasn't a devil fruit user, and Luffy said that his techniques were strange. A figure flashed past Zoro, causing him to stop and Usopp to fall. He yelled at Zoro for stopping, but he told him to stand back as the light in front of them intensified. A finger emerged from the light, pointed at Zoro, and a beam hit Zoro straight in the chest. "Zoro!" Usopp shrieked, seeing Kizaru. Zoro dropped Ho's swords and fell to the ground. "W what? W who ate you?" Usopp yelled and aimed a pellet at the man behind Zoro. You get away. Get away from Zoro, you freak." Brook shouted out in concern, "Zoro-san." Zoro-san was hit by a beam. "Be careful, he's an admiral," Robai warned. Kizaru merely mumbled how pitiful Zoro was, and that he must be tired. "Damn," Zoro mumbled, coughing out blood. "He's an admiral. Take yourself a long rest," Kizaru said, and raised a glowing yellow leg. "Zoro," Luffy cried out. "Hey, he can fire beams too." Frankie exclaimed, "This is bad. We've got to do something. If he's hit at such close range, especially with all his injuries, he'll die." "Oh no, Zoro's in trouble," Luffy yelled. "USOPP. You, stop it." Usopp prepared to shoot ammo at Kizaru. Hearing Luffy, he shot a pellet at Kizaru, but it just went through him. Shocked, Usopp yelled, "Why you? Damn it, why?" As more of his pellets flew right through Kizaru, not even affecting him. "I can't hit him." Brook charged up to the admiral and stabbed him with his sword, only to see that it didn't affect him. "I can't stab him with her. What do we do?" He and Usopp kept yelling at Kizaru to move, and tried to attack, but all of them just went through him. "That's no use. I ate the Pika Pika no Mai. I'm a light man. I'm a Loja," Kizaru said. "Light man," Frankie confirmed. "You're kidding, right? He's going to die." Nami gasped. "Zoro, run," Chopper yelled as he teared up. "My body won't," Zoro grunted, trying to stand by failing miserably. "It's no use. That guy's at his limit already," Sanji yelled. Robin crossed her arms and used Feint Fleur Feint to roll the almost unconscious Zoro away from Kizaru. "All right, great, Robin," Usopp cheered. Kizaru merely flashed to where Zoro was and put a foot on his back, stopping Robin from rolling him away. "He just got over there in an instant," Usopp shouted. "How?" Brook was confused. Robin tried to pull Zoro out from under Kizaru, but Kizaru was stepping on Zoro very hard. "I won't let you get away. It's useless. You'll die now," Kizaru said, and his leg lit up very brightly. All the remaining Straw Hats tried to call out for their swordsman, while said pirate was groaning and trying to get away. Suddenly, Kizaru's leg was forced upwards, resulting in an explosion. All the Straw Hats, including Zoro, though he couldn't see anything, were surprised. "So, now you decide to appear, Dark King Rayleigh," Kizaru mumbled, staring at Rayleigh, who was in front of him. "I already heard what you did to the other 6 rookies, as well as your Shichibukai friend. I won't let you take out these youngsters. Their era is only beginning." Rayleigh smirked. "Pops," Luffy cried out. "He saved him," Frankie exclaimed. "Thank God." Chopper smiled. Nami fell to her knees and Sanji was panting, wide-eyed. Robin let a small smile be seen. "He just said, Dark King. So that's him," Sentomaru mumbled. "I'd heard some rumors that you were on this island. So, that was true. Seeing how you helped out these brats, that must mean you're still a pirate at your age, Rayleigh-san?" Kizaru asked. "If you people would withdraw my bounty, I'd be able to retire in peace too." The pirates' sins won't disappear, right? Especially not those of the Roger pirates. Rayleigh replied. But if we were to try and catch you, it would require a bit more dedication than we have right now. Kizaru mumbled. What a relief, Zoro. This old man really is amazing. Usopp exclaimed. The body I could not pierce no matter how many times I stabbed him. He just stopped him. How? Brook asked, stunned. You can't let them leave, can you, Kizaru-kun? Rayleigh slightly mocked the admiral with the honorific. Give me a break here. If we can't catch these kids, then we at the Navy headquarters wouldn't be able to face the Celestial Dragons in Mariewa. Would you please get out of my way? Kizaru tried to negotiate with Rayleigh, not wanting to fight him. Seeing how the admiral was distracted, Luffy yelled, Usopp, Brook, take Zoro and run. Right, let's go, Brook. Usopp dashed to the admiral and hauled Zoro away. Everyone, only think of how to escape. Right now, we can't beat these guys. Luffy shouted. Everyone was stunned, but still followed anyway. Oh, great. That's really annoying. I'm going to use all my cola energy. This'll be my last attack. Frankie yelled, facing his palms outwards. Couped event. The large blast of air sent the pacifista flying away. That damn idiot must have felt that, Frankie said, and turned around. Run. He, Nami and Sanji proceeded to run off. Robin and Chopper also started running. Pops, thank you, Luffy yelled as he ran. No problem. I'll pray for your safety, Rayleigh replied, waving. Kizaru used Yata no Kagami and reflected the beam off a tree towards Brook, Usopp and Zoro. It's bright, Usopp yelled. Light, he's doing something. Brook screeched. Kizaru appeared out of the light, and Rayleigh intercepted him. I won't let you pass, he said. It's been a long time since I used my sword. Ama no Murakumo. Kizaru created a sword of light, and he and Rayleigh clashed swords. I'm in trouble here. I was expecting things to be easy when I came to this island. Kizaru muttered. Worries are also a part of life, Kizaru-kun. Rayleigh said. The light ahead of us disappeared. Brook said. Seems like the old man saved us again. Usopp stated, carrying Zoro. TT, that was scary. The skeleton exclaimed. Kizaru and Rayleigh continued their ferocious attacks, shaking the entire grove. Seems like he's the real Dark King. This is the first time I've seen anyone stop the old guy. But we're just one step away from catching Roronoa with his bounty of over 100 million. Sentomaru muttered. TX1 got up from where he was shot by Frankie's couped event, and Sentomaru, seeing this, called out, PX1. Roronoa is half dead. Go take him out. PX1 focused his attack on Zoro and chased after his group. Sanji spotted him and yelled, He's Frankie, take care of Nami-san. Please go on without me. He then ran after the pacifista, and Frankie replied, Be careful. We'll be all right. Sanji-kun, Nami asked, surprised that he was leaving her with Frankie. He's going after Usopp and the others. Sanji yelled, Put me down. Zoro groaned, I'll let you escape. Don't be ridiculous. You're even more useless than I am right now. Usopp told him, We're running together. That's what Luffy wanted us to do. Brook heard heavy footsteps and muttered, Could it be? He turned around and saw PX1 behind him. He's here. He shrieked at the top of his lungs. Brook and Usopp ran as fast as their legs could carry them, but since Usopp was weighed down by Zoro, Brook got ahead. Usopp-san. Brook yelled and slowed down. Usopp-san, go on ahead. Stop it, Brook. Usopp turned back to the skeleton. You know how strong he is, don't you? Hurry. All for one, one for all. Brook unsheathed his sword. There are times when a man has no choice but to act. He whirled around to attack the pacifista, but was shot by a laser. A bone-crushing defeat. Brook mumbled, a huge crack running through his skull. Brook. Usopp turned to the skeleton, but PX1 quickly caught up. Don't come here. Sanji came up behind the pacifista and growled, Stop right there, you damn bastard. He spun around and lighted his foot on fire and kicked PX1 with his flaming foot. Sanji, Usopp said with relief, stopping. Sanji clutched his leg and groaned, My leg. He fell and tumbled in front of PX1, who started to get up. He aimed his palm laser at the cook, and Usopp cried out, Run, Sanji. He's aiming for you. Idiot. Hurry up and go. Sanji yelled, as PX1 fired his laser. Everyone looked towards the explosion, and Kizaru said smugly, As you can see, my subordinates are more than strong enough. As the dust cleared, Sanji lay on the ground, exhausted. Usopp panted and saw Zoro lying, said, Zoro, I'm sorry. I dropped you. Are you all right? PX1 walked towards Zoro, but was stopped by Sanji, who desperately clutching at his leg. Wait, you damn bastard. Sanji growled, but the pacifista just ignored him and carried on walking. Damn it. Stop already. Zoro. Usopp crawled towards the swordsman, who was trying to get up. They're in trouble over there. Luffy yelled as he ran. I won't even need my broadex, will I? Sentomaru said, as he chased after Luffy. I thought I told you, you don't have time to worry about your friends. He then used Ashigara Dakoi to send Luffy tumbling. Luffy, Chopper cried out. How can that guy's attacks hurt a rubber man like Luffy? Damn, Chopper, don't stop, Robin said. A Sanji was heard, and both Robin and Chopper turned, only to find PX1 holding the cook with his hand, then shooting him with his palm laser at point-blank range. Usopp, who was carrying Zoro again, shouted for Sanji, only for another laser was shot at him, causing him to drop Zoro to avoid the attack. Chopper turned to find Sentomaru going after Luffy, who was sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. Damn it, they'll all be killed. He ran off towards Luffy. Don't do it, Chopper. Robin tried to stop the reindeer. Stop it, you people. Rumble. Chopper ate a rumble ball and ended up changing to his monster point. Frankie and Nami both stopped to see the monstrosity Chopper had become. Chopper, Nami cried out. That's the thing from back then, Frankie said. Shocked, Sentomaru asked, what's this? Chopper roared and Robin gasped. I had heard of this. Chopper slammed his giant palm onto Sentomaru, who jumped back. That's an interesting power, but it seems like you've lost your common sense. Huh. Chopper roared again and swipped at some rubble, which flew towards a downed Luffy and Robin who was trying to help him. Seeing the flying rubble, Robin said, Luffy, watch out, and hauled him away. That Chopper ... He did that again. Usopp cried out. He then saw that the pacifist looking intently at Chopper. I don't know why, but he seems to be distracted by him. Now's our chance, Usopp thought, and immediately tried to help Sanji and Brook. Sanji, Brook, get up. Let's hurry up and get away from here while we have the chance. He's going to fire another beam. PX1 heard all this and turned back to the three straw hats. Usopp then tried to shake Brook up. Hey, hurry and wake up, Brook. Sanji. PX1 aimed a beam at them, but was interrupted by a wait. PX1. PX1 canceled his attack, and Usopp froze up, recognizing the voice behind him. Brook managed to get up, and his jaw dropped. Usopp slowly turned around and shrieked. Another one showed up. What's going on? He fell back and continued yelling, no way. How many of these guys are there, anyway? Zoro pushed himself up, slowly, and thought, this guy. He's the real one. So, you survived, Roronoa? Kuma asked. Thanks to your mercy. Zoro grunted out. Hey, Zoro. This is no time to be talking. Hurry. Usopp tried to tell Zoro to get away. Kuma pulled off his gloves and asked, if you were to go on a vacation, where would you like to go? Hey, Zoro, if you don't hurry up and run. Usopp didn't get to finish his sentence as Kuma smacked Zoro with his palm, and Zoro disappeared. Huh. Usopp fell backwards, stunned and straighted looking around for Zoro. Zoro, San, Brook stuttered. Sanji lifted his head, trembling. Zoro, Zoro, Zoro. Usopp yelled. What? Nami asked. What just happened? Frankie was worried for their swordsman. Zoro vanished. Usopp managed to get out, before yelling angrily at the Shichibukai. Zoro. Damn you. What did you do to Zoro? He was just right here. Zoro. Luffy cried out. A memory flashed through his mind. You can no longer move in that state. The very last of you Nakama is starting to fade away. The Baron's voice rang out. Zoro's body, trapped mid-scream, slowly faded into the lily. Zoro. He was snapped back to reality when Chopper slammed his palm down and Robin pulled him away in time, sending both of them sprawling. Stop it, Chopper. Don't be reckless. Robin begged. Zoro, where did you go? Luffy cried out. Chopper aimed to attack Sentomaru again, but he dodged in time. He then randomly punched the ground in front of him. He doesn't have any self-control. Regardless, that Kuma boy. What is that bastard doing here? Bartholomew Kuma. This is why you can't trust pirates. Kizaru sneered. They're surrounded over there too. Rayleigh wondered. Zoro just vanished. Does this mean that the real one showed up at last? Frankie asked. There's no mistake. I've seen that ability before. Back at Thriller Bark, he used that to get rid of a girl and she never came back. Nami stuttered. This is really bad. Frankie muttered. Hey, what'd he do to Zoro? Luffy yelled out. Where'd he disappear off to? I have no obligation to answer that. I'm the most tight-lipped man in the world. They say that anyone who gets blasted off by his pads is sent flying through the sky for 3 days and 3 nights. Though I'm not sure whether it's true or not. Nobody except the person who was sent flying knows where to, though. But it definitely won't be on this island, or anywhere else where you might meet them anytime soon. They might end up on the edge of some distant sea. Sentomaru ended up explaining. What? Luffy yelled, and turned back to PX1, Usopp, Sanji and Kuma. Say something, you damned freak. Where'd you send Zoro? Usopp stuttered, as Sanji clutched his shoulder in agony, so he finally showed up. The real Shichibukai. There are 3 of them who look the same. What's going on? The real Shichibukai. Brook stuttered. Kuma walked towards the group, and Usopp aimed his slingshot at him, threatening, don't come any closer. Damn it, stop it. Kuma kept walking forwards, and unknown to them, PX1 aimed his lasers at Usopp. I've fought 8,000 subordinates, you know. Hey, can't you hear me? Don't come any closer, Usopp yelled out, and Sanji, hearing the familiar wiring noise of a soon-to-be-fired laser, turned around. Look out, Usopp. Behind you, Sanji yelled out. The hin. Usopp turned around, confused, and realized that PX-1 was going to fire a laser at him. Usopp-san, Brook shouted. PX-1 was about to fire his laser, except that Kuma suddenly appeared in front of him and shoved his padded palm into his chest. Stay out of this, the Shichibukai mumbled, and like Zoro, PX-1 disappeared. He even got rid of his own comrade. Sanji asked, confused as to why Kuma was send PX-1 away. Even PX-1, what are you doing with your allies, Bear? Sentomaru screeched at the Shichibukai. Usopp was shivering as to how quickly Kuma stopped a pacifista, and was snapped out of his thoughts when he heard Luffy. Run, the three of you. Just run away, everyone. We'll think things over once we're safe. Go, Luffy shrieked. The memory of Zoro disappearing kept replaying itself in his mind, causing him to panic. His heart tightened. I lost them once already. I can't lose them again. We'll regroup and find Zoro. Hey, let's go, Frankie urged Nami, who stuttered, but Zoro, like he said, we'll THNK about that later. Let's go, Frankie said, and ran, with Nami following behind him. Let's go. The beam only grazed me. I'll carry you on my shoulder, so let's hurry, Usopp told Sanji, and supported him as they got up. Kuma immediately started walking towards them, and Brook slid between the two parties, saying, be careful, you two. Brook, Usopp screeched at Brook, as Kuma brought his padded palm onto him. I shall protect you, even if it costs me my life, Brook declared, not even flinching as Kuma sent him away. The last thing he managed to say was, though I am already D. Really, Brook? Not really the best time for a skull joke. Brook, Usopp yelled. Seeing another crewmate, a friend, being sent away, Luffy was stunned. The Baron's voice played in his head, sneering. Another one of your nakama disappeared. It's the musician this time, I see. Shut up. Luffy's voice trailed off, and Robin looked at him, concerned. He did it again. Sentomaru growled. Damn it, what am I doing? Sanji berated himself. Two of my comrades just vanished before my eyes. He turned around and glared at the Shichibukai, and shoved Usopp away from him. Damn it, Sanji. Usopp hit the ground, and Sanji just told him to run. Don't be ridiculous. We're leaving together, Sanji. Usopp tried to make Sanji run, but the hot-headed cook refused to listen. Why, you? He charged at Kuma. Stop it, Sanji, Luffy called out, but Sanji ignored him. Damn pad bastard. Sanji spun around and kicked Kuma, but was just deflected by his paw pads. Sanji, Luffy yelled, seeing Sanji crash into the ground. Usopp turned in time to see Kuma looming over him. Scared, Usopp stuttered, Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. He tried to run, but tripped. He continuously fired flame star after flame star at the Shichibukai, but did nothing to stop his approach. Kuma stepped out of the smoke his ammo produced, and Sanji, struggling to stand, called out to him. Run, Luffy called, but like Brook and Zoro, there was no trace of Usopp. The man with the long nose just disappeared. Usopp, Sanji managed to get to his feet shakily, and charged at the Shichibukai. Sanji, Luffy asked, confused. Did he not hear what I just said? We're in no condition to fight now. Damn it to hell, Sanji yelled as he charged towards Kuma. Stop it, Sanji. Kuma hit Sanji with his palm. Who will be next? I see. The cook. Luffy just kneeled on the ground beside Robin, his entire body shaking. First Zoro, then Brook, then Usopp. Even Sanji. Luffy was torn up inside. He felt like his heart would shatter to a million bits. The thought of being alone, of having to suffer seeing all his friends disappear, one by one, slowly, was torturous. Luffy was no longer his usual, cheery, joking, happy self. He was now close to his breaking point. No way. Everyone's. Nami stuttered. Rayleigh and Kizaru were still clashing with each other. The situation over there seems pretty hopeless. I'd like to help them out, but I'm getting too old. Rayleigh panted. Obviously his age was catching up to him, and having retired from being a pirate wasn't helping either. You're holding off a Navy admiral on your own, and you're still trying to do more. You're making me look bad here, so just cut it out already. Kizaru grudgingly admitted it, not out loud, that Rayleigh was very strong. If he was in his prime, he had no doubt that Rayleigh would have defeated him long ago. Kizaru slashed his sword at Rayleigh, who jumped back a bit to dodge. Finally, some breathing room. You are the Dark King, Rayleigh, are you not? Kuma suddenly appeared in front of Rayleigh, surprising both the old former pirate and the admiral. Kuma, Kizaru muttered. Kuma leaned forward and said something to Rayleigh. Luffy stiffened and walked towards the Shichibukai. You really expect me to believe what you just said? Rayleigh questioned. Decide that for yourself. I am already endangering my own position. Kuma merely replied. Just what are you planning to do, Kuma? Kizaru asked. As long as it doesn't directly affect the world government, we have no obligation to get along with the Navy. I will not answer that question, Kuma said. You bastard. Gear second, Luffy shouted, glaring at Kuma, his skin taking on a pinkish tint. Luffy, Nami shouted, surprised that Luffy would suddenly choose to fight instead of running. Let's go, Frankie yelled, and grabbed Nami's hand. Kuma immediately turned his attention to them, and appeared in front of them. Get out of our way. Strong right. Frankie bashed his metal hand against Kuma's face, but it didn't do a thing, stunning Frankie. Seeing this, Luffy immediately dashed off, leaving Robin alone, who called, wait, you can't, Luffy. Luffy charged at Kuma and used Gamu Gamu no jet pistol, which was merely deflected by Kuma's paw pads. Luffy then used the recoil to get close to Kuma and punched him again, but was sent flying. Luffy, Frankie yelled, but just as he said so, Kuma shoved his padded palm at him, and he disappeared into thin air. NOOO, Luffy shrieked. Looks like it's the cyborg, this time. Kuma started going after Nami. She stretched out her hand for Luffy, calling, Luffy, help. Luffy raced to Nami's side, yelling her name at the top of his lungs. She disappeared. The other woman has just disappeared. Luffy panted heavily, his eyes shadowed. Nami's disappearance kept replaying through his mind. Yelling, he charged at Kuma and tried to hit him, but he moved away, causing Luffy to crash into the ground. Luffy, Robin called, but Chopper, who is still in Monster Point, was thrashing about beside her. Chopper. Kuma appeared in front of Chopper, who immediately tried to attack him when he saw him. Kuma just stuck out his palm and waited for Chopper to touch it. Chopper, Luffy screeched. Chopper hit Kuma. Chopper disappeared. You had 6 Nakama in your crew, correct? Just before you arrived, that number went down to 5. Chopper, Luffy muttered brokenly. Kuma just looked down towards Robin and walked towards her. Robin backed away from Kuma slowly. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, Luffy repeated. He clenched his fist and yelled, please, stop this. There were tears at the corner of his eyes. He rushed to Robin, as Kuma seemingly teleported in front of her. Robin, Luffy yelled, stretching his hand towards Robin. Luffy, Robin reached out to her captain, just as Kuma sent Robin away. Luffy's eyes widened. His last Nakama was gone. The very last of you Nakama is starting to fade away. Luffy continuously bashed his head against the ground, clutching his head as whimpers escaped from his lips. Kuma looked on, mouth slightly parted, flabbergasted at the young captain's reaction. What's wrong with me? Luffy muttered. The joining of his friends, his Nakama, flashed through his mind. Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, Brook. Everyone's. I couldn't even save a single one of my friends. Tears streamed down the boy's face as he continued to berate himself. So, you're going to send him off and be done with it? Kizaru asked, suppressing the Shichibukai. I hope you have a good explanation for this. This is a huge problem, you know. Kuma just walked up behind the still grieving boy and muttered softly, you will never see them again. Hearing this, Luffy was snapped out of his thoughts and turned to face the Shichibukai. Farewell. Kuma hit Luffy with his palm, sending him away. The first thing Drake noticed when he woke up was that he was cuffed and in a cell. Groaning, he sat up. His body ached like hell, not like he would admit it, especially since he had no idea where the hell he was. The cell he was in was very dimly lit, only a single light lit in the center. The cell kept rocking, their chains wooedly clanking against each other. He noticed something in the corner shift. The thing shifted and groaned. Ah, my head hurts. Drake blinked. He recognized that voice. Scratchman Apu, I assume. Drake asked. The figure leaned forward to the light, showing Apu's face. So, you're here, huh? I think you're ex-Drake. So where the hell are we? Apu asked. No idea. I think we are on a boat. The last thing I remember was getting hit by Kuma ... or was it Kizaru? Drake wondered. His memories of the past few days were pretty fuzzy. Probably from a concussion, he thought. I'm hungry. A voice whined. Drake rolled his eyes. He would recognize that whiny, wanting food voice. So, you're awake, Jewelry Bonnie? Apu asked. Who else? And who the hell is lying on me? She screeched and shoved a body that was leaning on her to the floor. The blonde groaned as his face made contact with the cold, hard floor. Hawkins managed to pull himself into an upright position before trying to run his sore face and realizing he was cuffed. So, I didn't die, but was caught instead. The magician muttered. Erg, my body aches. Iruj mumbled, the ruckus in the cell waking him. So, we're all caught. This will be interesting. Vijay mumbled. Who else was caught? Captain Kidd, Trafalgar Law and Massacre Soldier. All the supernovas, except Straw Hat and his swordsman. Drake replied, looking at the rest of the bodies. So, when we get out of here, can we all agree to blame this on Straw Hat? Kidd asked, having just woke up, before cursing, that damned Shichibukai. Yeah, that idiot. Of all things, why would he hit a celestial dragon? Bonnie grumbled. I predict that something interesting would happen in 7 days. The day of Porga's DA's execution. Hawkins mumbled, looking at his cards. Really? They took all our weapons, but they left your stupid fortune-telling cards with you. Bonnie retorted, Voila. Who woke up, said, why not? That first division commander came looking for Luffy. When Fire Fist's execution was coming up, there could be a connection. Just then, they heard footsteps in an ongoing conversation and quietened down. So, they're making a ruckus now. Yeah, think all the supernovas are awake. Not all of them. Heard Straw Hat and Pirate Hunter got away at Sabaody. Bonnie cursed. He started this. Why were we caught instead of them? Nah, think that damn Kuma Shichibukai helped them escape. Really? Yeah, sent his entire crew away right in front of him, one by one. Damn, that's cruel, Kid muttered. Yuru's just frowned. What Luffy had said a few days ago still rang in his mind. Shut up. You don't know. You don't know anything. You don't understand how it feels like to be lonely. You don't know how it felt like my heart was going to rip itself apart when I saw my friends get killed. You don't know how it feels when you're the only person on your crew left alive. You don't know how I felt when I thought my crew was dead. Man, he must feel horrible now. I mean, he said he had lost his crew before, didn't he? Yurus muttered. Yep, tough life, poor kid. Lan mumbled. So, we're sending them to Impel Down, aren't we? Yeah, putting them in level 5, I think. Great, we're going to prison now. Vijay grumbled. I think Fire Fist Ace is there. What an honor, to be locked up in the same place as a Whitebeard pirate. Killer mocked the Marines. The two Marines walked up to the cell, just in time to hear Killer. Shut up, pirate. They snapped. They then talked about some more Marine-esque stuff before walking out. Great, so we're trapped here until we get to Impel Down. Bonnie grumbled. According to what I know, it's going to take 3 days for us to get to Impel Down. Drake mumbled. Magician, can we use your cards? Vijay asked Hawkins, who was still fiddling with them. No, I specifically used these cards for my fortune-telling. He then took out a handkerchief to wipe his cards. Law stared at the cards and remembered his time with Luffy on the island, trapped and locked up. Anyway, Torao, want to play? I can play Go Fish, Poker, Blackjack, Rummy, and Twist. Which one? Roll the dice. 1 for roll again, 2 for poker, 3 for blackjack, 4 for rummy, 5 for twist, and 6 for Go Fish. I was told I have very shitty luck, so you roll it. 3. Looks like we're playing blackjack. Law smiled at the memory. He wondered what Luffy was up to. Hey, Trafalgar, what are you thinking about? Kid's piercing voice shattered his thoughts. Nothing much, just playing cards with Mugiwara. Law shrugged. You played cards with the brat? Bonnie asked incredulously, voluntarily. Why? Nothing much to do at that time. Law just shrugged it off. Back to Magician's prediction. Does Straw Hat have any connection with the Whitebeard pirates? Vijay asked. Not that I know of. Law answered. Hey, Magician, know anything? I mean, it's your cards. No, I can predict the future, but I don't know the exact details. That would be seeing the future. Hawkins replied. Seeing the future, predicting the future ... What the hell in the difference? They're all the same. Kid nonchalantly said. They're not the same, idiot. That's what the Magician just said. Law rolled his eyes. Geez, I understand if Mugiwara said something like that, but you, come on. He's a teenager, a very immature, childish, naive one at that. How old are you? 20. The age difference isn't that big. Kid snapped. So, you're admitting that you act like an immature, childish, naive brat, eh? Or should I say, kid? Vijay taunted. Killer growled. If I had my weapons, you would be wishing you were dead. I'll slash you open, force you to watch as I spill your guts, and then carve up your body and feed it to the Seeking. Yeah, except that you don't have your weapons. Law leaned back and closed an eye. Too bad. You can't back up your threats. Yorange laughed at the pirates. Can you please keep quiet? I think a den mushy ringing. Never mind. Drake mumbled. Just then, the den mushy in the jailer room rang, and a few Marines rushed inside, startling the pirates. Hello, who is this? A Marine asked. You better have not touched a hair on my grandson. You hear me? I'm sorry, sir, but who is this? It's too noisy for us to know who you are and who your grandson is. I'm pretty sure I told you that he escaped and was not caught. Whoops, mistake. Anyway, and how many times have I told you about the wall? Huh, the supernovas were currently confused. Bashing through the wall surely makes an entrance. Iwahaha. Garp. Garp. Of all times, why do you have to fall asleep now? Garp. Vice Admiral Garp. The one known as Garp the hero. Drake asked. URG. What? Come on, Sengoku. Even the fleet admiral. Hawkins mumbled. Iwahaha. I knew my grandson would get away with it, and I told you he wouldn't tell anyone about Mariah's defeat. I think this only means one thing. La mumbled. Your grandson punched a celestial dragon, for God's sake. Wait, Garp is Straw Hat's granddad. I mean, come on, they're both monkeys. They're both D's. Who the hell hooked up with that crazy only man? He had a son. The supernovas spent the rest of their time discussing about the monkey family. So, you really think Straw Hat is in some way related to Fire Fist? Bonnie asked while chomping down on the rice balls the Marines had given them. They just tossed the food into the cell and told them that they would only get one meal a day, much to the chagrin of Bonnie. Dough. Law rolled his eyes, munching on the rice ball. Thank goodness they didn't give us bread. It'll be pretty embarrassing to reject it in front of all of them. At least Mugiwara can keep a secret to some extent. So, thoughts on Straw Hat? Besides him being a crazy suicidal kid? Kid asked, leaning against the wall of the cell. Before he could stop himself, Law mumbled, overprotective. What was that, Trafalgar? Killer asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, Trafalgar should know the best. I mean, they seemed to be on pretty good terms when Straw Hat crashed into the bar in Sabaody. Vijay said, something about sea stone and a volcano. Drake trailed off. Law sighed, never mind all that. You all remember how he reacted when Drake called Nico Robin the demon child, especially you, Drake. Then there was the incident with him punching Eustacia over someone dying. It's pretty obvious he's overprotective. He kind of deserved that. Irish mumbled, if he's overprotective, then I get why he's the captain. It's just ... Look, he's a childish, energetic kid. His swordsman or even the orange-haired girl seems to fit the title of captain better. Bonnie said, each of them only had 2 rice balls. And considering how much the female captain usually ate, that was nowhere near enough for her. So, about the crew. He said he saw his friends and crew get killed. Hawkins said. All the eyes turned to Law. What? Don't look at me. I only met him like a week and a half ago. Clearly it's something no one wanted to talk about. You saw how defensive the crew was when we questioned them. Drake said, let's just leave it. After Drake finished his statement, there was silence. The supernovas looked around and stared at each other, now knowing what else to do. Killer decided to try and break the awkward silence. So, about Straw Hat jumping into the water. Before he could finish, the tension between the captured pirates disappeared and everyone had something to say. See, that kid is crazy and suicidal. I have no idea why he would do something like that. I mean, he knows he is a devil fruit user, right? I believe so. He said so himself that he was rubber. Then why the hell would he jump into the water? Did someone not tell him that devil fruit users can't swim? The supernova's loud chattering caught the attention of the Marines on board the ship. Several Marines trooped down to their cell and swung their weapons onto the metal bars, creating a loud clashing sound. What the hell, man? Kid fumed and uttered a few swear words. Geez, you're keeping us trapped here, and we can't even talk. Law raised an eyebrow at the Marines while smirking. Vijay, Hawkins, and Bonnie stared at the Marines. Yuruj looked on, amused. Killer and Kid glared at the Marines. Apu grunted and leaned back against the wall. Drake, on the other hand, although he didn't show it, was a nervous wreck. To him, he was completely surrounded. To the supernovas, the Marines were the enemy. Not only was he an enemy to the Marines, but he was a former Marine, which made him an enemy of the pirates. But on the outside, he just had a bored look on his face, like the Marines had interrupted his nap or something. Just keep it down, one of the braver Marines hissed. Most of the Marines that came down were just scared of the number of high bounty pirates, and the glaring eyes from Killer and Kid. Then can we at least have like a pack of cards or something? Law snorted. There's pretty much nothing to do here. And it can get kind of hard to be heard if there are 8 other voices speaking at the same volume at the same time. The Marine thought about it for a while, and one whispered, though everyone heard it, what if they try to escape? Don't worry, it's just a pack of cards. It won't kill anyone. Plus, they're all bound in sea stone. One Marine said, yeah, I'd be pretty restless too if I were tied up and tossed in a cell for over a day. One chimed in, seems like these are the more reasonable Marines. Law thought. He was immediately reminded of the day he was tossed into a room with Luffy, who had asked and thanked the Marine guard for giving them a pack of cards to play with. Can I at least get a pack of cards and a dice? Have fun. Thanks a lot. And no problem. Law shook his head. He was caught now. He didn't have time to think about Straw Hat. The guards then tossed a pack of cards and a dice into their cell. What's up, Trafalgar? Vijay asked, seeing him shake his head. Nothing. Just remembered that Mugiwara actually thanked the Marine that was guarding his cell for giving him a pack of cards to play with. Every pirate's and Marine's jaw dropped. See, seriously? Bonnie stuttered. The hell? Vijay muttered. You're kidding me, right? Yuruj mumbled. The Pooh was speechless. Okay, now I know for sure that Kid is bonkers. Kid mumbled. Did he get hit on the head when he was a baby? Killer asked. Nope, that is for sure. Hawkins mumbled, glancing at his cards. Maybe Garp had something Ro do about it. Heard he's crazy too. Probably left him to be raised by bandits or something like that. Drake's sweat dropped. The Marines were equally confused. A pirate thanking a Marine. Why would he thank someone that trapped him? What kind of pirate is he? He is Garp's grandson. Probably threw him into a bottomless pit to shape him up. By this time everyone was confused, and the Marines just left, discussing the strange pirate they were talking about. Okay, let me get this straight. Supernova Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy is the grandson of the Marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, the man who captured Gold Roger, the Pirate King. Kid said. Everyone nodded. And Garp is some supposed psychopath who throws kids into bottomless pits to train them. Everyone turned to Drake, who was in the Marines before and should know more about them. I don't know about the bottomless pit part. I do know he is kind of crazy. He's friends with the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku the Buddha. Don't know why he's called Buddha, but anyway, I think Garp is a Vice Admiral. He's been offered the title of Admiral several times already, but he's kept refusing it. Straw Hat is from East Blue, and I believe most of the time when Garp had his leave, he heads there, so it is possible that he trains him, even if it is a bit. Drake said, so we basically have a Marine training a pirate. Hawkins said, so, cards, Apu said, holding up the pack of cards that was thrown in. What do we play? Don't know, maybe stress. Killer suggested. No, I want to play blackjack. Bonnie huffed. I prefer rummy, if you don't mind. Hawkins stated, this is starting to get very familiar. Law thought. Twist. Yurush said. Poker. Drake mumbled. The rest didn't really have an opinion, and were like meh, whatever. Roll the dice. 1 for stress, 2 for blackjack, 3 for rummy, 4 for twist, and 5 for poker. 6 for roll again. They rolled the dice and ended up playing poker. So, about the crew. Yurush started up again while playing. He was still very curious about it. I thought we agreed to leave it. Drake mumbled. I remember something. Law thought aloud. Everyone turned to him. I remember Zoroya saying something like him watching Mugiwara fall into the volcano being not as bad as him seeing his crew die. If I'm not wrong, his exact words were it was worse for him. We just lost him, and it was his choice. He lost us, one by one, slowly. He tried to fight. He was slowly being incapacitated as he watched us fade. It was torture for him. You heard him. He wanted to die if he lost us. He's just a teenager. And he went through all this. Apu asked. He was starting to feel sorry for Luffy. Wait, watched us fade. You mean that his original crew died and got revived? Yuruj asked, confused. Nah, pretty sure it's not. No known devil fruit can revive people. Just that Yomi no Mai, that I'm pretty sure that skeleton ate when he was alive. I mean, a living skeleton. Drake mumbled. Your turn. Bonnie nudged Bijeh. Bijeh sighed and placed down his card. Can we stop talking about that brat? I mean, he's the reason we're in here. I agree. Things about people not dying and reviving and stuff is just too complicated. Kid grumbled. Oh, too much for your brain to handle, Eustacia. Law smirked. Why you? Kid growled at the surgeon. Why must they insist on giving us so little? Bonnie continued to whine. Munching on a rice ball, this is hell. A Marine stomped in and smacked the bars of the cage, grumbling, enjoy it while you can. We'll be arriving at Impel Down soon. That is real hell. Grumpy. And stingy too. Bonnie mumbled, and shoved the remains of her food into her mouth. Seeing his kid was still napping on the floor, somehow sleeping through the loud banging on the metal cell bars, she leaned over to try and steal his rice balls. Emphasis on tried. Killer promptly smacked her hand away and grabbed the rice balls out of Bonnie's grasp. Made, she pouted. Killer dryly laughed and shot back. We're pirates. We don't play nice. What's all the commotion? Kid woke up, stretched and yawned, before continuing, about. He scratched his head, and Killer shoved the rice balls at him. Glutton tried to steal your food, Captain. Kid immediately started yelling at Bonnie while chomping down his food, who was arguing that she should have to food. Drake rolled his eyes at the childish squabble. Hirush and Apu leaned against the walls and watched the argument. Killer was trying to calm Kid down. Hawkins and Bijeh were playing poker. Law sighed and said, you know, Eustacia, I expected this kind of behavior from Mugiwara, not you. This immediately grabbed everyone's attention. He then smirked. I didn't expect you to be so childish. Who the hell are you calling childish? Kid fumed and growled at Law. Geez, cool it, will ya? Bijeh mumbled. Yeah, you know, only eating 4 rice balls for 2 days can't be good for your stomach. Hiruj grumbled. You can go more than 3 weeks without food. Law stated, but water is a different story. 60% of our body is water, so you can go at most 3 days without water before. He was rudely cut off by Kid, who grumbled, okay, we G the point, science guy. We don't need all the sciencey stuff. Law grumbled at being interrupted, and Bijeh spoke up, so ... any thoughts on Impel Down? I heard it's impenetrable. Based in rumors, I hear that it's a living hell. Besides from the Marines, no one who enters leaves alive. Hawkins said, I think the warden ate some poison fruit ... or something toxic. I think he's a Loja. Kid stated, no, he's a Paramecia. Iruj corrected, I overheard some stuff. I think there's like, 4 or 5 levels, and each one gets worse and worse. Apu said, since he was working with Doll equals Glimmingo when he was younger, he had heard a bit of Impel Down and its horrors. I believe the first level is called a Crimson Hell or something. The second has wild beasts, I think. Not sure about the others. He's right. The first floor is called Crimson Hell, second being Wild Beast Hell, Starvation Hell, Blazing Hell, and the 5th Freezing Hell. However, I believe there is another floor. The 6th floor, called the Eternal Hell. I don't know much about them. Drake closed his eyes and said, "So you do know, I, former Rear Admiral." A Marine teased, overhearing their conversation. Former Rear Admiral Bonnie asked, surprised. All the pirates' heads turned to Drake, who just sighed. "You never told them." The Marine asked, "So, you quit being a Marine to be a pirate?" "Huh?" Kid asked, and stared at him. Drake leaned against the wall, with his cool facade on the outside. But on the inside, he was terrified. Shit, what am I going to do? Either pirates or Marines. He was surprised when Kid grinned and punched his chest. "Nice going, buddy. Pirates are much better than those shitty Marines." Huh. Law had no idea Drake was a former Marines. But he was glad. Drake was a pretty nice guy. Apu and Yuruj were glad too, but for different reasons. After all, who wanted to fight an ancient Zoan devil fruit user? Maybe just Luffy and perhaps Kid too. The Marine, however, was shocked. He had expected the pirates to turn on Drake for being a former Marine. Heck, even Hawkins and Bajo were slightly smiling. Drake was relieved that he didn't have 8 powerful supernovas against him. "So, Marine, anything to say about that?" Drake asked, a bit smugly. The Marine started sweating furiously as the remaining pirates turned to look at him. "Oh shit, the Marine thought. His face turned red, since he couldn't think of anything to say, and just stormed out of the room, cursing under his breath. "Well, that was fun," Killer muttered. Bonnie laughed at the Red Marine. Apu and Bajo were chuckling. Hawkins stared at the Marine, and Drake had a victorious smile on his face. "Well, I guess being a pirate suits me better than being a Marine." A few minutes later, a large group of Marines came in and said, "Better have fun while you can, pirate scum. We're docking at Impel Down in an hour. See you later, suckers." They then walked out, laughing and smiling crazily. One of them, one of the more sane ones, yelled out, "Cool it, guys. It's not like they're Straw Hat. Geez, lighten up, man. Just because you were posted here from that G8 base doesn't mean you have to be so harsh." A Marine smacked him of the back. "No, you don't get it. That Straw Hat is just crazy. I was on lookout duty, and you know what the hell happened? Straw Hat's ship fell from the sky into the middle of Outbase. The freaking sky. I mean, how the hell does a ship fly?" The sane Marines screeched. The hell?" Kid muttered, raising an eyebrow. "You must have been hallucinating or something. Ships don't fall from the sky. You think that's crazy? You want to know how they escaped? They used a gigantic octopus as a hot air balloon, and some impact thingy to send them into the air. To the Marines, that was an unbelievable story, but to the pirates, nah, not so much. Normally I wouldn't believe that, but considering Straw Hat's history, that seems believable," Hawkins stated. Hiru's eyes widened. "The sky? You mean he has been to Sky Island? Enel was causing trouble up there, that's why I came down to get stronger. Maybe he defeated him. Seems probable. Enel's electricity wouldn't affect Straw Hat, and he seems like the kind of guy to beat that egoistic bastard up." Law sighed. He had enough of Straw Hat's craziness. Next thing you know, he's busting into Impel Down, picking a fight with that poison jailer, and outrightly challenging Whitebeard. He muttered. The rest of the pirates met in agreement. Little did they know, the pirates spent the rest of their time in the cell playing card games. "Might as well have fun, since we can't do anything else," Kid had said. The Marines came in again, with huge grins on their faces. "Welcome to your new homes, bastards. Welcome to Impel Down." At Sabaody, the Celestial Dragons were fussing over the escape of the Straw Hat Pirates. The Flying Fish Riders, or the Rosy Life Riders now, were vowing to protect the Thousand Sunny. Kami, Hatchai, Papug were worried for the Straw Hats, and Shaki was rooting for the Straw Hats. Sorry for this very crud paragraph. I feel that this isn't very important, but still have to say what's going on. Somewhere in the air. Damn it, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, Rook, Luffy yelled, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Where'd he send my crew off to?" A flashback of Kuma shoving his padded palm at him flashed in his mind. "Where'd all of you go? I'll never forgive that bear like Shichibukai. Anyway, how far am I going to fly?" "Oh, that's right. That means maybe everyone didn't vanish, but instead were sent flying like I was." Luffy crashed into a huge cliff, but was so absorbed in his thoughts he didn't notice it. Maybe what that Broadex guy said was true. In that case, I'll be flying around like this for 3 days. I'd die if I fell into the sea. I'm hungry, too, but I feel really sleepy for some reason. Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, Rook, everyone. He then fell asleep, soaring through the air. As he flew, he blasted in front of some sea kings. Seeing him, they tried to eat the rubber boy, only for the speed of his flying to shock them away. As he flew towards an island, the sea kings blinked at him in confusion. On Amazon Lily, he landed on the island, in the middle of a huge paw print-shaped hole, courtesy of you-know-who. Dazed, Luffy stared at the sky, blinking. He sighed and sat up. "I survived. Doesn't seem like I survived because I'm rubber, but what's this thing that looks like a bear's footprint?" Something fell out of his pocket, and he bent down to pick it up. Oh, my extendable pipe. Don't want to lose that. He then hung the shrunken down weapon over his neck, like his hat, except that it was on the front. He tucked it into his shirt and started to look around. He patted his pants down and muttered, I hope everyone else is safe like this too. He placed his hat on his head, unaware of the humongous boar snaking up behind him, who was drooling. Anyway, I've got to get back. The boar behind him lunged for the kill, but Luffy unexpectedly moved to the left, unknowingly dodging the attack. The boar tried again, only for Luffy to move to the right, thinking out loud, any which way is Sabaody archipelago. Moving back to the middle of the paw print-shaped hole, Luffy sat down, as the boar bit down too hard and ended up shattering its own teeth. Oh right, I got the Vivre card. I'm so relieved that everyone got one. Luffy pulled Rayleigh's Vivre card from his back pocket. All right, we can return. Anyways, I'm going back there. I'm sure I'll meet the others. He placed the Vivre card on his palm and watched the direction it went. That way, huh? Luffy smirked and ran in the direction the Vivre card went, screaming the whole way, the memories of losing his friends flashing in his mind. Everyone, only think about escaping. Right now, we can't beat these guys. Anyways, let's all run. We'll think things over once we're safe. Go. One by one, his crew disappeared. What's wrong with me? I couldn't even save a single one of my friends. Luffy continued running, and eventually crashed into a stone wall, the boar, who was chasing him, falling behind him. Seeing Luffy fine after crashing into the wall at full speed left the boar staring and gawking at him. Nah, it doesn't hurt, but ... what's that? Damn, a dead end, huh? But the card points to the other side of this cliff. Right. Luffy blew into his thumb and used Gamu Gamu no giant pistol, freaking the boar out even more. He punched the wall with his inflated fist, but ended up falling back in his chibi state. Didn't work, huh? I don't have any strength left. Sanji, food. Even if I say that, he's not here, huh? Luffy panted. The boar, seeing how he was outmatched, slowly backed away from Luffy, but ended up stepping on a twig, catching Luffy's attention, who up till that point was oblivious to the boar's presence. Just then, Luffy's stomach rumbled. Tears started streaming down the boar's face as Luffy grinned and licked his lips. Food, Luffy shouted, and chased after the boar. After he caught it, he made a fire and cooked it. Thanks for the food, Luffy said, after he ate his fill of the boar, leaving only its skeleton. This reminds me of the past, back when Gramps threw me into the jungle. A flashback of Garp appeared in his mind. He sat up. I don't want to remember that. He then stood up and started walking around. Anyway, it sure is quiet around here. He then thought of his crew, and noticed a funny colored mushroom on the ground. Ain't that a laughing mushroom? He asked nobody in particular. He squatted down in front of it and picked it from the ground. He then started eating it. Right, this is exactly what I need right now. After chewing for a while, he started laughing and clapping. I'm suddenly having fun, he exclaimed. He laughed, even though I'm alone. He noticed more mushrooms around, and went over to eat it. There's a strange one growing over here too. I'm really pissed off for some reason. But then blew fire out of his mouth. Pretty soon, he was eating whatever mushroom he saw. Laughing mushroom. Laughing mushroom. There's another weird mushroom over here. A crying mushroom, huh? He shoveled the mushrooms into his mouth at an alarming rate. In another part of the forest. Hurry. The smoke was rising from over here. A female voice rang out. Could it be that someone from some distant coastline managed to come here in secret? Another girl asked. Then this would be the saga of a human crisis, right? No, they're keeping a close eye on the waters around this island. And even if someone managed to get past unnoticed, it's hard to think that any intruders would intentionally do something to get themselves noticed. Then who is it? I don't know. Let's split up here. Understood. After a while, they found a clearing. What is that? Margaret. Margaret, look at this. What is it? Sweetpea. The girl known as Margaret said. What could this be? Sweetpea asked. What? Both girls noticed Luffy was lying on the ground, with mushrooms growing out of him. The saga of what could this be? Isn't this a human? Margaret asked. Could she be someone from the village? I don't know. She got so many mushrooms growing on her body. Perhaps she was sending smoke signals so someone would save her. Margaret then picked up the mushroom that was in Luffy's hand. This is it. Look at this. She ate this mushroom. The mushroom's growing on your body mushroom. If you eat it, mushrooms will grow on your body. This is awful. If we don't do something, she'll have her life energy sucked up by the mushrooms and die. So this is the saga of no time to lose. Felindra, we're going to carry her back to the village, Margaret shouted. A tall giant woman said, yes. The saga of we must hurry and get this girl back to the village. Let's hurry, Sweetpea shouted. They then carried Luffy to the village. On Amazon Lily. After plucking all the mushrooms off Luffy's body and attempting to remove the remaining mushrooms, Luffy woke up shrieking in pain after being burnt and passed out again. After some time, he woke up, completely deprived of clothing, in a cell. There were murmurs from the outside of the cell by curious women. The man has awakened. Let me see. I want to see too. Luffy sat up and yawned. It moved. Look, no chest at all. Such a ruggedly unusual beast. It looked so weak with that short scruffy-looking hair. It certainly had a long sleep ... and apparently it was eating in its sleep. Do you know, what is it that men eat? Raw meat. From what we see, it seems to eat anything. What's all this commotion? Luffy asked. It spoke. A female said. Luffy sat up straight in realization, before putting a hand to his forehead. What is this place? What was I doing again? Memories of Kuma blasting his crew away one by one flashed through his mind, and guilt filled him. He had failed to save his crew at Omatsuri Island, and failed to save them again. Oh yeah, we were all beaten up and separated on Sabaody. I only remember eating some mushrooms. Luffy muttered to himself and he stood up. He swallowed his guilt and emotions. After all, he was alive. He was pretty sure. No matter how harsh the Shichibukai had been, the rest of his crew was alive. Where's my hat? Luffy realized, after patting his head. There it is. He saw it on a random woman's head. Give it back, you bastards. Luffy growled, stretching his rubbery hand to get his precious straw hat back, ignoring the shrieks of shock from the women. Putting the hat back on his head, he smiled. That's better. Another woman started jotting things down in a book, but Luffy didn't really care for her. Luffy then noticed he wasn't wearing anything, and voiced it out loud. Once could almost see the exclamation marks above his head. You're too slow, the women said in unison. I feel cold now. Do you know where my clothes are? Luffy asked. Before he knew it, a blonde woman knelt down and asked Luffy about the so-called bag between his legs. Luffy, being Luffy, said they were his family jewels, which resulted in the women wanted him to take them off, which resulted in a shark-teethed Luffy indignantly refusing. He did, however, get some clothes from the blonde, which were covered in lace, much to Luffy's shock, and fell over. Then he started whining. What the hell is wrong with you? Are you trying to make fun of me? Huh. All the women jumped backwards, taking Luffy's childish rant about clothes as a threat, and aimed their arrows at Luffy. What a vicious temper. Is that your true nature? Wantonly yelling without any care for the fact that we saved his life. What a savage temperament. His words and actions haven't shown a shred of elegance whatsoever. His kind is really incompatible with us after all. The woman which Luffy took his hat from tried to defend him, and Luffy, learning that they saved his life, demanded an explanation. Another woman told him about the mushrooms. Luffy immediately thanked them for saving his life and apologized for complaining about the clothes, but they refused to be pacified. Your apologies and excuses mean nothing. This is the woman empire of Amazon Lily. Men are forbidden. That has been the absolute rule here for centuries. Never in history has it been broken. The woman yelled. Woman empire. Luffy muttered. She said something about having no sympathy for him now that he has woken up. And Luffy, being Luffy, just realized there were no men. The giant lady spoke up, and was revealed to be a Felindra. She was berated, along with the bond called Margaret and Sweetpea. Without waiting for Luffy to finish speaking, they fired their arrows at Luffy, but he escaped by breaking out of the roof and running off. He was chased by the female warriors, and their arrows shattered the roofs like glass. He was continuously chased, and used his rubber arms to escape. The Felindra cut off his escape, and Luffy crashed into her palm. She swatted him like a fly, but it didn't have much effect him, as he bounced around the buildings like a human pinball while he contemplated his situation. The chase became more like hide and seek, and after a while, Luffy got tired and stole a piece of meat from a vendor. This just resulted in more Amazon Lily warriors being on his tail, and Sweetpea got a Felindra to toss her at Luffy. Luffy dodged in time before he was slashed, and Sweetpea crashed into a building. His pause in running resulted in the warriors surrounding him. Luffy then realized he didn't have his Vivre card with him, as the warriors, stupidly enough, attacked him one by one. He jumped off a warrior onto the roof, and realized the Vivre care in his other pants. He then grabbed Margaret and ran over to the other side of the rocky wall, using Gamu Gamu no Fusen to save himself and Margaret. Patting himself off, he asked, Hey, you alright? Margaret immediately pulled out her sword. Stay away. You turned it just now, didn't you? You must be crazy to jump from way up there. I was ready to die. It's a miracle we're still alive. Being ignorant as ever, Luffy smiled. Really? Stay away. I'm not going to do anything. I've heard that you men have a virus. Do all men suddenly grow fat? I don't have any kind of virus, and it'll be a pain to explain, so let's just say all men suddenly grow fat. Luffy replied in the Luffy ESD way possible, before asking, anyway, was there something in my torn-up past pockets? It's really important. Margaret pulled the Vivre card out, and handed it to Luffy. Is this it? Clutching her hand in gratitude, he took the Vivre card. This is it. This is it. What a relief. I wouldn't know what to do without this. Thanks for holding on to it. What a relief. Margaret struggled out of Luffy's clingy grip. There was something written on it, so I figured. What is it? She asked out of plain curiosity. Here, look. Look showed her the paper with Rayleigh's name on it. How odd. It looks like it's moving. she exclaimed in surprise. Luffy lost his cheery attitude. A bunch of stuff happened and all my friends went flying through the sky in different directions. But thanks to these pieces of paper, we can all get together again. They're all tough, you see. Oh, I've been thanking you non-stop. Is there anything I can do for you? Margaret just had to ask to see his family jewels. Shark teeth Luffy came out again. I told you they don't come off. Men are cheapskates after all. You're really serious about taking them. Put the sword away. Who are these friends of yours? Oh, I'm a pirate, Luffy said. Do you know what a pirate is? You're a pirate. This land's empress is a pirate too. Really? Then she has a women-only pirate group. Are they strong? Margaret replied. That's a foolish question. The most elite warriors of this land ride aboard her pirate ship. They are very strong. Everyone here looks up to the Snake Princess. She's strong, noble, and the most beautiful woman in the world. The pirate empress, Boa Hancock. This land is closely protected by her and her two sisters. After the long explanation, Luffy pulled the bandages off himself and said, I sure owe you a lot for all you've done. Sorry I can't do anything to repay you. Well, I'll be going now. Luffy waved and ran off, but not before long he came back and requested the flowers and frills to be removed. After no time, she removed them, though commented that men were strange. Whatever. Thanks for taking them off. Well, see ya. I can't calm down until I find my crewmates. You're pretty impatient, huh? As long as everyone else survived, like me, then that's fine. As long as we're alive, we'll fight them time and again. We're gonna surpass them one after another. He yelled with determination, and for some reason, started walking on his hands. All right, I'll go all the way to the Sabaody archipelago on my hands. This will make me stronger. He then stopped. Can you give me a ship? Sweat dropping, Margaret said, you really are impatient. After some random thing Margaret said, there's no ship, and this is the calm belt. Luffy exclaimed in disbelief. That's right. This island of women lies deep within the Sea-Kind territory, the calm belt. That's why sailors can't even reach this island in the first place. And even if, by some miracle, they were to drift here by some tide, by the time they arrive ashore, they're already dead. Margaret said, you said you girl have a pirate crew, right? The Snake Princess's ship is pulled by two brutal, poisonous snakes called Yuta, so the Sea Kings never attack it. It's the only ship we have on Amazon Lily. Luffy groaned, I'm in trouble. There's no wind here either. I suppose I'll just build a raft and row back. This is ridiculous. Right, I'll go build a raft and row back. Just like that, Margaret said in disbelief. Sadly, Luffy's workmanship on the raft wasn't very good. Yet he shouted proudly, it's done. Standing on the haphazardly tied up logs. What a piece of shit. It's already starting to fall apart. Margaret seached. True to her word, the rope snapped and the entire raft, if you can even call it that, fell apart. Luffy fell into the water and started splashing about. No way. Didn't he say he was a pirate? She watched as Luffy splashed around helplessly in the water, just managing to stay afloat but really getting nowhere. She helped Luffy back onto land and asked him, can't male pirates swim? That was close. I wish Frankie was here. I'm in trouble. Luffy mumbled, ignoring Margaret. And the one who's in trouble. You should have just ran far away from here. She growled and aimed an arrow at Luffy's heart. If I stay with you like this, I would only get attached to you. Hey, stop that. Luffy yelled in protest. Margaret fired the allow, but Luffy dodged it in time. She shot several more that indented themselves deeply in the rocks. Luffy was mesmerized by the power in the arrows, but was wondering why they were so powerful as he snapped it like a twig. Margaret decided to enlighten him. What are you saying? That arrow has haki embedded in it. Of course it's powerful. Haki? What's that? Luffy asked. Just as Margaret was about to answer, the rest of the warriors found them. They started chasing Luffy again. And Sweetbea mentioned that Boa Hancock has returned. Luffy made a comparison to Nami, and couldn't decide who was worse. He decided to climb up a cliff, but was shot down into the jungle. Like a monkey, he swung from tree to tree, but was shot into a river. A fish, grabbing the string for his hat, starting flailing about madly. Luffy was flung deep into the jungle, and ran out with snakes biting him all over. Screaming, he ran all the way up the cliff, and the snakes let go of him in terror. Getting to the top, he muttered, if I keep lingering here, they'll find me again. She did say there was a pirate ship here, right? It'd be nice if I could borrow one. I know that's not good. If Nami isn't with me, I'll get lost. I know. It'll be great if they let me on the ship. I'll ask if they can bring me to Sabaody archipelago. Assuming important people living in tall buildings, he thought until his head turned red. He saw the tall bathhouse overtowering all the other buildings, deciding to follow his instincts. He looked around before rocketing himself to the tallest building he saw. Sadly, he crashed through the roof instead of landing. Meanwhile, in Impel Down, the guards led the 9 super rookies to Impel Down, and the young pirates looked around the underwater prison in awe, despite it being their prison. Move it, bastards. A guard shoved Killer, who was at the back of the group. Killer growled under his mask, but otherwise didn't do anything. The pirates first went through the so-called sterilization process, and through much prodding with weapons, the supernovas quickly went through the process without as much as a couple grunts, besides from Bonnie, who muttered a landslide of curses about the heat. Welcome to my impel down. Oh sorry, calling it my impel down is too ambitious. A man with a weird green and yellow headdress smirked as he walked up to the 9 pirates. You have all their weapons, right? Good. Put them with the rest. He ordered a few Marines, who carried Killer's blades, Law's Kikoku, and the massive pile of guns, ammo, swords, and knives from the rest of the pirates. Seriously, where do they keep all that stuff? They're in for a real treat. Not many pirates as young as yourselves will ever visit Impel Down. Hannibal, as he was addressed by the guards, proudly led the pirates into the elevator. How they all fit. Never mind that. The elevator went down and down and down, and the supernovas caught a glimpse of the levels in Impel Down. They went by Crimson Hell and Wild Beast Hell, and all the pirates didn't even look phased. But you could tell from their eyes that they were slightly disgusted at all the blood spattered over the floor, weapons, blades, pretty much everything. I mean, come on, can't the Marines afford to clean up their prison? Heck, there were broken bones strewn all over Wild Beast Hell. Starvation Hell was next, and the pirates fought the urge to cough from the dryness. Seeing several shriveled up and dead-looking prisoners, Law couldn't stop himself from muttering, despite looking weary and was blinking constantly. Malnutrition. They're suffering from malnutrition, and probably diabetes mellitus. Kid glared at him with the shut the hell up look. He contemplated using the stupid guard's sword to kill Law. Nope. He slumped against the cagey wall of the lift they were in. In fact, most of the pirates, save for Killer, seemed worn out. Damn that sea stone, Kid thought. Blazing hell made all of them sweat profusely, and Bijak grumbled, geez, trying to fry something here. By the time they got the freezing hell, the quick transition from extreme hot to extreme cold made them shiver. Jesus Christ, do they have a freezer here or something? Irish mumbled. Drake was sure that they were going to be dumped here, so he was surprised when the elevator didn't stop. Wait, eternal hell is real? The rumors are true? He asked aloud. Hannibal was shocked at first, then grinned. Former Rear Admiral Wright. Huh. You actually thought it was just rumors. Hannibal became silent as the lift stopped. The doors opened, and Hannibal ushered the supernovas out of the lift. He graciously opened a cell door, before bowing in mock courtesy. Welcome to your cell, pirates. The young pirates all grit their teeth at the mockery, but they were all forced into the cell, one by one. As they entered, they felt their strength sap even more, except for Killer. Drats, more sea stone, Drake thought. How much of that shitty stuff do they even have? After Hannibal and the guards departed through the lift, their prison became eerily silent. All the supernovas slumped against the bars of their prison. It wasn't like they could do anything anyway. So, what? We're gonna spend the rest of our days rotting here? Apu mumbled. Maybe. I think we're going to die of starvation first here. I doubt they'll feed us, Hawkins muttered. To him, their future seemed bleak. They were countless of miles underwater, surrounded by ferocious sea kings, and there was no way they could escape normally due to all the sea stone. What? No food? Bonnie whined, making Killer roll his eyes behind his mask. Seriously, that's the only thing you think about now? Heh, reminds me of my baby brother. A voice from a cell beside them muttered softly. The young pirates turned to the new voice, and saw the faint silhouette of a man kneeling down, being chained to a wall. You mean Mujiwara? A deeper voice that Drake recognized asked. Knight of the Sea Jinb. What is one of the 7 warlords of the sea doing here? Drake asked. Mujiwara. Do you mean Mujiwara no Luffy? Law asked. That means you're Hiken no Ace. Yuruj asked. Yeah, Luffy's my weak little baby brother. I wonder how he's doing. Ace mumbled. Drake frowned and asked again. What are you doing here, being a warlord? That is none of your business, the whale shark fishman replied. And the eternal hell fell silent once again. At Amazon Lily, Luffy landed in the bathhouse with a splash and started struggling. Water, water. He started struggling, but found it shallow enough for him to stand up. I'm safe. Is this a bathhouse? He saw a figure in the distance, blurry from all the steam. The figure turned and exclaimed, a man. Extremely bluntly, Luffy pointed to her back. Hey you ... that thing on your back. I've seen it before. The woman whirled around and hid in the water and growled. You saw it. The doors burst open, and 2 large-sized women came in. What is a man doing in this kingdom? What exactly happened in here? The orange-haired one asked. The woman in the bath stepped out slowly, moving backwards so as to not slip. No ... well ... Luffy had no idea what he did wrong. He saw my back, the black-haired woman said. The 2 women seemed stunned, and the first one said, then we must kill him, right? Luffy was aghast. Why? I only saw her back, but it's as if I've seen that somewhere before. The thing you saw on my back is something we don't want revealed even if we die. She shouted. Why? Who are you? Luffy just asked. The black-haired woman did not reply, but just said, take everything you have seen here to your grave. Miro Miro Mellow. She shot a beam of hearts at Luffy, but he mistook it for Foxy's Nor beam and thought he was going to slow down, but he didn't. Confused, Luffy put his hat on. Miro Miro Mellow. Luffy panicked again, but nothing happened. He started back at the three women, who tilted their heads comically in shock and surprise. Why don't you turn into stone? The black-haired woman screeched. Didn't you feel anything wicked in your heart even after you saw me naked in the bath? That's ridiculous, sister. The beauty of your naked body is at a level that could never fail to capture anybody, regardless of their age or gender. The orange one said. The green-haired lady hissed. It's probably his fear of death that's suppressing his wicked desires. He's pathetic, but he's a lucky man. Luffy was still confused and ran out of the bath. I don't know what's going on, but I'd better get out of here at any rate. I just want to find someone important, that's all. And jumped out of the window. The three sisters looked on in surprise. He jumped out from this height. The black-haired one kissed her finger before aiming at Luffy. You can't run away from me. Pistol kiss. It hit Luffy square in the stomach. What? I couldn't make it bounce. Wasn't it a bullet? He asked, before crashing headfirst. That man is an intruder. Capture him, Kyuja pirates. Luffy was quickly surrounded and was asked to surrender. But he just asked for a ship. An arrow was quickly aimed at him. Do you really think a man who intrudes into Amazon Lily, a place forbidden to man, can leave alive? She fired the arrow, and Luffy dodged it. I can't be captured right now. He stretched out his arms, alarming the pirates, but instead of attacking, he grabbed two poles holding a really long piece of cloth up, and escaped with Gamu Gamu no rocket into town, but more of the inhabitants started going after him. Luffy landed on a roof, and started wondering where to find an important person when he dodged an arrow. He started running with more arrows fired after him, and stumbled, falling right behind the Kyuja pirates. He slinged himself away again, and when he landed, proceeded to steal a piece of meat from an old lady reading newspaper. He attempted to run away again, but the old lady called, "Wait, you." She compared him to the picture in the papers, but before she could say anything, Luffy was chased by more pirates. "Wait, show me your face one more time," but was ignored. Huffing, she kicked Luffy into a wall, startling him. Even the old women of this kingdom are strong. Looking up to his alarm, he saw many arrows aimed at him. As I thought, that man is. Luffy was immediately caught and tied up using snakes. Damn it, get off. He complained. What's with these snakes being as hard as steel? What's with this kingdom? There really isn't a single man here. His thoughts were interrupted by loud cheering. Now then, let me ask you, man, how and for what purpose did you come here? The black-haired lady sitting on a snake throne asked. I don't know how I came here either. I was just flying through the sky and before I noticed, I was just here. Luffy tried to explain. Liar, you can't fool us with a ridiculous story like that. You must have a purpose, right? If it's a purpose you want, then I want a ship. I'd be very happy if you gave me an escort to ... but ... anyway I must get out of here as soon as possible. There's somewhere I have to go. If you are the most important person here, that's what I request. I want to go out to sea. This raised many protests from the crowd. And the Snake Princess said, don't think that you will leave here alive. You won't be able to escape from death. A familiar voice rang out. Wait a second please, Snake Princess. Margaret jumped onto the platform. He isn't the kind of person who would lie. Snake Princess, what he has all said is true. I don't think he had bad intentions for this kingdom at all. Oh you, that's right. Please tell her. Luffy asked gratefully. Are you one of the guards? I'm called Margaret. The punishment of the crime of intruding into this kingdom, which is forbidden to men, is death. Why are you defending him? I feel responsible. The one who brought that man here. It was me. The Snake Princess started walking down the long flight of stairs, and another voice rang out. Snake Princess, the saga of there's a reason for that. We just thought the man we found covered in mushrooms in the forest was one of the villagers. That's all. A Felindra said. We're just as responsible as her for the sin of bringing him here. The saga of exactly. Sweetbia finished. After some arguing, the Snake Princess was at the arena, and Margaret apologized for bringing Luffy into Amazon Lily. To Luffy's delight, Margaret was asked to raise her head and was asked if she wanted forgiveness. To his horror, they were blasted with Miro Miro Mellow, turning them to stone. What is this? Hey, what happened to you? What happened? They turned into stone. Why? Boa Hancock turned and walked away, but Luffy said, hey, but was ignored. Hey, what did you do to them? They saved my life. Yes, they have been punished for helping you. Hancock calmly replied, walking away. Because of me. Wait, turn them back to normal. Luffy shouted. Who do you think you are ordering around? Hurry up and turn them back to normal. Hey, I told you to turn them back to normal. This place is the kingdom of the warriors, Amazon Lily, where if you are powerful, you are beautiful. What utter bullcrap. No offense, you should die fighting, and we're going to watch it, Hancock declared, and a Black Panther appeared behind Luffy and the warrior statues. Hancock introduced Luffy to Bakura the Panther, And Luffy asked about Margaret, Sweetbea, and Ephelandra, which earned more displeasured protests. On Hancock's signal, Bakura leapt at Luffy, who just whipped around and punched the Pather's face hard. The poor Pather went flying across the arena, and everyone's jaw dropped. They had never seen Bakura defeated so easily. There is something wrong with all of you, Luffy muttered angrily. Even after you comrades have been turned to stone by that woman, Luffy aggressively gestured to Hancock. Why are you still laughing childishly? The crowd started defending Hancock, who just said, I will be forgiven no matter what I do. If you ask why, indeed, it is because I'm beautiful. She then flipped her hair back and winked, infatuating almost everyone. Almost. She then looked at Luffy, who had no reaction. You think so too, right? Glaring back, Luffy growled, You're pissing me off. Hancock was shocked, and was consoled by her sisters. Go. Marigold, Sandersonia, I can't stand the existence of that man. Take that man's head. The two sisters jumped onto the platform. Those people use devil fruit powers, too? Luffy asked, seeing the sisters turn all snake-like. From all the cheering from the crowd, he heard that the sisters were cursed or something like that. Cursed? What are they talking about? No matter how it looked, you just ate devil fruits. Luffy grumbled. Sandersonia, or so he heard, hissed, maybe I should swallow him up. And Marigold followed up, or maybe I should strangle him to death. Could it be that he is scared? You're gonna get killed like that without doing anything. They taunted. Wait a second. Luffy yelled. Sandersonia asked, You're gonna beg for your life. Even if you apologize now, your sins won't be pardoned. It's nothing like that, Luffy said, walking towards the three statues. They carefully lowered them out of the arena, much to the shock of all the warriors. They don't have any cracks, right? You three wait here. Sorry about this. Because of me you guys turned to stone. If Chopper was here I'd asked him to check you over right away. It's just like when Robin and I were turned to ice by Aokiji. You guys might be able to turn back to normal. Shouldn't you be more concerned about your own safety instead of theirs? Sandersonia asked. Shut up. I can do what I want. Luffy yelled. Well then, anyways, I just have to beat you guys up, right? The crowd laughed at him, confusing him. I can do that, right? Beat you up, I mean. Yeah, sure you can. Marigold laughed, wiping tears from her eyes. If you haven't given up on your life yet, let me tell you something. You'd better not fall into the space between the audience and the arena. I don't mind if it happened, but if you fall, you will be impaled by the spikes below. Luffy then saw the spikes, glinting in the darkness. You don't have anything else to do, right? She asked again. No, I'm fine. Luffy replied. I see. Then let's start. Kill him, Sandersonia, Marigold. For the crime of intruding on this island of women, for the sin of insulting me, show him the art of punishment, Hancock declared. Marigold brought her weapon down on Luffy, who dodged. She kept swiping at him, and Luffy just barely managed to avoid them. Take that and that and that, she yelled, but Luffy managed to dodge all her attacks. He's not bad at this, huh? She swiped at him again, and Luffy jumped to dodge. She then spat a gooey purple sludge at him, who barely was able to lean back midair to dodge. What? The sludge landed on the railing, making it smoke. Poison. That was close. Luffy sighed, stretching his arms to keep him in the arena. It's a deadly poison. Too bad for you. She spat more poison at him, who managed to flip out of the way each time. One blob landed too close to the frozen warriors, making Luffy growl. He dashed at Marigold, dodging more poison. Gamu Gamu no stamp. He smacked Marigold with his leg, but she just reflected it with her palm. She bounced it back. The snake lady then smacked him with the butt of her axe, and he crashed into the railings. Luffy coughed and rubbed his stomach. That hurts. Why? I'm rubber. Marigold swung her axe again, and Luffy jumped out of the way. What? Did I lose my rubber powers? Maybe I still have that Ikey stuff in my in. He stretched his cheek, dispelling his guess. Guess not. Then why are their attacks hurting me? That's unfair. Don't hog all the fun yourself, Mary. Sandersonia grinned, grabbing Luffy using her tail. I want to have some fun too. Luffy struggled in her grip. Why does it hurt when I'm rubber? That's right. The guy with the battle axe. He remembered getting beating around by Sentomaru, but he wasn't a devil fruit user, which means this isn't a devil fruit ability. Luffy whined, as Sandersonia lowered him upside down, grinning. You're a devil fruit user too, right? You seem to be a Paramecia type. I knew it. Why'd you guys have to make up the lie about being cursed? Luffy screamed, trying to free himself. Sandersonia looked away from him. It's a secret. I can't tell anyone, even if they're about to die. Luffy saw a hint of sadness, fear, as if she was remembering a horrible memory, like him when he remembered losing his crew, and his struggling less slightly. But you can't use haki, right? People who are not from this island are unfamiliar with it. That's why you're weak, she said, the glint disappearing as quickly as it appeared. A kick with the left foot, she murmured, as Luffy stretched his leg out to kick her, which she dodged with ease. I'm over here. She predicted it. Luffy asked in disbelief. Sandersonia smashed him headfirst into the ground. Hebai slam. Luffy just backflipped away, being freed after the smack. Attacks like that won't work on me. Just like always. Gamu Gamu no Gatling. He punched Sandersonia rapidly, but she just dodged all of them gracefully, saying, "You're too easy to read. I've already grasped your movements." "What's going on?" Luffy asked, continuing his onslaught while being confused. "She's predicting all of my moves. I don't mind if you focus on attacking her, but have I stick?" Marigold yelled, hiding him in the stomach with her tail. "Don't forget that there are two of us." "That hurts," Luffy groaned, as he was sent flying. "We almost crashed into the statues." "Oh shit." He immediately pushed off the wall, saving the turn to stone warriors but falling closer onto the spikes. He was about to save himself but was smacked by two tails, courtesy of the Devil Fruit Snake sisters. Luffy snapped out of it and grabbed a railing, and used his legs to stop his fall. He stopped just in time, before he was poked in the butt by a spike. That was close. Hancock tucked her hair behind her ear, infatuating the crowd again. "THS man is nothing but talk. How silly." Luffy jumped back onto the platform. "Shut up, you idiot." He yelled at Hancock. "I can't take it anymore," Hancock said, over-dramatically leaning behind with a hand on her forehead. "Sonya, Mary, put an end to that man's life right now, so that I will never have to hear his filthy talk again," she ordered, leaning back so much she was looking at the sky. "I wanted to enjoy it a little more, but since it's out sister's order, it can't be helped," Sandersonia said. "Then, playtime is over. Let's hand the convict over to his despair and death." Sandersonia used her tail to grab Margaret, making Luffy yelled, "What are you doing? Don't touch them. What if they break? They saved my life." Sandersonia waved the statue around like a toy, before coming to a silent agreement with Marigold. "I'll break them. You said they saved your life, right? Then she deserves it," Marigold said. "Too bad for this girl, but it's your punishment. Stop screwing with me. This fight is between me and you." "Stop it," Luffy yelled, running at the duo. "From above," Sandersonia said, and Marigold smacked him, but Luffy dodged. "Hey you," he yelled, but was smacked into the ground but Marigold's tail, who grabbed him. "Damn it, let go," he struggled. "You're the only one who thinks that this is a fight," Marigold said. "This is a public execution. Watch it quietly." Momentarily forgetting about Margaret, Luffy stopped struggling. "You're supposed to watch executions quietly. The last execution I was at, we were fighting. What was his name again? Buffoon, Balloon." The snake duo stared at him like he was crazy. "This is nothing compared to the wound in our sister's heart," Marigold murmured. Sandersonia sighed, and started tossing Margaret up and down, catching Luffy's attention. "Hey, stop it. She admired you. Everyone in this kingdom does," Sandersonia replied. "That's why I think she would be satisfied with that." "Like hell she would." "Are you stupid?" Luffy screamed. "Such insolent words. We'll break the other two or we're done with this one." Slowly and taking out time, she spared a glance towards the other two statues. "That way you will suffer more, right?" Marigold hissed. Unknown to her, she tore open the wound in Luffy's heart. They were going to kill them. He was going to have to watch. They helped him when they didn't have to, but he couldn't save them. 3, Sandersonia counted, so as to prolong Luffy's suffering. "Hey, stop it." 2, I said wait. "Can't you hear me?" Useless, Marigold sneered. 1, Sandersonia proceeded to smash Margaret against the ground. "I won't let anyone get hurt because of me again. I told you to stop, damn it," he screamed, letting loose a huge, uncontrolled blast of haki, stunning everyone. Most of the warriors passed out, and Marigold and Sandersonia carefully put down Luffy and Margaret respectively, shocked. Oblivious to what he did, he quickly checked over Margaret's statue. "Thank God, not a single scratch on her." "What, so you listened to me after all?" "Thanks." The just stared at him, stunned. "I have never seen anyone use Heishoku Haki besides from out sister. This kid has the quality of a king, capable standing above all others." Biting her lip uncertainly, Hancock muttered, "He has Heishoku Haki, just as I do. What is going on? Isn't he just an ordinary kid? Who on earth is that boy?" Hearing the commotion, Luffy asked, "What's going on? What are you talking about? What's this? Shoku, can I eat it?" He doesn't realize he used Heishoku Haki, so he doesn't have control over it, right? "All right, I can tell that you guys are strong. Let's continue the fight." Luffy smiled, cracking his knuckles. Sandersonia and Marigold just stared at him. "What are you waiting for? You have nothing to fear from that man," Hancock yelled, hiding the confusion. "That's right, we have nothing to fear from that man. Indeed, even if he does possess an immense haki, he can't control it. It's nothing but enthusiasm." The sisters prepared to pummel Luffy, but he said, "But first, if we're going to go all out, I've got to move her. It'd be bad if she broke." Sandersonia calmly said, "It seems that you still don't understand the situation you are in. That statue doesn't matter one bit," she yelled, smacking her tail at the statue, but Luffy took the hit. "Why would you defend that statue when it means taking an attack for it? She has nothing to do with this. She has nothing to do with this fig, does she?" Luffy snapped back. Hancock became slightly curious. To take an attack for someone? No, something he barely knows. Very well, let him move the statue. We will let that man fight to his heart's content. And then, we will take him down without mercy and show him just what worthless creatures men are. She also caught Luffy's unintentionally hidden message. He wasn't fighting all out. Luffy happily moved Margaret aside and promised not help her after beating the Snake Sisters before walking back to fight. All right, go ahead. Oh, are you ready? Ready to be taken down by us? Cracking his knucks again. Luffy replied, you're the ones who are gonna get beat up. As insolent as ever, I see. Sandersonia rose up to her full height, and Marigold spat poison at him. He dodged it, but Sandersonia hit him with a haki-infused tail. That hurt, damn it. Marigold spat more poison at him, but he dodged them. I ain't scared of that attack when you can't hit me. He prepared to attack, but stopped. Ack, what's up with this smoke? My poison melts anything it touches, but that's not all it does. This is nothing, Luffy said. He attempted to avoid the smoke, but stumbled. Ha, what's this? I feel dizzy. I won't underestimate you any longer. You are our prey. I will weaken you with my poison. I will trap you, and then bring you down for good. If you so much as inhale my poison, your consciousness will fade. Using their tails, Marigold and Sandersonia smacked him around in the poisonous fumes. That hurts, damn it. Luffy growled. Gamu Gamu no pistol. He attacked Sandersonia, but his aim was so off he missed by a long shot. What's wrong? She taunted as Luffy kept missing. Could the gas have already taken effect? Luffy panted. As expected, he's practically dead meat. No matter how hard to try, as long as you can't use your ability, you're no different from a mouse to us. Give up already, Marigold yelled, bringing her axe down on Luffy, who dodged it. But then he was smacked down onto the spike by her tail. Luffy exhaled the poison, clearing his vision. He stretched out his hand and swung around, deciding what to do with Marigold's poison. Hearing that Luffy was still alive, Marigold shot more poison at him. He slinged himself into thaw air and inflated himself, barely avoiding the boilet she spat at him. Gamu Gamu no Fusen. He blew all the poisonous fumes away, and the sludge was also blown away. I finally cleared it. To Sandersonia and Marigold's shock, the arena was cleared from the toxic. I've blown away both the poison and the smoke. Now I can fight without worrying. Fight without worrying, you say. Even being that badly injured, you still say such insolent things. All right. Luffy went into his horse stance, pumping the blood faster around his body, and his skin took on a red sheen. I'm not gonna hold back my full power anymore. Gear second. The Snake Sisters looked at him, shocked. Full power? You mean you weren't fighting at full power before? So you have steam coming off your body. How's that gonna help? We can predict your every move. And have you forgotten that your attacks have to affect on us? Let me try. Luffy raised his palm, and Sandersonia attacked with their tail. Gamu Gamu no. He appeared and disappeared, using his speed to confusing Sandersonia as she tried to hit him. Jet pistol. To her surprise, he landed an attack, and she couldn't predict it. Sonya. It seems he wasn't bluffing when he said this was this full power. Marigold said, if so, I will use my full strength to kill you too. Her hair became snakes. Yamada no Orochi. The snake hair started to attack Luffy, but he just dodged all of them. Why aren't they hitting him? Sandersonia thought in shock. I can predict his movements, but I can't keep up with them. Luffy appeared in front of her, out of the blue. She attempted to attack, but before she could do anything, Luffy had grabbed her by the neck and smacked her into the ground. Marigold was concerned for Sandersonia, but turned her attention to Luffy. Useless. Your attack will bounce off me just like before. If I can just endure your speed, then your brute attacks won't be able to break through my guard. Ignoring her, Luffy attacked. Gamu Gamu no Jet Bazooka. Marigold toppled over from the force of the attack. The two snakes crawled back up, and Hancock yelled, Mary, Sonya, what are you playing around for? Haven't you forgotten that you are here to punish that man? Please forgive us, big sister. We will finish him off right away. Sandersonia stammered. Marigold and Sandersonia got up, and Sandersonia used Hebigami Tsuki, Yamada no Orochi, while Marigold set herself on fire with Hebigami Tsuki Salamander. The duo launched their snake hair at Luffy, who beat them up with Gamu Gamu no Gatling, before kicking the sisters in the stomach. Marigold and Sandersonia crashed into each other, but Sandersonia didn't have the fire resistance Marigold had and burned up. The sisters attempted to get away from each other, but realized that Luffy had tied their tails together in a knot. It burns. It burns. Sandersonia screeched. Please wait, big sister. You'll pull me too. Marigold yelled. Luffy just turned away from the duo and gave everyone a victory sign. Sandersonia fell over the railing, and in order to no fall into the spikes, she grabbed the other railing where the spectators sat. That was close, she muttered. Hancock murmured, what an outrage, but realized that in the fire, Sandersonia's shirt had burnt off. The mark on her back, it's in plain sight. Luffy immediately latched himself onto Sandersonia's back, much to Hancock's displeasure. That man, You damned man, Sandersonia growled. But Luffy just said, don't move. Even if you intend to kill me, I won't kill you. Don't get cocky, damn you. Sandersonia hissed in disbelief. Mary, hurry up and kill him now that you have the chance. What are you doing, Mary? Marigold stood there, not moving. I can't. Right now that man is protecting us. Just then, the crowd cried out how her back was exposed. You're covering my back, she asked, surprised. You mentioned this earlier, right? You'd rather die than let anyone see it, right? So don't move, Luffy said. Hancock was grateful to Luffy, but didn't show it. The show is over. Before the Gorgon's eyes is exposed, everyone clear out the arena, she declared. All the spectators promptly rushed out of the arena, and Hancock slumped back onto her throne, memories getting the better of her. You were just fighting me. Why are you helping me? Sandersonia asked softly. The thing you don't want anyone to see doesn't have anything to do with our fight. Can I let go now? He said, seeing the empty arena. He hopped off Sandersonia's back and Marigold helped her up. We're so sorry, big sister. Not only did we lose, but we were saved by our enemy. Luffy rightened the statue and asked, You gonna fight me next? Hancock sighed. That is enough. That is not my intention. Really, she doesn't have any cracks anywhere, right? He checked over the statues. All right, so you can change these guys back from stone now. The three sisters glared at him. What did you say? You should be able to do that somehow, right? They were only protecting me. They didn't do anything wrong. Hey, please, Luffy asked. I do indeed know how to turn those three back to their old selves. However, you said that there was a place you wanted to sail to, did you not? Yeah, my friends are waiting for me. Is that so? I will only fulfill one of your requests. Do you choose to have those three statues turned back or do you choose to leave the island? You must choose one of the two and give up on the other, Hancock declared. This will show how selfish men really are. Marigold and Sandersonia smiled. That's our big sister. Show us your true nature, man. To their shock, Luffy got on his knees. Really? Thanks. Then you'll save them, right? Thank you so much. The three Snake sisters were shocked. Hancock honored the deal and turned the three warriors back. What a relief. I was afraid you might have died, he said. He turned to Hancock. Hey you. Thanks. The three warriors bowed before her, and Hancock just told them to protect the island. She then told Luffy to meet her at the Kuja Palace. At Impel Down, all the supernovas were lying against the bars, too tired and hungry to move. They have been trapped there for 3 days, and on the first day, Bonnie kept complaining about food, which annoyed Kid and the others a lot. Drake sighed. He was getting restless. They all were. All that power rushing through their veins, unable to get out. It's like trying to contain the sea, except that it was actually contained, and the sea was trying to fight back. He shook his head at the irony. The sea was suppressing his powers, and yet, Bonnie, who had fallen asleep, just woke up to complain about food. The last thing I wanted was to be separated from my crew again, with supernovas again, to be complaining about food again, to be trapped in seastone shackles, unable to use my powers. Again, Law snapped. Having put up with Luffy was bad enough last time. But at least he had an indoor voice and didn't yell and demand food like a pink-haired age-changing girl, and wasn't constantly teasing him like a certain red-haired captain. Jesus Trafalgar, what happened to you? Kid asked. It wasn't normal for the Surgeon of Death to lose his cool so easily. And over something like whining for food. Drake and Hawkins looked at Law, and Bonnie just kept quiet, for once. Ignoring Kid, Law leaned back against the bars. Geez, I'm tired. I just want some peace and quiet so that my injuries would heal, no matter how slowly. That pacifista laser hurts like shit. Would it kill those damn Marines to give me bandages? I feel like I may bleed out at this rate. He unconsciously put his hand over his wound, where blood, while it had slowed down considerably, was dripping. He tried to hide the wince from the sharp pain that shot up his spine. But apparently it didn't work. Can't the doctor heal himself? Kid taunted. He was curious as to why Law was acting strangely. Kid, leave him alone. Drake grumbled. Yuru shifted slightly, accidentally bumping into Law. Watch it, he hissed. Law tried to huddle into a corner without aggravating his wound, hissed again as he accidentally touched it again, before falling asleep to try and escape the pain. What on earth happened to him? Kid asked. He was captured before, I think with Mugiwara, and that was like, I don't know, a week ago. 10 days. Probably he's just upset that he was caught again. Vijay grumbled. Mugiwara. Wait, you don't mean Mugiwara no Luffy, right? Ace asked. Yeah him. You know him. Drake replied. He was captured. When? Where? Is he hurt? The flame user rattled off more questions asking about Luffy's well-being when Hawkins stopped him. Last we saw him, he was quite well. However, so was Trafalgar. Suddenly, the elevator made a ding sound, and several guards entered. What's the ruckus about? They asked and smacked their weapons against the bar, waking Law up. He growled. Hey, gimme food. Bonnie demanded. Why should we give prisoners, criminals no less, food? You should suffer for your crimes. Their loud voices and constant clanging of weapons against the bars pissed him off. I just want to rest. Is that so much to ask for? After more of the Marines threatening the pirates, Law snapped. He turned to face the guards and glared at them. Look here, you dumb shits. If we were free, I would cut you to pieces and throw you into the calm belt with you still alive and feed you to the Sea King. But now you enjoy yourselves threatening injured and tired prisoners. So can you guys just shut the hell up before I make you? Law growled at the guards. The guards stepped back in fear at the pissed-off Supernova before grinning. Oh, and what are you going to do about it? Unlucky for the guards, Law was sitting in the corner closest to the door, so he just stuck his leg out through the bars and harshly kicked the guard's leg. The guard hopped away in pain. Law huffed and tried to sleep again. Scared, the guards ran away. He can do that even though he's bound in sea stone. Hey, what's going on? Luffy asked impatiently as he shook his leg, sitting on the ground. Oh, is this like a feast of the battle? If that's how it is, then I'd be happy to join. What's the speciality around here? It's a kind of meat, right? We have to show our gratitude, Sandersonia said. Thank you. No, you don't have to do that. I can't eat gratitude or anything. Luffy replied. If anyone were to see the mark on our backs, we would no longer be able to stay in this country. Marigold said. You may enter. Come inside, man. Inside. Luffy asked, looking around. Inside the curtains, is it food? He pulled back the curtains. Here I come. Oh, it's not food. Hey, how come you're naked? You are still as impudent as ever. No matter. Nervously, Hancock's snake turned her around and she lifted her hair, memories flashing through her mind. This mark. You said you've seen it somewhere, did you not? Please take another look to be sure. Where have you seen this? Do you know the meaning of this symbol? Luffy bent down to inspect what looked to be a circle with 3 triangles on top and 1 at the bottom. Answer me quickly. It's not something I like to have on display for very long, Hancock demanded, with her sisters with their heads down, nervous. After some time, Luffy said, Nah, it's not the one I was thinking of. Hancock put her hair back down as Luffy continued. My friend, a fishman called Hatcheye, has one. A fishman? Hancock asked. Yeah, a fishman. He's got one kinda like it on his head, so I must have gotten them mixed up. I've never seen your mark before. Luffy said. What? A fishman? Must be from his crew. But how does a sun tattoo even look like this thing on my back if he doesn't even recognize it? Hancock thought to herself, although her expression didn't change. If he does not know, then we should tell him. An elderly voice spoke up. Elder Nyan. 2 of the Snake sisters greeted. Again you appear out of nowhere. Hancock yelled, slightly enraged. Be honest, Snake Princess. You have already seen what big a heart the man has. Hancock had nothing to say to that. It is all right. Just relax and tell him everything. Elder Nyan reassured her. Hancock contemplated what the elder had said. Elder Nyan walked over to Luffy while asking, I am not mistaken in assuming that you are the pirate, Monkey D. Luffy, am I? Yeah, that's me. How do you know who I was? You have caused such an uproar, anyone would know. Look at this newspaper. Just the other day, on Sabaody Archipelago, close to the world's center of power, this man attacked a celestial dragon. This is an act that only one who does not fear the wrath of gods would perform. Elder Nyan exclaimed. All 3 sisters were shocked, letting their jaw drop. A celestial dragon, Hancock gasped. After that, he miraculously managed to escape from the strongest fighters of Central. After that, he somehow made it to outdistant Kingdom in a mere 2 days. There are so many things about this that I cannot understand. What are you? Marigold asked. I'm telling you, I was sent flying all of a sudden. I don't have a clue where this place is. Luffy seemed very proud of that fact for some reason. Turning serious, Luffy said, ranting, and I don't regret attacking that steel dragon or whatever that shitty guy's name is. Do you know what he did to my friends? He tried to buy Kami, buy her, as if she was a thing to be bought. And he shot Hatcheye, and he was happy about it. Then that means you really did stand up to the celestial dragons. Luffy nodded. So, such a fool still existed in this world. Hancock clenched her fists, and Luffy eyed her as she let a tear drop. Someone who would defy the heathens with no regard for his own life. Just like he did. Hancock covered her face. Hey, Luffy asked, curious. After calming down, Hancock said, I will tell you everything. Even the meaning behind the symbol branded into your friend's forehead. Hatcheye's mark. This is the hoof of the dragon galloping across the heavens, the crest of the celestial dragon. Luffy had no idea what that meant, but he could tell it was bad for her to even talk about it. It was burnt onto the flesh of those bought by the world nobles. It is a symbol that will never disappear, forever marking the bearer as less than human. The celestial dragons? Luffy asked, astonished. Nodding, she continued, we 3 sisters were once slaves of the celestial dragons. Hancock trembled, clutching her hand. The other 2 started tearing up, hating to have to remember their painful past. You were slaves? Luffy asked, truly concerned. It happened when I was 12 years old. We were abducted from the Kuja pirates and fell into the hands of slave traders. We were sold into slavery. Everything after that is a disgusting path which I do not wish to be reminded of. The first men I ever saw in my life were a terrifying crowd. Sandersonia started crying out loud, and Marigold tried to help her. The memories keep coming back. Sensing the fear, the hatred, the sadness, the loathing, Luffy tried to stop them. Hey, it's okay. Don't force yourselves. You don't have to tell me. But Hancock continued, it was a horrible life. We could not even see the tiniest sylph of hope. I only wanted to die. Hey, are you okay? However, one day, 4 years later, an incident occurred that shook the world government to its very core. No one dared to stand against the celestial dragons. That was an undisputed law. But then a man climbed the red line barehanded and snuck into the Holy Land Marieoa, home to the celestial dragons. He was an adventurer who would one day come to command an entire crew of fishermen pirates, Fisher Tiger. He entered the city responsible for so much cruelty towards his fellow fishermen, and razed it to the ground in order to free the fishermen's slaves. It was in his nature to hate humans, yet he indiscriminately freed slaves regardless of species. We, too, ran away as fast as we could. We cannot express how indebted we are to him. Wait, hold on a second. What do you mean by he razed it to the ground? The ground is below, Luffy asked, acting like his stupid self in ignorance. Hancock sighed, razed, not raised, seeing as Luffy cocked his head. Not knowing the difference which had the exact same pronunciation, she just said, it simple means he burned it to the ground. Though, anyway, Tiger allowed countless fishermen escape into the sea, but their slave markings would never fit. Having made an enemy of the world government, Tiger formed the Sun Pirates with those fishermen and left those waters. Like lifting a curse, he covered the marks of the celestial dragons and replaced them with the symbol of the sun. The mark which you mistook for my symbol was most likely the symbol of the fisherman pirate crew. Oh yeah, the mark on Hatchai's forehead does look like the sun. Does that mean he was a slave once too? Luffy did not want Hatchai to be a slave. He did kinda hurt Nami, but they're even now, and he makes good takoyaki. That is not necessarily the case, Hancock said. That symbol was put on everyone in that crew so nobody could tell who was a slave before. It definitely means he was a sun pirate though. Marigold finished. Fisher Tiger has long since died, and his crew has split into several smaller pirate crews. I guess this Hatchai, friend of yours, led a complicated life. That's why the mark on our backs resemble the fishman's brand. Really? Okay, I get it now. Ironically, the devil fruits that we were given as slaves to entertain out masters, the Miro no Mai and the Hebai no Mai, were what made it possible for us to deceive the country and protect our secret. If you haven't covered Sonya's back earlier, then we would not have been able to stay on this island any longer. Tears fell from her face. We must never let anyone learn of our past, even if it means deceiving an entire kingdom. We must never let our guard down as long as we live. We will never be slaves again. The idea of being at someone else's mercy, it's too frightening for me to endure. The elder balanced on her snake. But it sure has been a long time since you were sincere about your feelings. I was wondering if your heart had turned to stone by now. Be quiet, you traitor who abandoned the kingdom. Hancock wiped her tears and retorted, you're the one who should be silent. Nyan replied, saying how she had brought them back after being freed, and that was because she lived outside the kingdom. Obviously this didn't pacify Hancock. You try to change my mind because of such a small debt. The Snake Sisters had to hold the elder back, as she screamed about taking care of them. Do you hate me, now that you know that I was a slave? Hancock asked uncertainly, shaking in fear of the answer. What are you talking about? Luffy asked, confused. I told you, I hate the celestial dragons. How straightforward. But still, Hancock thought, before smiling, I like you. You had another request, did you not? Very well. Tell me where you want to go and I shall lend you a ship. Really, you're gonna lend me a ship? Luffy asked, stars in his eyes. Hancock blushed. He still accepted me for being a slave. I still hate men, but he's an exception. Don't worry about it. I would not lie. Hancock reassured him. Then please lend me a ship. It doesn't matter what kind of ship, it just has to sail. Luffy enthusiastically said, I promised my friends we'll be at the Sabaody archipelago. I hope I'm not too late. The departure is tomorrow morning. We will get you to the Sabaody archipelago. On the pirate ship, the sisters asked, thank you for your trouble. Luffy thanked them. It's no trouble at all. You should rest well tonight to prepare for the journey, Hancock said, excited to see his friends again. Luffy exclaimed, I'm getting off this island tomorrow. I want to see everyone as soon as possible. Hearing this, Hancock felt her heart ache. He really is a strange man. Nyan commented, Sonya, Mary, make sure Luffy has a seat for tonight's banquet. They looked like they were going to say no, but they eventually agreed to it. Hearing anything food-related, Luffy asked about it, and hearing there was going to be lots of food, he asked Hancock if she was going to join them, but she just said she was tired and was going to go to bed. I see, so you're gonna give me a ship and food. Man, when it rains, it pours. Luffy smiled. You mean to say you're generous, perhaps? Nyan asked. I never would have imagined the Snake Princess would trust this man so much. She then realized what was wrong with her. Hancock was confused about her feelings, while Luffy just cheered for the food. After the banquet was prepared, Luffy rushed into dining hall and ate everything he could get his rubbery hands on. Seeing no one eating, he turned to see everyone looking at him in shock. There's lots of delicious food. Aren't you going to eat anything? He asked, oblivious and with food in his mouth. Being Luffy and all, then I can eat yours too, right? This one too. Using his rubber abilities, he stole from almost everyone. Suddenly, Luffy looked around angrily. Quit screwing around. Cut it out already. He grabbed a wok and a ladle, to everyone's surprise. To his surprise, they all ran at him. Why aren't you singing? He asked, taking everyone off guard. They all fell at his feet, and Luffy is annoyed. What are you doing? He then addressed the rest of the pirates. Listen up, you all. You gotta do this to have a banquet. He then banged the ladle against the wok and sang Bink's sake. Everyone started laughing at Luffy, who was enjoying himself. Soon after, he stuck chopsticks up his nose and into his jaw. Just like I showed you, you do it like this. Like this. Like this. The female pirates started getting into it, and started pretending to shovel things while having a stupid face due to the chopsticks. They all started to laugh at Luffy's stupid actions of inflating himself with a funny face on his stomach, and was thrilled to know he loved their speciality. Sneaking up on him, all the women started grabbing at him face, but the only thing Luffy complained about was not being able to eat. He ran away, and with Margaret's help, managed to get away to a place where he could eat in peace. Marigold and Sandersonia was worried for Hancock. Tomorrow morning, Hancock muttered, looking at a glass of water, before fainting. Margaret led Luffy to Nyan, who was reading the papers. She asked Margaret to get Luffy some tea as he munched on the food happily. Nyan told Luffy they didn't get any news, and since Hancock was a Shichibukai, it was better to be aware of what's going on. Who's a Shichibukai? The Snake Princess. What? She's a Shichibukai. Luffy yelled. Does that mean she's strong? Nyan sighed. You're a pirate, yet you did not know that. Nope, I didn't know. Don't you read the newspapers? Nope, don't read them. What a surprise. Nyan told Luffy Hancock's first bounty was 80 million berry, and since the Kyujo Pirates already has a reputation, the government was wary of Hancock and made her a Shichibukai. Margaret brought the tea, before taking something out. Oh, Luffy, I forgot that I took this when we kinda rescued you. She held out Luffy's shrunken staff, and his eyes lit up. I had totally forgotten about it. Thanks so much. Her title is at risk of being lost, since she refuses to battle with the Marines against Whitebeard. What? Whitebeard? Wait a second. This is more than I can take in all at once. Luffy drank some tea, trying to sort out his thoughts. The battle will happen sooner or later, but sooner now that the government made their first move. Whitebeard would never let his mates get killed, even though they know that. They have announced the public execution of Whitebeard's elite subordinate, Porcus D. Ace. Luffy's eyes widened. Who? Ace. Fire Fist Ace. Ace is going to be executed? With no heed to Luffy's plummeting thoughts and emotions, Nyan continued on. I heard a pirate called Blackbeard turned him in to become a Shichibukai. The government wants to make use of this large chip they gained against Whitebeard. Luffy grabbed her by the shoulders. Granny, he's my big brother. Ace is my big brother. What? Is it true? Is he your older brother? I didn't even know he was captured. What do you mean execution? He can't get out of it. If Whitebeard wins, he can probably be saved. What do I do? Where is he going to be executed? It says it will take place in the plaza of Marineford where the Navy headquarters stand, in a week, which sold be 6 days from today. That's too soon. How long does it take to get to the Sabaody archipelago from here? I think it takes more than a week. Luffy clenched his fists. If it takes that long, it will be all over for Ace before I meet my Nakama. Then how long would it take to get to where Ace is from here? Impel Down is where he is imprisoned. It would take a week by pirate ship, 4 days by marine ship. Why are Marines so fast? Nyan explained about the current the Marines used, and Luffy took the paper Ace gave him. Could that mean your older brother's fever card? Nyan asked. Is that why the paper was so important? Margaret asked. That was a different piece. This is Ace's piece. Again, Nyan explained what fever cards were. When I first got it, it was 10 times bigger than this. Ace has his own adventure. Me wanting to save my strong big brother will just make Ace angry. But, at that time, Luffy made a heartbreaking decision. Sorry guys, I'm gonna take a short detour. I wanna go save Ace. You know how reckless this is and how big the battle is gonna be, right? It's like an ant jumping into a storm. It's futile. You may just get cast aside without a chance of doing anything. Nyan tried to reason with him. I don't care about what may happen. I wanna go anyway. I can't just sit around and let this happen. All right, I understand. So you're going to save the most important prisoner in the world. If there is any chance at all, you must go to the great prison where he is being held without any delay. Once he is moved to the execution ground in Marineford, he will be guarded by the admirals and the Shichibukai. Since Ace is so important, the prison should also be heavily guarded. It's impossible to break in. I don't care what happens. Right now I just need to get there. I have to get Ace while he is still there. If I had a big enough oar, I'd just paddle out there. Luckily he was stopped. Wait, this can't be solved with just brute strength. This is a slim chance, but the Snake Princess has refused to answer the call for the Shichibukai to assemble. If she responded, she could take advantage of it and sneak you onto the battleship. There's a marine ship here. Then I'm gonna go ask her. Suddenly the door burst open, and Warrior Messenger reported about Hancock with some disease. Much the shock of both the pirate and elder. Collapsed. What did you say? Somewhere on Kurigana Island. Urgh, where am I? Stay still, you idiot. I'm trying to bandage your wounds. Wait, you seem familiar. Wait, you're the one who was with that warlord we beat up. What? You again? What are you doing here? Me, I was here first. I should be asking you that question. Upon hearing the ruckus, a man with a huge sword on his back walked into the room. What the hell are you two doing here? And more importantly, how did you get here? MIHAWK. I have been waiting for you, Boa Hancock. Momonga said. I told you my conditions over the Den Mushi. Hancock went back to being the usual man-hating woman she was. If this is about your request to make a stop at Impel Down, then I have permission from above. Only you and the snake will be coming, correct? Pirates, especially the Shichibukai, are forbidden to approach the prison. This is a special case. There's no time, so you can't stay there for long. I realize that. Marigold, Sandersonia, and the rest of the Kuja pirates sent them off. I will be going then. I leave the kingdom to you for the time being. Hancock boarded the ship. Looks like the wait was worth it. Now it seems I can fulfill my mission. Still, considering how opposed you were to coming along earlier, you still made the right decision. Hancock's, or rather Luffy's, stomach rumbled. While it seems even the Snake Princess is still human, even your stomach growls in hunger. He commented, slightly amused. Do not be absurd. An empress would not make such a disgusting. Cue the Luffy's black hole stomach wanting meat sound. What was that? It was me. Hancock replied, her face red. Now most would assume it was because of her stomach, but she was red mostly because, well, Luffy was kinda pressing against her butt. Sorry, Hancock. Just now everyone kept chasing me so I couldn't eat properly. Luffy apologized softly, not knowing how many people would die, or have already died, to be in the same position as he. If you are discovered here, there will be no recourse. I will give you food later, but now you must endure it. Okay, but can you climb a little higher? It's hard to walk like this. Like this. Luffy did what he was told, making Hancock make a weird sound, stop walking, and turn even more red. Momonga seemed to notice this, and asked her, do you have a fever? Your face is red. It is nothing. In that case, could you please do something about my petrified crew? I can't return to the Navy headquarters like this, with them in such disgraceful state. Are they all dead? Luffy asked, forgetting. WHS that a man's voice just now. It was me. Hancock snapped, trying to cover up for Luffy. Momonga looked at her weirdly. Hancock fakes a sneeze, and said, the night air is bad for my body. I've likely caught a cold. Sorry your hair tickles. It would seem I have deceived him, somehow. This is only a hunch, but you aren't planning on anything, are you? Whatever could you mean? Hancock put up an accusatory tone. Your behavior seemed different from our previous encounter. He knows, Luffy asked quietly. My mind and body are untarnished and free of sin. If you have such doubts, why not examine my body yourself? I do not mind. I give you my permission. Hancock challenged. What are you doing? Luffy asked. Momonga turned away. No. When you put it like that, I have only to take your word. Take care of my crew. We're going to Impel Down. But we can't even move the ship as it is now. Asauter said. Hancock used Awaken to turn the Marines back, and Momonga ordered the unstoned, confused crew to head to Impel Down. Hancock settled into the private room the Marines gave her, and Luffy passed out, sleeping, but not long before waking up again, the scene of him losing his crew not once, but twice, replaying in his mind. Luffy, Hancock said, just a dream, huh? Luffy asked sadly, guilt overtaking himself. I'm sorry guys, I have to save Ace. Seemed like a very bad dream. I was dreaming about my friends. I see. What can I possibly say to him? Hancock started covering her face and screeching, while Luffy just spun his hat on his finger. Bored? What are you doing, Hammock? Just then, the door slowly creaked open. Hancock sighed, again. Wait here, Luffy. She strode to the door, proudly. How many times must I repeat myself before you understand? Hancock kicked the Marine that attempted to enter her room, the Marine scuttling away in fear and awe of the female pirate. A Marine attempted to hand her some food, but she just kicked him, seeing the small potions of food. You ought to remember after the first time, you imbecile. My meals must weigh no less than 100 kilograms. Any less than that will not satisfy my hunger. She did her look down on you so much I look backwards thingy. Do you wish for me to turn you to stone again? No, please forgive me. I'll be more precise this time. Someone bring her another meal bowl. The more Marines shuddered. Luffy and Salome attacked the meat while Hancock was stuck in her daydreams. Hey, what are you doing over there in the corner? Luffy asked while eating. Hancock turned away from him. You're not eating anything. This Sea King meat tastes awesome. I'm fine. My heart is already full. Damn, I can't see her. A voice was heard outside the room. She's got the curtains up. It's true. I can't see. Maybe I can see through this crack. Pissed off, Hancock opened the door and promptly used Miro Mellow on the two Marines. She sighed. This trip is going to be much more annoying than I expected. But that's okay because Luffy is with me. Luffy questioned her about it, but she just brushed it off. After he finished eating, Luffy laid down on the sofa bed, looking at Ace's Vivre card. Don't worry, Ace. I'll save you, no matter what. And it was like this for the 4 days until they got to Impel Down, resulting in the Marines' food supply severely depleted. Another 10 Marines petrified. A love-struck Hancock, a worried Luffy, and a sighing manga at the dumbness of his bunch of Marines. In Impel Down, I hear footsteps, Hawkins muttered, catching the attention of his fellow supernovas. Law opened an eye before going back to sleep. Some visitor was not going to interrupt his recovery. Who is it? Killer asked. He seems familiar. Wait, Garp. Drake hissed. Garp the hero walked up to the cell next to theirs, taking note of the some awake, some partially awake, and one sleeping pirate, but paid no heed to them. You still alive there, Ace? Tired eyes looked back up at the Vice Admiral. Old man, I'm impressed that you're still conscious, with all those wounds. Ace, because of you, Navy headquarters, no, the entire world government is in an uproar. BWAHAHAHA. Law woke up from the laughter, and along with the rest of the supernovas, sweat dropped. You're a Marine Vice Admiral. How the hell is that funny? Kill me. Just kill me. Kill you, you say. You fool. Anything we could do now is pointless. If you died now, it wouldn't stop Whitebeard. No one can stop this now. We have angered the King of the Sea. Tears welled up in Ace's eyes. Pops. Garp sighed. I wanted you and your brother to be Marines. Don't even mind Marines. You two became notorious outlaws instead. I'm sure you heard the rumors about him too. He picked a fight with the world government at Water 7. And managed to evade the island of Law, Inai's lobby. I shot over there and gave him a taste of the old man's fist of love. Inai's lobby. Nijiwara. Ace's eyes shot up. Leave him alone, shitty Gramps. He shrugged. Doesn't seem to have helped one bit. He caused a huge uproar on Sabaody Archipelago. I don't expect less from him. BWAHAHA. This old man is crazy. Hero of the Marines or not. The supernovas thought. Also, I told Luffy about his father. He was really surprised to hear that he had a father. Apparently Mujiwara never had a good education. Law thought, doesn't matter whether we know about it or not. As annoying as it is, both of yous carry the blood or a world-renowned criminal. There's no way we could have been Marines. Even thought I owe my mother a great debt of gratitude and took the name Porcus. I still can't stand the thought that I carry the blood of that worthless father of mine. I don't remember him at all, and I don't owe him anything. Now what does that mean? Renowned criminals. Even that idiotic kid statue captain. Drake wondered. Yeah, I get what you mean. But he was just. That's why my old man is Whitebeard, and nobody else. Standing up, Garp proceeded to leave. You don't want to die now. Whitebeard isn't going to stand for that. Not to mention, he would be devastated if you died here. You saw how he acted when he died. He walked to where the lift was, you know. I'm glad Kuma sent Luffy's crew away. It was heartbreaking for him, for sure. But at least he won't be able to act recklessly while searching for his crew. At the entrance to Impel Down, Vice Admiral Manga. We've arrived at Impel Down. A Marine yelled. Hurry and open the gates. Aye, aye, sir. Luffy pushed the curtains aside to see. That's the largest prison in the world. The Marine ships entered the gates of justice, towards Impel Down. A knock on the door was heard. Hancock Dono. We have arrived. Turning, Hancock replied, I will be there shortly. What is this? Luffy muttered to himself. There are more warships here than there were in the Buster Call. Currently this is the most dangerous place in the world. Obviously it would be well guarded. But are you telling me that you have witnessed the Buster Call? Hancock asked. I've only heard rumors about it. From what I understand, 5 Marine Vice Admirals will bring 10 warships and attack the target all at once. It's the Marines' ultimate tactic. Luffy ignored her and asked, so, Ace is inside here. He's probably far below the surface, Hancock said, tying up her cloak. How hide under my clothes? Manga and Hancock walked to Impel Down, and the Marines started cheering for Hancock. Annoyed, Hancock wanted to petrify them, but Manga stopped her. Are we inside yet? Luffy asked. Not yet. Do not be impatient, Luffy, she replied, keeping her movements to the minimum and a fair distance between herself and Manga. Your condition for helping us was that you wanted to see the man at the center of these events, Porcus DAs, for yourself, right? I told you before, but this place is usually strictly off limits to pirates, even the Shichibukai. Once you enter, you will be restrained with sea prison stone cuffs. You will also have to go through a full body check at the entrance. We cannot let you free any of the inmates or anything, after all. Momonga said. Luffy, they will do a full body check once we enter. Hancock said, I'm worried. With sea prison stone cuffs, she could not use her powers to help Luffy if he needed it. And a body check would probably mean they will remove her cloak. And finding Luffy, we'll figure something out. Just keep going. Luffy was determined. The gates to Impel Down opened. Here we go, Luffy. The second they entered Impel Down, torturous cries of the locked-up criminals rang through the prison like a chorus, echoing off the walls. What an oppressive atmosphere. Is this what hell is like? Momonga thought. We have finally made it inside. We cannot relax yet, however, Hancock thought. I welcome you to my Impel Down. My mistake. Calling it my Impel Down is too ambitious. I am still but the assistant warden, Hannibal. Pleasure to meet you. Hannibal stuck his hand out for Momonga to shake. I'm Momonga. I've heard what you are here for. And you must be the Empress, Hancock Dono? My Empress, Hancock Dono. Oh, forgive me. I'm being too ambitious again. Momonga sweat dropped. This idiot is the assistant warden? That stinking warden. Oh, my mistake. Warden Magellan is in his office down on level 4. You will be taken there right now. Your escorts will be the Vice Chief Jailer Domino here and myself. It seems you are short on time, so please, come this way. Vice Admiral, you go over there and undergo your body check. Snake Princess, please follow me. Domino said. She lead Hancock to the inspection room. Our prisoners are all sent into this cage where they are stripped of their clothes and lowered into pots of boiling water. We call this the lukewarm bath of hell. We use it to disinfect and baptize our prisoners before they are put in their cells. Even among those prisoners, there are some who are tougher than others. A few of our recent inmates, Heiken no Ace, as well as the Shichibukai Jinbei, former Shichibukai Crocodile, as well as those new and uprising pirates, the 11 Supernovas. Luffy tensed up upon hearing Ace's name, and even more so when he heard about the Supernovas. Wait, Torao too. He was caught. I went through the baptism without even batting an eyelash. Here you are. Domino entered a room. Guests check in inside this private room. Don't worry. Hancock entered and looked around the room, trying to find any den mushies or things like that. Now please remove the cloak. Domino requested. It's the easiest way to conceal someone, so please hand it over to me. I have no reason to suspect you, but if you were thinking of pulling anything suspicious, we have den mushes all over Impel Down. They transmit everything they see to the security monitors. Well, she just told me what I needed. Well then, first things first. Put on the sea prism stone shackles. Domino said, raising up said item. I am not a prisoner, and yet I still need shackles. You are too cautious, so show me your hands. Hancock looked around. It was just that Snail and Domino. That should be easy. Putting up a cute face. Hancock said, please be gentle with me. Domino and the den mushy blushed, and Hancock used Miro Mellow to petrify them. You can come out now, Luffy, Hancock said sweetly, letting Luffy out from under her cloak. That was close. I thought I'd have to make a break for it when they weren't watching. You can turn anything into stone? This seems to be as far as I can take you. After this, my abilities will be restrained by sea prison stone, and you cannot hide once they've taken my cloak. I had hoped to be of more help to you. What are you saying? There's no way I'd have made it all the way here by myself. You got me inside a building surrounded by warships. You've helped me plenty. Luffy, this is a stronghold made to lock people away. No matter what happens, please do not cause an uproar here. If you get captured, you will never be able to get out. Though you are strong, will you promise me to not cause any disturbances? Luffy grabbed Hancock's hand. Right. I got it. I promise. Thanks a lot, Hancock. I'll never forget what you did for me here. I'll repay you someday. Hancock was stunned again. He called me Hancock. Now my life is complete. Luffy crawled to the ceiling. Hey, you can turn them back now. I'll be fine. This must be mutual affection. Hey, Hancock turned the den mushy and Domino back and the body check was done. A tasteless treatment of someone who isn't a prisoner. Who the hell do you think I am? Please tolerate it. It's one of the rules of Impel Down. Luffy took the chance to crawl out of the room and followed the group, while on the ceiling, Hancock and the 3 Marines entered the lift, and Luffy hung himself slightly upside down. Luffy, I pray for you fortune. Luffy gave her a thumbs up and mouthed, thanks a lot. Stunned, Hancock stumbled a bit. He called me love. She collapsed, and Domino and Momonga tried to help her. Hancock Dono, what's wrong? Hannibal asked. Be careful with her. What's this all of a sudden? Seeing the lift gone, Luffy asked himself, well, now where do I go? The lift's going down. Hancock said Ace was probably at the bottom of the sea. That's it. That's what I've got the Vivre card for. Over there, Following the Vivre card, Luffy set off to find Ace. Luffy placed the Vivre card on his palm and looked down the staircase where the Vivre card was moving towards, so Ace is down there. He rushed down the stairs. The Vivre card is telling me to go down there. but it looks like a dead end. He heard footsteps, so he quickly slung himself to the ceiling. They verified him as a devil fruit user. Don't forget the sea prism stone. Hurry, we'll split up and surround him. They found me already, but I promised Hancock not to make a scene. Maybe if I stay quiet they'll forget me. Luffy headed to where it seemed to be the quietest. Are all these rooms prison cells? Down the hallway, painful, tortured screeches were heard. Screams. Well, whatever. I've got to find Ace. Luffy ran off again, but for no reason, spikes fell off the ceiling. Luffy jumped out off the way just in time. What the? More traps were activated, as sea prism stone arrows were shot at him from all over the place. That was close. Luffy sighed, as he successfully dodged all the arrows. The second he stepped on the next stone, a trapdoor opened, but Luffy grabbed onto an arrow embedded into the wall. What is this all of a sudden? Hey, the anti-secape traps over there have gone off. Crap, I didn't even do anything. Luffy slinged himself to the ceiling, just as the guards came running. The trapdoor is open. That is quite a drop. Forget it. We have to find prisoner 820. The guards yelled, running off. Luffy dropped back to the ground, but another batch of guards saw him. Wait. Luffy ran out the corridor, before grabbing several hanging chains, which activated another trapdoor. What? The guards yelled, falling into the hole. No one's coming. Whatever. Luffy ran along the hallway, ignoring the prisoners' pleads to free them. He did ask for directions though. Do you guys know where Ace is? Ace? You mean Hyken no Ace? Yeah, I want to save him. Don't be reckless. True, I did hear that he'd been sent here. If he is, he's probably down in level 5. You can't get there. It's impossible. They keep guys with over 100 million there. Level 5. Anyway, mind stealing the keys for us? Yeah, please bro. Don't you think it must be fate that we met here in this world? More screaming and footsteps were heard, and Luffy saw Buggy and 5 more blue gorillas chasing him. The Blue Gory, run bro, they'll kill ya. The 6 beings came closer to them, as a Blue Gory brought an axe down on Buggy. Forgetting who he was, Luffy was startled by the brutalness of the Blue Gory. What is with these guys? Luffy screamed as he ran. Fools, don't look down on the man with the power of the Bara Bara no Mai. Buggy yelled gleefully, before realizing Luffy was with him. Mugiwara. Why are you here? Did you come to save me when you heard I was in prison? Shut up, buffoon. Don't screw with me, you moron. You're as cheeky as ever, I see. I didn't know you've been captured too. I wasn't captured. I came here on my own. What do you mean? Luffy turned the corner as Buggy slammed into a wall. He peeled himself off the wall to follow Luffy. What do you mean? What sort of idiot would willingly enter a prison? Impel down of all prisons. Luffy blatantly ignored him question. I promised Hancock that I wouldn't cause a ruckus, but you dragged me into this. It's not like I wanted to get you involved. The 2 devil fruit users grabbed each, oblivious to the approaching Blue Gory and their silly argument. Suddenly, Luffy jumped backwards, dragging Buggy with him as a Blue Gory attempted to hit them. Well, I just got foiled in Buggy's great jailbreak plan. Who gives a shit? Balloon. What'd you call me? Turning the corner, they saw Blue Gory coming at them. They're coming from the front. No shit. Shut up, Mugiwara. Why are you escaping anyway? What are you talking about? Stupid rubber for brains? You don't know what they put me through. These guys are cold-blooded monsters. Obviously, Button. They're not humans. That's not what I meant. You just have to avoid getting caught. It's that simple, Ruggy. Stop giving me stupid names, Mugiwara. My name is Buggy. Anyway, I'm in a hurry. Come to think of it, I've already caused an uproar, which is your fault by the way, Nosy. I can't stand you in red hair. You always think positively in a bad way. And don't insult me. Luffy just yelled back at him. I don't care what your name is, clown face. I just want these guys off my back and be on my way. Fine, let's do this. We just have to fight him, right? Time for a great, flashy clang of plans. Buggy yelled, stopping. Agreed. Gamu Gamu no Gatling. Luffy stopped too and yelled, taking out the Blue Gory before Buggy could even move a muscle. Shock. Buggy put on a brave face. So, you've become a little stronger now, haven't you? Amazing. He beat all the Blue Gory with one move. Hey, what are you? Please open the lock for us. Shut up. Luffy yelled at them, scaring the prisoners half to death. I didn't come here to free random nobodies. I want a free Ace. What? You want a free Ace? Yup. Quiet. You're the one shouting, Nugget. That doesn't even sound like my name anymore. Hey, come on, get the key to the cage. That's enough out of you. Shut up. You know Ace. Sure, unlike you, he was a gentleman. We had a blast and became drinking buddies. It's a shame what happened to him. To lay a hand on Whitebeard's crew, the Marines sure are stupid. I want to go to level 5. The prisoners and Buggy said nothing before yelling, what? I want to save Ace. Think I care. If you want to go, then go by yourself. Think we're friends or something. Buggy yelled, no way I'm going somewhere that dangerous. See ya. If you ain't leaving, I'll just escape on my own. Even with over a dozen warships out there. You think you can get out? Before either of them could say anything, more Bluegory came rushing at them. Okay. Luffy and Buggy ran off again. Buggy considered ditching Luffy to let him handle the Bluegory, but he noticed the arm back on Luffy's. Well, arm, that bracelet of yours is nice. Give it to me. What are you talking about? Nami gave it to me. I'll tell you how to get to Ace. Seriously? Sure. Will you give me the bracelet? Yeah, sure. Luffy promptly peeled the bracelet off and tossed it at Buggy. All right. First, let's loose these guys. Carry my feet. Feet. Luffy grabbed hold of Buggy's feet, and Buggy flew in the air above him. Run, Mugiwara. Don't lose those. I'll take you to level 2. Level 2. That's not it. Level 5. Level 5. That's why I'm taking you there. You can't go straight to level 5. I was sent to level 4. And some prisoners say there is a level under level 5. Though it's probably just a rumor. If it is true, Hyken no Ace would be there. I can't take you any deeper than level 4 though. Luffy smiled. Really? You're a nice guy, you know. Buggy blurted out the truth behind wanting Luffy's bracelet. Luffy didn't care. You can keep the stupid bracelet thingy. I don't care. Saving Ace is more valuable to me. You do know I can just fly off and leave you in here. You could, but you said you'll show me the way. Don't look at me with honest eyes like that. I'm just a cheap, worthless scumbag. You can't just take my word. Buggy started crying. He was thinking of how to get away from Luffy when he slammed into another wall, not looking where he was flying. So we'll get there faster if we break that wall. Leave it to me. Luffy punched the wall with all his might, directly into the Marine's intercom station. Who are these guys? That's Buggy the Clown, who escaped from his cell. But who's the other one? Luffy smashed through the other side of the room. What the hell is this place? A forest inside the prison. A red forest. Lots of people down there too. Screams of prisoners getting cut from the metal edges rang inside the prison, echoing off the bloody walls. Those are the prisoners. This isn't an ordinary forest. The blades on the trees are razor sharp, called saber trees. The grass on the ground, needle grass, pierces your body like spikes. Chased by poisonous speuters and jailers, prisoners run around getting cut, staining them with blood. This is level 1, Crimson Hell. Buggy explained. This really is hell. Did Ace have to go through this? I got it. We can keep falling like this. Throw my feet onto the ground. Luffy threw Buggy's feet to the ground, and being a Bara no Mai user, Buggy didn't get cut, so Luffy safely flew above the grass, riding on Buggy's back. As long as I have my feet on the ground, we'll be fine. We don't need a cat or a staircase either. Crimson Hell has an escape route. Buggy flew to the center of the bloody prison. Oh, it's pitch black. It's an escape route. But there's nobody who tries to escape through here, since this leads to level 2, which is a worse hell than this. Okay, we just have to jump in. Luffy leapt off Buggy's back, resulting in the clown yelling, "Hey!" He has no self-control. Ain't he afraid of anything? Suddenly, Buggy was shot by a few jailers. He dodged them, but it resulted in him leaping into the hole in a rather dramatic fashion. You're kidding. I'm finally out of that cage. I can't be falling into that hell. This hole is deep. Wonder what's in there. Luffy landed on the ground and continued running, while Buggy just crashed into the ground. Come on, let's go. Luffy grabbed Buggy by the head and ran off. Wait a second. Luffy dragged Buggy all over the place until he reached a dead end, so this is level 2. That's right. This is the hell of the accursed beasts, even more horrifying than level 1. Damn you, you were running around like a moron. Beasts roamed this entire floor, like that thing. They already found us. A small hippo appeared, and Buggy tried to poke it, but it just enlarged its jaw and tried to eat the pirate. Run, awesome, he's fast for a hippo. This is no time to be admiring it. Prepare to turn left. The hippo ended up crashing into a wall. He's fast, but he only runs in a straight line. The hippo leapt out of the smoke and ate Buggy's body. Screeching, Buggy's head floated away. I'm Buggy-sama, the Bara man. No stupid hippo is going to eat me. Just as he said that, the hippo screamed in pain, throwing up Buggy's body. You got your body back, Buffy. Shut up and keep running, Mugiwara. Isn't there some way to get out of here? A faint sound was heard on the ceiling. What was that? Maybe it's a bat. A being swooped down, almost slicing Buggy to bits. Bara Kiku Deshita. It's some sort of mantis monster. Buggy screamed in fear. It sure is a big mantis, Luffy commented, before jumping out of the way. And the bug monster attempted to slice the both of them into shreds. Man, he sure can cut. This is no time to be impressed. If I'm chopped much more, it's gonna be a big problem. You're pretty good. Luffy walked up to the mantis and stuck out his hand. Do you want to be my nakama? The mantis looked confused and turned to look from the hand to Luffy. What are you talking about, Mugiwara? Buggy screamed at him. The mantis seemed to be proud that Luffy asked it, and started to display its moves, eventually getting its blades stuck in the ground. Think he's stuck? Luffy asked Buggy, what should we do? What do you mean, what should we do? Wanna go? Yeah, let's go. The two pirates left the poor mantis stuck. Those things are accursed beasts. They don't seem all that tough. True, they're nothing like what I heard. Level 1 was worse than this. If you think about it, there's no way accursed beasts could really. A gust of wind stopped Buggy from continuing his sentence. What was that? Luffy asked, before seeing Buggy tense up. What's up? Luffy looked in the direction Buggy was looking, and a scaly face stared back at him. Huge. It's an accursed beast. They yelled in unison. They ran from the giant basilisk, and Buggy started lagging behind. Hey, Mugiwara, wait up. Hurry up, stupid big nose. What did you call me? Are you deaf too, red nose? On Kurigana Island. Please, train me as a swordsman. I am disappointed in you, Roronoa. Are you asking your enemy for instructions? Shame on you. Get out of here. I have no time for a boring man. I think I was overestimating you. What are you doing? That's just embarrassing. I want to get stronger. You were beaten and couldn't go out to sea, so you came back here. I have nothing to teach you. Now if you please excuse me, I have to go now. Where are you going? That is none of your concern, Ghost Girl. However, if you must know, there is going to be a war between Whitebeard and the Marines over Heiken no Ace's execution. Heiken no Ace. Then, let me go too. What are you saying? Knowing my captain, he won't let Ace be executed. Not like that. Very well then. Impress me. Impress me on the battlefield, Roronoa Zoro. What? You're gonna let him fight in this condition? When we reach there, I will drop you by the side of Marineford, where Whitebeard would enter the war. Anything after that, it's your own doing. Damn it, the rumors were true after all. Buggy yelled, we're going to die. I never wanted to come to level 2. I was planning to leave you behind and make a run for it. Did you say something? What the hell is that chasing us? It's the rarest of the mutants. The snake that hatched from a chicken nest, the basilisk. It came from a chicken. You sure it wasn't a chicken that hatched from a snake nest? Are you kidding me? Does that even matter? It's just attack and eat people, so they brought it down here as a guard. The basilisk chased them all over the place, and eventually, Luffy got fed up. I don't have time for this. Gamu Gamu no giant pistol. Luffy inflated his fist before Buggy could protest and hammered him hand into the face of the basilisk, knocking the beast out, and also smashed a room in the process, before shrinking. All right, I beat it. Stupid chicken snake. Your hand became large. Buggy yelled in shock, eyes popping out of his skull. What did you do just now? Gear 3rd. Luffy replied in high little squeaky voice. Seems like we beat it somehow. You shrunk. Buggy yelled at the little rubber man. Right, I'm back to normal, Luffy exclaimed, shooting up to his proper height. A clank was heard as something fell out of Luffy's pocket. What's this? Buggy yelled and reached out a hand to pick it up, but Luffy smacked his hand away. Don't touch that. Luffy yelled. Oh, why you do that for, Mugiwara? Buggy screamed back. Shut up, stupid nose. You shut up, rubber face. The gods have come to free us from hell. A cheerful voice was heard from neighboring cells. Amazing. They beat that monster. They defeated the basilisk. You did it. You guys are awesome. I don't know who you are, but thanks. Buggy, having his self-esteem raised. Buggy fetched the keys from the knocked-down security room that Luffy just happened to knock down, much to Luffy's protest. The rest of the prisoners started hailing Buggy as a god, much to Luffy's disgust. Grabbing Buggy, he dragged him along. Are you satisfied now? Hurry up and show me the way. Is there another hole to take me to level 3? Shut up, Mugiwara. I can't remember all the passageways in this maze of a prison. Cut it out. You told me you'd guide me to level 4. That was a lie. A lie to get the treasure. You lied. Luffy looked at Buggy, hurt. Suddenly, all the prisoners rushed back where they came from, almost trampling the 2 pirates underfoot. What's up with you, guy? Wasn't think your chance to escape? Buggy yelled. We got a little ahead of ourselves. We don't have a chance here. As long as the boss on this floor is here, we're better off inside the cells. Mugiwara, I'll tell you how to get to level 3. Didn't you say just now that you didn't know? Big fat red nose. Who are you calling big nose? If you have problems, how about I lend you a hand? A familiar voice was heard. Luffy turned his head and saw the guy that he met at Little Garden, who was trying to kill his friends by making them statues. It's been a long time, Mugiwara no Luffy. Thanks to you, I am now a free man. I am a man who always repays his debts. You seem familiar, but who are you? Luffy asked, the guy pinning up the drooping 3 on top of his head. Oh, you were on the Giant's Island. 3, it's Mr. 3. Several beasts noticed the trio and started chasing them. We can't keep running forever, Luffy yelled, Buggy and 3 behind him. True, but if we get caught, we'll just end up as food. And if we wait, the prison staff from other floors will come here to catch us. Untired, the former Baroque Works agent sighed as he followed along. Gongamu no pistol, Bara Bara cannon, candle lock. The trio launched their attacks at the beasts, knocking out the manticores, but ended up scattering the scorpions into smaller ones. The giant centipede exploded. Luffy screamed. It's made up of several smaller puzzle scorpions. 3 yelled knowingly, they're poisonous. They just keep on coming. The trio was chased all over the place, up until the beasts had no idea where they were. Phew, I think we lost them, Buggy said, turning back while running, before he crashed into a large furry pile. What's this? Run, Buggy, 3 yelled, pulling Buggy away as more manticores started chasing them. Please help. It hurts. Help. Luffy turned back when he heard the beasts calling for help. Don't listen. They're just imitating what they've heard. They don't know what they're saying. 3 yelled. Creepy. Buggy shivered. Hey, you said you'll lend us a hand, right? Luffy asked. Of course. We should combine our resources to escape from here. How do I get further down? I want to get to level 3. You can. Wait, what? 3's eyes poked out of his face. Why do you even want to go down? Aren't you trying to escape? Aren't you going to level 1? Mugiwara wants to free his brother, Ace. Buggy informed 3 in a bored tone. What? Mugiwara and Hyken no Ace are siblings. And you're gonna rescue him? Yeah, I am. So what? I'm in a hurry. Ace must be in level 5. You're gonna go there. Stop joking around. You're insane. I'm getting out of here. 3 ran up a staircase, but Luffy pulled him back. Can you tell me where the stairs are or something? All right, let's go on together. 3 replied willingly, to Luffy's surprise. The 3 of them ran, and 3 ran into something. Something's here. Back. It's the guardian of the stairs, the Sphinx. 3 yelled. Lion. No, it's an old guy. Luffy muttered. The rest of the manticores caught up with them, but they were scared off by the Sphinx. The Sphinx raised its humongous paw and attempted to smash them, but they all dodged in time and took off. The Sphinx started spouting random noodle types, causing Luffy to stop. It's been a long time since I had some food. Damn it, how strong is that thing? What are you guys doing? Luffy turned to 3 and Buggy. Here it comes, Mugiwara. They both yelled, and Luffy jumped up in time to avoid the Sphinx and smashed his fists into its face. It injured it, but it wasn't enough to stop it. 3 used his wax to make fake statues, successfully distracting the beast, and promptly escaped with Buggy. Haha, that one. No, that one. Luffy was having the time of his life, riding on top of the Sphinx, letting it play whack-a-mole, not knowing that the 2 had escaped. He's playing with the Sphinx, Buggy exclaimed in disbelief. Eventually Buggy and 3 had gotten away from Luffy and attempted to sneak into the security room. Just as several guards rushed out, we have visual on Mugiwara no Luffy. Go capture him. The other 2 escapes shouldn't be too far behind. Hey, we got away from him. 3 commented. Let's free the other prisoners to make some chaos, Buggy said. Meanwhile, the Sphinx had smashed a hole through the ground, and Luffy went tumbling down with him. Luffy landed face first in the sand. OWW, it's hot. Hey, where's Buggy and 3? He looked around, realized that we was alone with the Sphinx. All right, it's hot. It's sandy. This must be level 3. Now, how to get to level 4? But why is it so hot? It's really big. I wonder where are the stairs? Luffy muttered, standing on top of the Sphinx. Luffy just jumped off and ran in a random direction. His running slowly became walking, which slowed to a crawl. A roasted bird dropped like a rock onto Luffy's head. Wow. Grilled chicken and served. It's cooked perfectly. Yum. Luffy patted his stomach. I wish that lion thing that fell with me was barbecued with Sanji's BBQ sauce. Sanji. Meat. He yelled out of habit. He continued wandering along, before noticing a few prison cells up ahead. He walked there, and noticed all the prisoners shriveled up. Hey, what happened to you guys? This floor. No food. No water. A prisoner slumped over. 50 million. Hungry. Starvation. Another tried to continue. Luffy looked around, and saw several skeletons lying in the cages. Oh, skeletons. He rushed over. Hey, you look like Brooke. Do you poop? Luffy reached into the cell to poke the skeleton, but the skeleton just broke apart into dust. Luffy glazed to his feet. It looked just like what the skeleton had reduced into. Luffy ran away in fear from the sand, and ended up right where the Sphinx was. I'm back here again. I want to go to level 4. The ground started rumbling, and as Luffy started looking around, he realized that he, along with the Sphinx, was caught in a giant net. Oh no, it's a trap. They got me already. Luffy attempted to bite through the ropes, but realized he couldn't. It's made of iron. We got the invader Mugiwara no Luffy. It's over. Soldiers poured around the net. I have to get out. I have to rip the net. Get the sea prism stone handcuffs. Damn it, Luffy yelled, still trying to bit through the net. It's useless. A short man in a suit walked up to Luffy. Who are you? I'm Saldeth. Saru Desu. But, you don't look like a monkey, Luffy muttered, loud enough for Saldeth to hear. Saldeth, not Saru, he yelled. You're not listening. So monkey right. No, get it right. It's my name, so you're not a monkey. You are GG. Never mind. It's pointless talking to a brainless fool like you. It's no use holding out. Just give up. There's no place to get away in this underwater prison. With Buggy and 3, the 2 were surrounded with prisoners. Captain Buggy-sama. All the prisoners were shouting Buggy's name like a cheer. All right, let's break everyone out. Buggy cheered, back with Luffy and Saldeth. Luffy had gotten bored with Saldeth talking about how he could not escape Impel Down, and idly started fiddling with the hairs on the Sphinx's head. No matter which way, the Sphinx woke up. Carbonara. Spaghetti now? Luffy questioned as the Sphinx started struggling in its confined space. Spaghetti. He's gonna break the net. Don't let Mugiwara escape. Sabaody yelled. Ramen. The Sphinx tore the net in half like paper and crashed through the ground. Luffy took the chance to escape, with many Blue Gory chasing him. Luffy knocked them out with Gamu Gamu no Gatling, but ended up surrounded by more Blue Gory and guards. Damn it, I don't have time for this. Gamu Gamu no Whip. Luffy stuck his leg out and knocked out most of the guards before running. More guards chased after him, but most were occupied with the rampaging Sphinx, who was no happy at being caught. Where are the stairs to go down? Luffy yelled while running. It's hot. Luffy panted. If I keep going down, I think I can get to where Ace is. Undue, come on. Oh, come my way. Who's singing? Luffy mumbled to himself and wandered over to where the singing was heard. Yeah. Oh, come my way. It sounds familiar. Bon-chan, Luffy yelled, running towards the cell where the queer was pirouetting. Nugi-chan, Bon Clay yelled, happy to see his friend. What are you doing here? It's been a long time. I'm trying to save Ace. Why are you in a cell? I was caught. Nugi-chan, help me out please. There is also someone here I want to save. All right, Bon-chan, where are the keys? Luffy asked, looking around. They're in the security office, I think. Over there. Bon Clay did a very exaggerated pirouette and pointed to a nearby building. All right, I'm on it. Luffy started running towards where Bon Clay pointed, but some guards were ready and shot multiple sea prism stone nets at him. Again with the nets. That's close. Luffy smashed into the security room with a Gear 3rd Gamu Gamu no gigantic pistol. After getting back to his normal size, he retrieved the keys and ran back to Bon Clay, but the Sphinx pounced on him and the keys flew in the direction of Bon Clay's cell. The lion again. Damn it, the Sphinx roared and attempted to take Luffy's head off, but a voice rang out, wait a minute, you lion. The Sphinx looked around for the source of the voice, seeing Zoro making a weird pose. I'm here to help you. Zoro, Luffy exclaimed. I fooled you. The Zoro smirked and pirouetted again, swan arabesque, and delivered a powerful kick to the Sphinx's face. Swan, spin. I'm spinning. He's not Zoro. Bon Clay, it's our last chance to get Mugiwara no Luffy. Guards gathered around the duo. Go away. Bon Clay yelled, you assholes. What do you think you are doing to my friend? All the guards went flying from Bon Clay's powerful kicks. The Sphinx got back up, but together, Bon Clay and Luffy beat it up with a combination of Swan Arabesque and Gamu Gamu no Gatling. Okay, he's not gonna attack us after getting busted up like this. Luffy cracked his knuckles. You gotta get rough to teach wild animals lessons. Bon Clay cheered gleefully. Bon-chan, I thought you were dead after sacrificing yourself for us. Luffy hugged his friend. Gimme a break. Queers never die. Oh, is that right? Bon Clay started tearing up. Blue Goris, don't let them get away. Sabaody yelled, and they surrounded the two. Let's do it together. Let's go. Luffy cheered. Gamu Gamu no Whip. Gamu Gamu no Gatling. Spin. Luffy and Bon Clay took out all the Blue Gory with several moves and went on their way. In eternal hell, nobody's getting away. The Minotaur smashed his club into Jim's face, but the fishman didn't even flinch. Didn't even hit that itchy spot. Jin casually commented, you got beaten up pretty badly. Huh, boss? Ace asked. It ain't my body in pain. Ace-san, the pain lies in my heart for unable to do right. The supernovas, by this time, were getting restless. Kid tapped his feet against the ground, and Bonnie kicked him. Stop it. Kid shoved her back. Don't tell me what to do. The duo started having a shouting match, and Killer rolled his eyes behind his mask. It's your fault. You started it. How's that my fault? You kicked me first. You're being annoying. What a bunch of kids. Jin muttered, before sighing, I'm fine, Ace-san. As things are, I cannot accept death. I don't care if they take my Shichibukai position anyway. I don't need it. Ace smiled sadly at this. If only I could prevent this battle. I don't even need my own life. Jin clenched his fist so hard, blood spilled from his palm. The two supernovas kept arguing like two kids throwing a tantrum, and Ace lost his patience. Shut up, you two. Heiken no Ace is right. If you want someone to blame, blame Mugiwara. What does Mugiwara no Luffy have to do with anything? Ace glared at the supernovas, his protecting instinct coming out again. Jin tried to distract the furious fire user. The government calls me a pirate who hates pirates, but your group is a different matter. Hates pirates. You do. By now, the supernovas were scared of Ace and just clammed up, while leaned back against the cage and sighed, relieving some of the pressure in his wound. I suppose you would be surprised. I spent a lot of time on Whitebeard's ship, but because I was a Shichibukai, I had to travel underwater to get there. I do like you guys, unlike those newbie pirates, who cause major unnecessary damage and civilian casualties. Jin muttered, glaring at Kid slightly. Kid tried to ignore the glare from the fishman, but it unnerved him. Killer tensed up. If Ace saw the glare, he didn't act like he did. I seem to recall you almost killed me once though. Well, you almost killed me too, didn't you? I just wanted to help him. After all, Fishman Island is at peace because of Whitebeard's protection. All pirates in the Grand Line have to pass through Fishman Island. My home was thrown into chaos when the Great Pirate Era began. With too many humans to hold back, many of my kind were kidnapped to be sold, and in our moment of despair, Whitebeard appeared. It just took those few words and no one could lay a hand on Fishman Island. I'll never forget that day. Just like that, he protected countless of countries and islands by claiming them. He's the pirate boss, we can't let him fail. If he were to die, the oceans would be in chaos. The government must have realized that too. Jin slammed his head against the wall, making everyone jump. I want to stop this fight, even if it costs me my life. I want to save you too, Ace-san. Ace leaned back against the wall. Stop it, Jin. You're being too hard on yourself. I still haven't abandoned hope. I have faith in miracles and chances. Seems like things have gotten pretty interesting out there. A sandy voice muttered. Everyone turned to the cell across the hallway. The perfect chance to take down Whitebeard. The thought of it makes my blood boil. Why didn't those stupid Marines remove your hook? Drake yelled. Seriously, the Marines either couldn't be bothered with who they were tossing in level 6, or they were just plain idiots. Ace growled. You want to take the old man's head? I'm not the only one. Crocodile grinned. All the prisoners started cheering for Whitebeard's downfall. Silent fools. Jinb yelled. Jinb, Fire Fist. Remember this well. Count the number of people who were forced to swallow their tears after being unable to beat Whitebeard or Roger. There would be thousands of them. Ace chucked grimly. The lift opened. Magellan is here. What's going on? The pirates strained their necks to look at the warden. Ereeks, Apu whispered to Uruj, who just nodded in agreement. That bastard. Law and Kid cursed under their breath, seeing Hannibal walking to Ace's cell. You have a special visitor, Ace. Guess what's here? Jinb. Even you have never met here before, so Ace would have no idea who it is. She's well known but never shows herself. She leads the Kyuja tribe of warriors. She's the Shichibukai, Boa Hancock, strong, noble, and the most beautiful woman in the world. Seriously, what's she doing here? Drac thought. Apu whistled. Damn, she's hot. The rest of the supernovas just started at her, gobsmacked. Yeah, Hancock-sama. Hannibal started fawning over Hancock. When I become warden, will you marry me? Please, this guy's a joke. Killer's sweat dropped. Megalian smacked Hannibal. Ouch, I really want to be the warden. I mean, it really hurts to be hit by the warden. Geez, shut up. Kid growled slightly. My cards say that he would be a slight problem in the future. Hawkins looked at his cards. What are you doing? Megalian bellowed. Wow, is that her? She's beautiful. She's the Snake Empress. Hey, turn around. Hancock-san, look how sexy she is. Hey girl, come to Papa. We will love you tenderly. What a good smell. I want to visit Maiden Island. There's only women and everyone's naked there, right? Are these prisoners or perverts? Drake mumbled. Probably both. Law answered. Hancock ignored the prisoners and stepped up to Ace. What do you want from me? Ace demanded. Nothing. I just want to take a look at you. Because you will become the cause of the war that I will take part in. So I'm worth a look, then. Ace growled. Boa Hancock, are you ignoring us? Come here. You've always been an empress with a strong will who never obeyed the summonses. Yet you are taking part in this war. Suddenly, you value your title of Shichibukai. Jinb asked. So you're Jinb. Don't snarl at me. Yo, young lady. They're talking. Shut your mouths. Megalian yelled. Shut up, Megalian. Go have a shit as always. Yeah, he's right. Hey, Snake Empress. I bet the girls on Maiden Island are hungry for us guys. Hey you, give me your post as a warden. Hannibal suddenly asked. Hey girl, I said get your ass over here. You guys. Hancock growled. This was the kind of men she hated with a passion. She turned. You keep taunting me with those coarse voices. I'm scared. Hancock put up a cute, innocent face. My cards say that there will be chaos. Hawkins informed the supernovas. Oh god, I can't resist. How cute she is. Let us have her. Shit man. This is the vilest place in the world. It makes me sick. Momonga growled. These prisoners call you shit man. How can you stand it? Hannibal asked. They must have crushed any pride you take in your job. Shame on you shit man. When he saw that Megalian, too, was enraptured by Hancock. Let me have her. Shit man. Let me have Hancock. However, I am infuriated at their rudeness. Megalian bellowed and started pulsing. His body was covered in a purplish sheen. Oh no, Bonnie mumbled. Warden, wait. Hannibal whimpered and poison flowed out of every pore on Megalian's body. That's gonna harm us too. No, poison dripped off the warden like sweat, covering every inch of his body. It started hissing and steaming. And all the supernovas tried to get as far away from the poisoned man in their tiny cell. You've gotten carried away. Megalian growled. Oh no, I have to show you who's the boss in this prison. 3 snarling poisoner dragon heads emerged from Megalian's back. His Hydra appears. What are you doing? Hannibal asked. You fool. We were just joking. Don't. The prisoners started pleading. Hancock walked closer to Ace's cell. Ace's face changed from an angry one to a shocked face, taking in every detail. The supernovas were watching as Megalion's Hydra ate a prisoner, covering him in purple, poisonous goo. You bastard. You can't do this to me. Oh no, you're gonna die. I need an antidote. Shit. Law did a brief scan of the prisoner, poison in his bloodstream. We'll die in maybe 5 minutes, probably less if he keeps screaming. I have the authority and the ability to execute any of you at my whim. Don't forget it. The prisoner covered in poison dropped dead. Called it. Law smirked. You're creepy. How can you just announce that while smiling? Bonnie hissed. Megalion turned back to normal. All right, Hancock Dono. You may speak freely now. I am done. Hancock turned away from Ace and headed back. Hey, is what you just told me true? Ace asked, straining against his restraints. Everyone else just wondered what Hancock said to inflict such a response from him. Why would I lie to you? Oh, yeah, he was worried you might get mad. Hancock turned back for the final time. Hey, Killer muttered. Are you done already? Momonga asked. What were they talking about? Megalion asked Hannibal, who shrugged. I don't know. I was trying really hard to get away from you. Ace-san, what did she just tell you? Jinbe inquired. She ... said my brother's here. Ace replied quietly. What? The one with the straw hat that you always talk about. That's insane. What? Mujiwara isn't here. Law asked. Who else wears a straw hat around here? Bonnie snorted. Wait, what? How? It's impossible for anyone to get in here besides the Marines. He's located in the middle of the calm belt that is only accessible by the Terai current. Drake yelled. Maybe he was caught. Kid smirked. On the Moby Dick. Oyaji, who called just now Yoi. That damned red hair brat again. He said he'll keep the other Kaido and Big Mom away from us. And that Shichibukai brat Mihawk told him he would leave a swordsman near the entrance to Marineford, so we're gonna have to pick this new brat up. Who do we have to pick up, Yoi? I'm not picking up some stray swordsman. Don't know, but he should be on our side, according to the red-haired brat. Hey Bon-chan, how can we get to the lower levels? Luffy asked the Okama. There are stairs on the opposite side. Bon Clay danced around, glad to finally be free of those god-forsaken sea prism stone shackles. Nice. I'm so glad to see you, Bon-chan. Thank you. You needn't thank me. We were destined to see each other again. The two suddenly stopped running, hearing heavy footsteps that did not sound human. A giant shadow loomed over the two, and Bon Clay screamed, recognizing who it was, Mugi-chan. This is not good. The Minotaurus smashed its club right where Bon Clay and Luffy were, but they dodged just in time. What is this creature? I've never seen moves like those before. Luffy yelled. The bull-like creature raised its head, horns glinting menacingly. It's the Minotaurus. Bon Clay screeched in fear, with Luffy questioning him. A cold-blooded demon guard. A monster that tosses people around like garbage. That's who it is. After Luffy had gotten a good look at the demon guard, he started laughing. Before him was a cow standing on two legs that had a comical runny nose. That thing is a monster. Shishishishi. Did he eat? Shishishi. A devil fruit. Stop laughing. Bon Clay proceeded to scream at the younger pirate. How do I know? Before either of them could move a muscle, the demon guard moved, effectively smacking Bon Clay clean across the prison cells. Luffy shut up immediately. Bon-chan. Bon Clay fell to the ground, groaning in pain. What speed? Luffy commented. The Minotaurus attempted to smash Luffy again, but he backflipped out of the way. A second smash caught Luffy by surprise, and he tumbled across the prison, more surprised than hurt. That thing sure can move fast even though it's so big. Luffy smacked into the bars of a cell with more force than he thought, leaving him more dazed and open for attack. The Minotaurus raised its club, ready to attack down pirate. Mugi-chan, watch out. Bon Clay yelled. Wait just a fouet. He viciously kicked the demon guard away from Luffy. Luffy tumbled out of the way, but the Minotaurus grabbed Bon Clay's face and smacked him into the floor. Luffy growled and went into his gear second, as the Minotaurus proceeded to strangle the poor Akama. Gamu Gamu no Jet Bazooka. Luffy smashed his hands into the demon guard's stomach and blasted it off Bon Clay, freeing him. The Minotaurus crashed into a bridge, and the rubble all fell on top of him. The Okama gratefully took in all the oxygen he was deprived of, and Luffy helped him up. You alright, Bon-chan? I almost died. Bon Clay panted. I saw the great heavenly Gratin of O come my way. He managed to sit up and complimented Luffy. You're very strong, indeed. I'm sure ... that the monster's still alive, but I think he must be pretty hurt. Oh no. Fume. My makeup is ruined. Cosmetics. I need some cosmetics. And point shoes and clothes and weapons and drinks and tears and oh come my way. Luffy stuck out his tongue. I want to get going now. I'm thirsty and hungry. Don't rush, Mugi-chan. It's too easy to go down to level 4 from here, actually. Now the Akama was twirling about. Oh really? Yes. It's too easy. Much too easy. Much too. There it is, Mugi-chan. Bon Clay pointed in a direction. Heh, climb this big wall. All the way to the top. Yes, but don't barge in. Watch your step. Luffy just stretched his arm. This is too easy. Oh. He immediately retracted his arm. What the hell? It's hot like a heated iron pot. A heated iron pot. It's something like that, Mugi-chan. Your hand okay? Bon Clay asked. Luffy shook his hand around before jumping onto the platform with Bon Clay. Ouch, Luffy cried out. The floor's hot. Here, Mugi-chan. You should take a look at this. Luffy walked forward to see what Bon Clay was talking about, only to flinch at all the smoke and the heat. There's a huge amount of hot air and smoke. He started coughing slightly. It's hard to even stand here. Right, but this is level 4, the burning heat hell. Right where you want to go. Luffy was sweating bullets by now. Burning hell. Is it down there? Yes, as you mentioned before, level 4 is exactly like a giant iron pot. That's why it's so hot up here on level 3. When you get down there, you'll see a boiling pool of blood and a blazing sea of fire. The heat on this level is nothing compared to down there. Luffy whined. And I'm hungry. We can just jump down from here. But you'll burn if you land on the wrong spot. You have to risk your life just to go further from now on. Luffy jumped closer to the edge before asking, Bon-chan, you said that there's someone you want to see. Who do you want to see at the risk of your life? The Akama smirked. People call him a miracle. He was imprisoned on a baseless charge. He's known as Ivan-san. He's the queen of Kamabaka Kingdom, the pink paradise of the Grand Line. Every queer looks up to this world's greatest queen of all queers. Queen of all queers. There's a queen for queers. Wow, Luffy exclaimed. Yes, there is. I want to see him even just for a little bit and rescue him if I can. Suddenly, loud footsteps were heard. The duo turned to look at the source, and Bon Clay screamed, What? He's up already. The Minotaurus was charging at them. The duo ran as the Minotaurus chased them in circles. I can't keep wasting time. Gamu Gamu no jet pistol. Luffy went into gear second and punched the demon guard straight in the guts, but it was barely phased. Fly, I'm flying. Oh, come my way, Kenpo Memoirs of a Winter Sky. The Akama spun in the air and kicked the Minotaurus into the ground. Ready, Mugi-chan. The rubber man threw both his arms backwards and shot them at the guard. Gamu Gamu no jet bazooka. His hands hit right on, sending it crashing into the presumed lava. We did it. Bon Clay cheered. All right, let's keep it up and go on to level 4. Well, here we go. On the Moby Dick. Thatch, did you put flour above the door again? Jiru frustrated yells were heard. Thatch, where is my makeup? Aizu screamed. Where on earth are my swords? Thatch, I swear if you took them. Haruta growled. Ack, cold. Who on earth used a tripwire to dump water on me? Thatch. Vister rushed into the kitchen, dripping wet, trying to find the cook. Marco sidestepped the shower of feathers and glue that was supposed to rain down on him as he exited his room. He looked at the scattered feathers, before sighing. So that was where the feathers in his pillow went. Thatch, Jazu yelled from the shower, covered in paint. Marco found Thatch hiding behind some barrels, covering his mouth as he snickered, hearing his crewmates' frustrated screams. What's the occasion? You've never tried to prank so many division commanders at one go, Yoi? Marco asked. War tension relieving pranks. Thatch smiled at Marco, like he had a bright idea. Is that supposed to be funny? We'll be at war in a day, Yoi. See, you're all tense and serious and stuff. Lighten up a bit. Ace isn't going anywhere, you know. Stop ruffling your little mama Phoenix feathers. Thatch pat Marco on the back, but Marco could tell that inside, Thatch was just as worried about the war. He just wanted to relieve some of the tension that had been building up in his fellow crewmates for the past week. Marco grinned slightly. Don't change, Thatch. Suddenly, the ceiling caved in, and Luffy and Bon Clay, crashing through the ground that they were standing on. Oh no, we're gonna fall straight into the pool of blood. Bon Clay yelled. I'm falling, Luffy screeched. The section of the floor they were on splashed into the pool of blood, with the duo landing on it. Oh, we're gonna sink, Bon Clay yelled. Luffy grabbed him and jumped to the platform beside them. They stared at the stone as it melted and sank into the pool of blood. Which way should we go? Luffy asked, jumping up and down. It's too hot. Bon Clay was spinning. Keep your cool, Mugi-chan. The fire is like your queer little friend. The floor is a little hotter than the upper level. Suddenly, Luffy ran off in one direction. That way, Mugi-chan. Where are you going? Food, Luffy screamed, running where he smelt a delicious aroma. Mugi-chan. Wait for me. Bon Clay twirled after Luffy. Hey, you, get back in your cell. Several guards pointed their weapons at Bon Clay. Luffy was too far away, running towards the supposed food, leaving Bon Clay to deal with the guards alone. Sadly, the guards in Impel Down were all taken out by several of Bon Clay's kicks. I mean, come on, this is supposed to be the strongest prison in the world. Can't they get better guards? Luffy ran into a room and heard a loud roar. He turned to the source of the sound, spotting some more of those blue monkey apes trying to wrestle a huge sea king. The sea king roared again and smacked the blue gory away, but they kept swarming around it. Its body already had many bloody gashes from the axes the blue gory swung at it. More human guards were yelling at the blue gory to hurry and kill the sea king. One of them noticed Luffy. "There's the intruder. I'm hungry. Do you have food?" Luffy asked them. "You don't just ask for food in a prison." The guards screamed in disbelief at Luffy. "Blue gory, get him." With a quick Gamu Gamu no Gatling, Luffy beat up the blue gory. The guards shivered in fear as Luffy calmly walked past them, before steeling themselves and attacking the pirate. Luffy smacked them away with a Gamu Gamu no Muchai. It smells good here, but I don't see the food," Luffy mumbled. Just then he spotted the Sea King. "Sea King, I wanna eat it." The poor Sea King was lying on the ground, bleeding. Upon hearing Luffy's shout, it blinked before growling at Luffy in fear that it would be eaten. After all, it already had such a hard time with the blue gory, and this guy easily beat them up. "Huh, then do you know where the food is?" Luffy asked. The Sea King blinked, before growling again. It turned to face in the general direction of the kitchen, and growled. "Okay." Luffy fist pumped and ran to the kitchen. The Sea King rested its head on the ground again. Seconds later, Luffy reappeared, with 2 giant slabs of meat in his arms. "Hey, Sea King, thanks for telling me where the food is." Luffy smiled, before chomping off a huge piece of meat, freaking the poor Sea King out. Luffy looked at the Sea King's expression, before grinning. "Don't worry, I won't eat you. You told me where the meat is." Luffy continued chomping on the meat, before saying, "You know, you're the biggest Sea King I have ever seen. There was one that bit of Shank's arm in my island, but I beat him up. I don't like that Sea King, but I like you." The Sea King stared at the pirate, blinking comically, before turning its head like an owl. It grunted. "What do you mean why?" "I mean, you didn't eat me, and you gave me food." Another grunt. "Same thing. I get to eat." There was silence, as the Sea King contemplated what Luffy has told it. Luffy broke the silence. "Do you have a name?" "Mine's Luffy. I'm gonna be the king of the pirates." The Sea King growled at Luffy, and Luffy smiled. "Isato, huh? Nice name." By this time, Isato was already rather fond of Luffy. Most people tried to attack Isato on sight, mainly because of his size and looks. He didn't even like violence, but he was still attacked anyway, and he didn't even do anything. But Luffy didn't do such things and even talk to him. "So, whatcha doin' here?" Luffy asked, chomping away. Another series of growls emanated from the Sea King, and Luffy frowned. "Backup food. That's a good idea, but I like you. You told me where the food was. I don't want to eat you." More chewing was heard, until Luffy asked, "Hey, wanna be my nakama?" Isato cocked his head in confusion. "Nakama." Luffy proceeded to take another bite out of his meat, but instead quickly moved his head backwards as a blur of purple flew by his face, landing on his meat instead, and a sizzling sound was heard. "Ape, hey, who did that?" Luffy yelled in indignation. Isato narrowed his eyes at the intruder. There stood a huge man, wearing all black and devil horns on his head, dripping poison. "Who are you?" Luffy asked. The being just fired more purple goo at Luffy, who jumped around dodging them. One was accidentally fired at Isato, but he moved his head away in time, smacking into the wall. "Isato, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you?" Luffy cried out, which was followed by more growls. That was close. Luffy turned to the new guy. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? I've had enough of you running around and playing by your rules." "Who the hell are you?" "I'm Magellan, the head warden of Impel Down." "You're dead, vermin." "Damn you, I was about to finish my meat." Luffy growled. "I'm hungry. Get out of my way. You're so high-spirited." "Don't worry, you won't have to think about eating ever again," Magellan said. "What do you mean?" "Oh, it's Magellan. Get away. His Doku Doku no Mai will kill us." All the guards woke up and ran away from the 2 devil fruit users and the Sea King. "Doku Doku, he's poisonous." "Yes, I am, Mujiwara no Luffy. You're a rookie with a 300 million berry price who caused way too many problems by rebelling against the Marines and the world government. And now you snuck into this great historic prison with iron-tight security." "TCH. Luffy growls at the warden. "I have to thank you for ruining my reputation as a warden. I know why you're here. You want to rescue your brother, Porcas Diaz, who is also the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. I can assure you that you can never save him and get out of Impel Down alive. Mujiwara no Luffy. This is where you will meet your fate." Isato lowered his head and growled at the warden. He knew that the warden was just doing his job, but he didn't like that he was threatening Luffy. Magellan glared at the Sea King that glowered at him, before turning back to Luffy. "I'll find out all about when and how you tamed a Sea King and how you broke in after I pass your sentence." Luffy had a flashback to when Hancock helped him get into the prison, before yelling defiantly, "I'm not gonna tell you even if it means I die." Every prisoner says that before they are tortured. However, Mujiwara, you're going to go through far worse than torture. You cannot even run. The 3 demon guards and their commander are guarding the staircase to level 5. All exits on this floor have been covered. There's no way for you to get out of here. Luffy growled. He spotted a lever on second level of the kitchen, way too far for anyone to reach. Gamu Gamu no. Pistol. He struck the lever. Isato. Water. He immediately slung himself to the level as a huge door opened. Isato roared once more and using his giant tail, washed a huge wave of water at Magellan. Magellan was washed out of the kitchen. Isato nodded at Luffy before swimming out of impel down by Isato. Luffy waved to the swimming Sea King before grabbing the lever and stopping the water flow. Magellan sat some way away from the kitchen, coughing out water. The heat evaporated most of the water, and Magellan stood up shakily. Mugiwara. A force hit him in the gut, and he slid back a few feet. Luffy landed and prepared to fight. 2ch. 3 dragon heads emerged from Magellan's back, dripping wet purple poison. What is that? Made out of poison. A body of pure poison. Bon Clay watched from behind a pillar. He had finished off the remaining guards and was looking for Luffy, but he was too scared of Magellan to help Luffy. The poison dragons twirled around in the air before charging at Luffy. Gamu Gamu no. Pistol. No. Bon Clay came charging out behind the pillar and Luffy's fist bashed right into Bon Clay's stomach. Mugi-chan. Bon-chan. Why did you do that? Luffy yelled at the Okama. You can't fight. He's poison. The poison would harm you once you touch him. It's level. Bon Clay yelled back at Luffy. I can't fight without touching it. Luffy protested. The Hydras started to get ready to attack the duo. You can't fight him, Bon Clay said. Can't you say anything other than you can't? Luffy yelled. Bon Clay sensed something and kicked Luffy away just as the Hydra was about to smash into them both. Amongst the smoke, Magellan was about to attack Luffy again, only to see a Luffy wearing a prison uniform. Gamu Gamu no queer pistol. The Okama tried to imitate some of Luffy moves. Gamu Gamu no queer giant sai. Now can you tell which is the real Mugiwara? I'm sure it's really hard to tell. Bon Clay twirled in front of Luffy, who just stared at him, either baffled or just thinking how stupid this was. Really? Luffy mumbled. You have to get away while I draw the Hydra's attention to me, Mugi-chan. Here, I'm here. Hydra-chan. Come on, oh come on. Magellan merely created more Hydras and sent them towards the duo, and they jumped out of the way, hiding some of the other guards in the process. 2ch. Luffy growled. Scene change. Hey, jailer, tell me the truth. Is there something going on in the upper levels? Ace yelled. No, there isn't. 2ch. That warlord was probably lying or something. Kid grumbled. Hawkins shuffled his cards. I foresee horrible circumstances for Straw Hat. Massive time skip cause I'm lazy to describe the entire fight. Megalian defeated Luffy and he was taken to level 5. Bon Clay came, saved him, and brought him to Ivankov. Wolves attacked him. Luffy used Conqueror's Haki and they were saved by Ivankov and Inazuma, where he was healed, and ate a shit ton of food. Sorry XDM lazy. Scene change. Ace-san, I don't know anything about that woman, but I think that you better assume she's lying. Jinbei said. So you saying she came all the way here just to lie to me? Ace yelled. Fire fist ya. We're pirates. We ain't exactly honest. Law said. Ace ignored him. But to tell you the truth, Jinbei, he would do something like that. He does stupid things. Since we were kids, he had always made me worry. That fool. Finally, the day has come. I hope that we can get rid of him successfully. A jailer said. I don't want any wars in Impel Down. Another replied. Warden Megalian will be here any minute. Was heard over the loudspeaker. Scene change. Oh, you mean my dad? Yes, when your father makes a move with his army. Then I'll reappear and enter the world again. If I escaped now, I'll just end up on countless of wanted lists all over the world. Ivankov turned and blinked. Dad. Did he say my dad? Everyone else yelled. Ivankov comically crashed into a wall. Dragon is your dad. Luffy looked around, not understanding the confusion. Don't be ridiculous. You're a son of Dragon. He has a son. Ivankov screeched. Oh, I shouldn't have said anything. I guess it's okay. Grandpa didn't keep it a secret. I don't really know about him. I've never seen his face. Luffy replied. Ivankov gawked. Where did you come from? East Blue. And Ivankov had a major misunderstanding. Inazuma checked to see when they'll take Ace Boy away. There isn't much time. But the Vivre card is pointing down, which means he's still there. I'm gonna go to level 6 with Mugi Boy. Ivankov ordered. What? Are you gonna show me the way? But, did you just say level 6? Isn't it level 5? Luffy asked. It can't be. We're on level 5.5. Someone pointed out. Whatever, alright, let's go. Ivankov yelled at Luffy not to randomly blurt out that Dragon is his dad, and spouted out a bunch of reasons why he's helping Luffy. But we all know in reality that Ivankov likes the little rubber head. Wait for me, Ace. I'm coming for you. Then he fell down, and Ivankov injected him with adrenaline. Seconds later, Luffy shot back up to his feet, all energized. Ivankov felt strange, but didn't think anything of it, probably because Dragon has a son. He thought, Ivankov led Luffy to level 6, generally kicking butt and being awesome while trashing the Marines. Stupid Marines. You won't stop me from getting to Ace. Luffy screamed, smacking a Marine on the nose while kicking another. Ace ho, then you're already too late. The head of the group of Marines sneered at the pirate, receiving a bloody nose in return. What do you mean too late? Never mind that now, Mugiwara boy. We must get to level 6 as fast as possible. Ivankov yelled, grabbing the boy. At level 6. Great. Now I'm bored. Kid mumbled. Ace had just been taken away, and Jin had tried his best to prevent them from taking him away, but to no avail. He did earn several punches for his efforts. Law checked on his own wound. It was healing, slowly but surely. He felt much better since Bonnie and Kid had fallen asleep, making it much quieter. Now if only he could get out of his damn handcuffs and have some water. That would be perfect. He was really thirsty. It was, until Kid woke up. Law grimaced at the condition the fishman was in. Clearly, being locked up for so long, being fed so little, and being used as a punching bag for the Marines wasn't good for anyone, but Jin still seemed as strong as determined as before. He tried to shake that thought out of his head, deciding to tease Kid, as usual, instead. However, Apu beat him to the punch. Really, Kid? We're locked up and impelled down of all places, and you're bored. Apu grumbled, kicking the supernova lightly in the shin. Killer rolled his eyes behind his mask, before growling slightly to protect his captain. The guard posted outside their cell glared at them before the den mushy rang. He hurried to pick it up. Hello? Yes? What? Damn it. All right. He put down the snail. Damn you, beep 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 beep, he cursed under his breath with many choice words following. Jainab glanced up upon hearing that, and the supernovas got curious. What on earth is going on? Drake mumbled. None of your business, pirate scum. The Marine snapped. The pirates decided to have a little fun with the pissed off Marine. Risky, sure. Gonna lead to them getting hurt. Probably. Fun, definitely. Dry out their throat even more. Yup. Oh, looks like the Marine is mad. Apu sang. I guess the Marines just suck at their jobs, huh? Kid snickered and glanced at the guard while Killer glared at the Marine. Law gave the Marine a cocky grin. Drake continued. Yeah, getting frustrated at a pirate. A rookie at that. Before the rest could say anything, the Marine screeched in frustration, shut up. Suddenly, the ceiling somewhere along the hallway collapsed, bringing up a large cloud of dust. The guard muttered, shit, before taking out his gun and rushing into the smoke to find the perpetrator, or in this case, the perpetrators. What the hell was that? Kid growled while coughing from the smoke. Honestly, dehydration sucks. Killer tried to fan the dust away with his hands to no avail. Law tried to peer outside their cell, but his vision was obscured by the smoke. Drake merely looked up in interest, and Bonnie once again complained about, you guessed it, food. But Jess snapped at Bonnie for thinking about food at this time, and Yuru's just laughing looking at the messy commotion in their cell. Apu laughed, singing, well shit just hit the fan. Before coughing, Hawkins pulled out his cards again and said, there is a 100% chance that something surprising will happen. Why the hell do you still have those? Kid grumbled and Law muttered. Not very surprising if you tell us it is gonna happen. Hey, I think I see someone walking out of the smoke. Wait, 2, 3 people. Drake muttered, spying the silhouette of several figures. Ace. Just a few minutes before, Luffy, Ivankov, and Inazium dropped in from the ceiling into a cloud of dust. Seconds later, a guard rushed out brandishing his gun. Luffy immediately smacked him out cold. Another guard near the other end of the hallway confronted them, before gawking. This ain't possible. You're dead, the guard exclaimed, shakily raising his gun. Hey, where's Ace? Luffy growled. And why would I tell you, pirate? The guard demanded, aiming his gun at the rubber pirate. Ivankov swiftly made his way to the guard, overtowering him completely. He grabbed the guard, causing him to drop his gun and squirm in fright. We're looking for the Whitebeard pirate, Porcas Diaz. Would Vayu be so kind as to tell us the place where he's kept? Trying to keep his cool, the guard shrieked in Ivankov's face. Never. It was supposed to sound all manly and menacing, but instead it sounded like a hoarse kitten. Oh, what a dilemma. Ivankov fake sighed. Dropping the guard, he said, Vayu have to be a more honest individual. What are you gonna do? The guard asked, trying to crawl away from the devil fruit user. Brandishing his nails, Ivankov yelled, Emporio on a hormone. He stabbed his nails into the guard. The guard started spasming and trashing for a while, until he, finally stopped, looking at her new body in shock. What? Whoa, he turned into a woman. Luffy exclaimed. Ignoring the rubber boy, Ivankov bent down to show the now female guard her new face, and said, so, how does it feel to have been awakened to Vayu true self? What is this? Me, the guard said in shock, taking the mirror to examine herself more closely. Vayu have been reborn. Vayu are no longer a guard, but a newcomer. Ivankov exclaimed while the guard was gushing over herself. Oh, how beautiful. Thank you very much, Iva-sama. I realized who I really am. Oh no, don't thank via me. More importantly, he was cut off by Luffy. Where's Ace? He's that way. The guard turned Newcomer pointed down a hallway. Luffy ran down the hallway, screaming Ace's name. Ace, Ace. Luffy ran and stopped in front of Jim's cage. Is this it? Ace. But all he saw was the blue fishman in shackles and a set of empty shackles hanging from a wall. Panting, he declared, he's not here. Are you sure this is the right cell? Ivankov asked the former guard, who replied, yes I am. I'm not lying. Before crying, we're a bit too late. Inazuma said. Seeing the kid, Jim got the shock of his life. It's a straw hat, so he must be. Yes, he's really here. He broke into the imprintable impel down and made it all the way to level 6. Jim thought. The rest of the supernovas were as shocked as he was. Law's jaw dropped mentally. I don't believe it. You have got to be kidding me. Kid and Apu whispered in unison. Hawkins' eyes grew wider. He had expected surprising, like maybe a random giant chicken snake crashing to the ground. But him. No way. Is that him? Bonnie hissed, her eyes bulging out. Hirog nodded. How the hell did he get in here? Drake squeaked. Impel down, the most fortified place in the seas for pirates, and it was infiltrated by a brainless rookie pirate brat who was too stupid for his own good. And, Drake swore on his life, wasn't the clueless guard at the other end of the hallway male. You're Mugiwara no Luffy, aren't you? Jin asked. Upon hearing his name, Luffy turned to the fishman, replying, yeah, they took him just now. Go. They've taken Ace-san to the elevator. Go. You can still catch him. Jin quickly told Luffy. His voice came out hoarsely. Law noted, fishman and lack of water, definitely not a good mix, especially since he had been in their muck longer than they had. To everyone's surprise, Luffy said, who are you, old man? Law sighed mentally. This kid was gonna be the reason all the supernovas were gonna get their jaws shattered, considering how many times their jaws have dropped from his smartass remarks, putting it mildly. He's a big deal. Don't you know who he is? Ivankov screeched, as Luffy and Jin paid no attention to the Akama, opting for a staring contest. In the end, Luffy nodded. Okay, I got it. Thank you, whoever you are. With that, Luffy ran back from the elevator. Surely, one of the supernovas would have called out to the rubber pirate, right? Well, all of them were still in shock that Luffy made it all the way down. Surely he would have run into Magellan at some point, right? It's not like Luffy was that god-forsaken Caesar salad. Wait, not salad, Caesar clown with that poison gas fruit. And they had sore throats. Horrible, sore throats suck. So yeah, I don't believe it. Even after risking your life, it's almost impossible to get all the way here. Did he really get through all 5 hells? Jin thought, impressed by the pirate. The last jailbreak was 20 years ago by a renowned pirate called Shiki the Golden Lion. Now, it was a rookie that hasn't even been sailing for a year. Either the Marines are doing a horrible job or the kid is that good. And according to Ace, it's probably the latter. He thought. They took that to the upper floors. Let's go, Ivankov said. They left the iron door to the elevator open. Nice, the rookie exclaimed, only for Ivankov to continue. The operation system is locked. It's no good. It doesn't work. Well now, time for some monkey business, but we can just climb. Yup, that was gonna. No, screw it. Some random Marine just made a spiky donut fall down the elevator shaft, along with the chains. Ouch. What if they squished someone under it? Never mind. That was close. Luffy panted. Examining the situation, Ivankov just sighed. Of course they wouldn't allow us to climb it. It's not usable. They're already keeping an eye on it. Let's go back up the stairs. And everyone rushed to the stairs. Upon reaching, Luffy said, hey. They blocked the staircase. Ivankov insisted on breaking through, and tried to have Inazuma cut through the bars with his choky no my powers. Suddenly, they heard a loud hissing sound, and quickly jumped backwards as a green-colored gas rushed down towards them. They all jumped backwards. That's a lot of gas. Is it poisonous? Inazuma covered his mouth and nose. On a completely unrelated note, how on earth does he do all that without spilling his wine? Again, Luffy whined. He had enough of poison gas. I don't know who you guys are, but don't make us suffer with you. A prisoner complained. Shut up, you level 6 people. Ivankov yelled in indignation. I don't care if it's poisonous or not. Luffy yelled determinedly, running through the cloud of gas, or whatever if it wasn't sleeping gas. Wait, the Okama tried to stop the pirate, but it was too late. Luffy had fallen asleep, lying on the ground. How reckless are you, Mugi boy? You really need to stop. We don't want to fall asleep. They want to make us sleep to stop us in our tracks, Inazuma stated calmly. A huge contrast to Ivankov's panicked yelled, we're completely trapped. On level 1 somewhere. How unfortunate. Mugiwara just made it to level 6 just after you left, Magellan said. Ace's eyes widened. Luffy, the emergency sleeping gas has just been released. It's only a matter of time before they catch Mugiwara. The freezing hell wasn't punishment enough for him, since the cell you were in is open right now. The warden continued without a care that Ace was glaring at him. Don't even continue that sentence. Ace lashed out, kicking a guard who had poked him from the rear, and all the guards surrounding him. Ew. Another guard rushed him with a fork-like spear, but Ace expertly bit the prongs of the gigantic fork, using the long shaft to smack all the other guards away. Even with his Kairoski cuffs, Ace was still more than capable of taking care of the remaining guards. After all, the trident-ish weapon was long and thin, just like his pipe from his childhood, except the prongs though. Towering over the fire user, Magellan grabbed the trident right out of his bound arms, snapping it like a toothpick. Glaring at Magellan, Ace took a few steps back before trying to run back to the elevator shaft, only to get pinned down by the poison user's gigantic hand. You better not resist because it's useless. Just as the head warden said that, a metal gate covered the entrance to the elevator. Your brother is also a pirate. There's no way he'll walk out of here alive. In fact, he should have been writhing in agony now. Magellan growled, still confused how the rookie was running around after he was poisoned by yours truly just a day and a couple of hours ago, but didn't let the Whitebeard pirate know his real thoughts. How did you recover from my mixture of deadly poison, Mugiwara? There isn't even an antidote. You running around like you just woke up is incomprehensible. Ace let out a desperate shout. Luffy, I wish she had been lying. Why did you come to this hellhole, Luffy? Back to level 6. Do something. The floor's gonna be filled with gas. Help me. The prison started banging on their cells desperately. Law could hear echoes from their cramped cell and felt the urge to correct them. Technically, the floor is already filled with gas. Nitrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide, argon. He started rattling off a bunch of gases in his head. Inazuma tossed his drink to Ivankov, and using his abilities, Inazuma skillfully sliced up the floor like it was paper with his newly transformed scissor-like hands, and threw them against the staircase, successfully sealing the gas. He retrieved his drink from Ivankov. Luffy got up, rubbed his eyes, slumped forward and fell asleep again. Wake up. I'm fighting the urge to sleep but don't sleep. Ivankov screeched, waking up Luffy in the process. I want to keep going, Crab-chan. You blocked the stairways but now I can't catch up with Ace. That was the only way to stop the gas. If you're unconscious, you can't save him, Inazuma calmly stated. I'm gonna save him even if I'm unconscious. I don't want him to die. Luffy whined. Their plan worked. We are now confined to level 6. I'm sorry but this is all I can do now. Ivankov sighed, earning an angry pout from the rubber pirate, before sending a death wink to the Den Den Mushi on the wall. Grinning, Ivankov said, now they can't see us. He turned to face Luffy. You have to realize we're too late. They must have gotten to the top floor with Ace Boy by now. On the other hand, we have many obstacles standing in our way. The Marines' convoy is pretty quick. Look at the Vivre card. It's not pointing straight up, is it? I think Ace Boy has already been handed over to the Marines. Taking out the Vivre card, Luffy realized that Ivankov was right. We need to move on now. The Akama exclaimed, I'll do my best to help you break out of this great prison safely. They'll hand Ace Boy to the Marine headquarters at any cost. You need to give up on him. I mean, you need to trust Whitebeard. He's not gonna give up on one of his own. Gritting his teeth, Luffy clenched his fist. I'm going. Hearing what Luffy said, Ivankov yelled, I'm going to the Marine headquarters. Luffy confirmed his statement. Shivering, Ivankov retorted, don't be stupid. There's a battle brewing between the world's two leading forces. What can you do? Do you know how strong Whitebeard is? What about the admirals, vice admirals, and the warlords on the side of the Marines? Don't you remember that you fought Magellan and almost died? Upon hearing that from their cell, Yuro joked, well, he's looking pretty good for an almost dead guy. Do you have that many lives to spare? Ivankov continued, only to stop when he realized Luffy was staring at him. What? If I give up now, I'm gonna regret it, Luffy declared. Ivankov was shocked. He had seen that face so many times, on Dragon. That determined expression to complete a mission no matter what. But first of all, how can you get off this floor? Inazuma asked. Kiwahaha. They heard a laugh. The trio turned in the direction of the sound. I know that laugh. Luffy growled. He's being held here. If you want to get out of here, set me free. I can create a hole in the ceiling. What do you think? The chained up, former head of Baroque Works stood up from his seat in his cell, his hook gleaming. It's been a while. I thought that there was no reason to get back on the street, but Whitebeard and the Marines are gonna start a war. It's my chance to bring the old man down. This war has piqued my interest, and with my power, you and I could get out of here. It's not bad. We both get what we want. Luffy was gritting his teeth. Screw you. You messed up Vivi's country. That was a long time ago. I no longer have any interest in that country. Crocodile stated, bored. He looked up and saw Ivankov walk up behind Luffy. Let's release him, Mugi boy. Ivankov said, his power will aid us greatly. Hey, Ivan-chan, if you knew what he did. Luffy's rant was cut off by the revolutionary. You wanna keep going, right? If you wanna make it to the Marine headquarters, you'll need him. Ivankov. Crocodile glowered at said person. Nice to see you, Croco boy. Eva greeting the former Shichibukai sarcastically, much to the surprise of the supernova, just a passing acquaintance. I met him when he was just a rookie. Don't worry, I can bring him under control in case he tries to betray us. I can't trust him at all. Luffy just wondered what Ivankov meant before the revolutionaries started laughing, but I know one of his weaknesses. Gritting his teeth, Crocodile growled, "Hey, if you so much as say it." He was cut off by Ivankov. "Oh, do you want to take that tone? If you like, I can just reveal your past here. But if you just shut up and help us, I keep this secret for YOU. YEHAWW. You bastard." Crocodile grumbled. "Why don't you release me too?" "Me too. I have something against Whitebeard. Let me out too." Random prisoners started screaming out. "All of you shut up." Death wink. Ivankov knocked them unconscious. Law groaned. It may have been impressive for Luffy to somehow get into Impel Down and get to level 6. But now he and his revolutionary friend were making a large ruckus. Oh, it's Torao. Wait, Torao. Luffy screeched, rocketing himself towards the cage. "And you guys too. What are you all doing here?" "We got caught, dumbass," Kid yelled. Hanging from the cell, Luffy called, "Iva-chan, can you free them too?" Looking at Ivankov for approval, Inazuma released to supernovas. Clearly, to him, they weren't much of a threat. "Finally, I'm out of these shackles," Bonnie exclaimed. Killer stretched his arms and cracked his knuckles. The other supernovas acted pretty much the same. "Have mercy on me. I want to rescue Ace-sen too. I can help you for sure. Take me with you. I have known Ace-sen ever since he joined the Whitebeards. He always told me about his brother. I was arrested because I objected to the war. So please, let me die for him." Jin basked. Such a strong bond between a Shichibukai, first son of the Sea Jinbe and the 2nd Division commander of the White Bears, Porcas Diaz. Who would have guessed? Ivankov thought. The supernovas waited for Luffy's reply. Luffy really wanted to save his brother, and they had seen how close the Fishman and Fire User were, but Luffy didn't know. "All right." Luffy's reply came immediately, and Inazuma expressed his worry. "What? We don't know about him and how dangerous he is." "It's okay. Let him out." "Thank you." Jin was grateful to the rubber pirate. Inazuma was against it, but after getting approval from Ivankov, he proceeded to pick the lock on Jin's cell, cut his chains and do the same to Crocodile as Ivankov death wink at more annoying prisoners. "A Shichibukai and a former Shichibukai both on our team," he declared. Two of them. Who is the other one?" Luffy asked. All the supernovas' jaw dropped. How on earth does he not know? "I appreciate this. Now I can be of some help." Jin smiled. "Maybe you can stop the war between the Whitebeards and the Marines. But it's a waste of time. I'm gonna get that old man anyway." Crocodile sneered. "You better not hurt anyone that's on my side." Luffy glared at Crocodile. Crocodile merely looked back at him in curiosity, though he would admit that if he were a lesser being, the mere glare that Luffy was giving him would have made him flinch and he would have locked himself back in his cell. It seemed like Jin had the same idea. "I won't let you touch good old Whitebeard, Crocodile. Do you want to fight me here?" Crocodile challenged, the light glinting off his hook menacingly. "Why did the Marine even leave that stupid metal hook on him?" Luffy asked. "Don't know," Law replied. "Probably cause they believe he won't get out." Drake said. "Stupid assholes." Kid grumbles. "Overconfident Marine brats." Vijay retorted. "I've heard that it's poison," Hawkins said, looking at his cards. "Not as bad as Magellan's, right?" Yuruj asked. "I'll slice that arm off him when I get my weapons." Killer growled. "Just stay clear of it, right?" Apu Sans. They all paused and stared at each other. "What the hell did we just do?" They all asked in unison. "Froko boy, your secret past," Ivankov said in a sing-song voice. Crocodile reluctantly stepped back. "All right, we don't have much time. We're just gonna break out of here by force." Hee-haw. Suddenly, the staircase exploded. "What did I say? Not much time." "Inazuma," Ivankov said. "Already done." Inazuma had cut out a long strip from the floor and had used it to make a staircase. Everyone then ran up the staircase, just in the nick of time. "Where the hell is this? This seems very not so hellish," Drake asked out loud. "Oh, all your weapons are over there." Ivankov nonchalantly pointed to a table that had all the supernova's stuff in it. Crocodile changed back into his old clothes and smoked a cigar. "How did you even?" Drake was going to ask, but he got cut off by Ivankov. "We newcomers know pretty much every inch of this prison. I think disrupting Den mushy feeds and breaking into an unguarded room is hard." He let the former Marine ponder on that, before addressing Bon Clay, who for some reason was lying on the floor. "Are you ready, Bon boy?" "Yes, Iwasama." "You sure? Emporio energy hormone is just for you to recover for today. There will be after effects." "I know. Please go ahead. I mean, if you don't I can barely move." "Oh yeah, you're right. You got me there. Emporio energy hormone." Bon Clay twitched in pain and shock. "Oh, I injected it into your crotch by mistake." Nukama land. Every single male, except for the supernovas, winced. "Killer, remind me to stay as far away from that guy as possible." Kid said. That was interesting. Law said. Bon-chan, don't die. Luffy yelled. Wait, Bon Clay. Crocodile asked. Before anyone could respond, Ivankov said, all right, we good to go, and dragged everyone out into level 5. Even if we manage to get to the front door of the prison, we'll still be in for a fight. There is also the calm belt all around us which is impassable. This area is also full of vicious sea kings. We have to steal a marine ship to go to the marine headquarters. We just need more people to fight with us. Wait, you're serious? Apu asked. We don't want to go there. We still have our crews. Isn't that great? Luffy asked in confusion. The war is broadcast over the snails, right? And your crews would have remained in Sabaody, so they will see you in the war. That actually makes sense, Hawkins mumbled, taking out his cards with walking. There is a 80% chance that this will succeed. Law's jaw dropped. What's up, Torao? Kid jeered. Nuge, Warrior, just said something intelligent. That's true. No, who cares? Kid grumbled. To be honest, we already have a lot, but only a few of Vayu can make it to the top floor. If Vera captured, Vayu will be tortured to death. So if Vayu want to survive, Vayu need to free as many prisoners as possible in the entire prison. Ivankov concluded. Couldn't we have just released those level 6 scum? Bija asked. No way. They would have destroyed Nukama Land, blown our cover. I need Nukama Land to be intact for future prisoners. Ivankov said. They're after Whitebeard. There's no way they're going into a war zone with him. We already have the Shichibukai and admirals to worry about. Jin said. Several wolves started to circle the group, and Luffy ran off. Upon seeing Luffy's face, they all whimpered and stepped back slowly. Anyway, if we can start a riot, we'll keep our foes busy. We have to steal the keys and set as many as we can free on our way. Let's unleash mayhem and impel down such as has never been seen before. Hee-haw, let's go, Mugi boy. He went ahead. Inazuma said. What a free spirit. Hee-haw, let's catch up with him, Candies. Everyone rushed off following Ivankov. Wait, somebody come stop me. I'm going way too fast. It's faster than usual. Bon Clay spun. Well, that hormone sure is working overtime. Law deadpanned. Somehow, Crocodile and Jin were running with Luffy. The rest of the M trailed behind the former and current Shichibukai. Jin said, it's before 10 in the morning. The execution is at 3 in the afternoon. They'll definitely do it on time. If Whitebeard is going to do something, he'll do it hours before that. Ace-san should be already on the ship. The war could begin anytime now, but he's not gonna get killed until 3. Luffy said, which means that we still have a chance. Seeing a door, Crocodile merely placed his hand upon the wood and dried it out, causing the entire door to turn to sand. They're coming. The guards yelled and raised their guns. One guy said over the den mushy about the situation. This is the burning heat hell. Jim said. It's hot. Luffy commented. The idiotic Marines started shooting at Crocodile, who made no move to dodge or reflect them. Instead, all the bullets just passed through him. Meanwhile, he just smoked his cigar, giving a cocky expression. Stupid. Use the Kairoski bullets. A guard shouted. Before any of them could react, Crocodile reached out, crescent cutlass. He sent out a large wave of sand and dried out the first wave of guards. Shoot the Kairoski bullets. A sea stone net was shot at Luffy, but he jumped up and evaded it. He lifted himself up even further by latching onto a large overhanging chain. Gamu Gamu no storm. He screeched, punching the guards from his elevated position in the air. Fishman karate. Jin yelled and punched in front of him using arabesque brick fist, much to the shock of the guard in front of him. P. The guard grimaced and braced himself for Jin's fist, which did not make contact. What was that? Some small rocks started rolling across the floor. Suddenly, one of the guards started moving backwards for no reason, leading to all the guards panicking. One by one, the guards started being pushed backwards. What's happening? Before they all got knocked out by some invisible force. Were not match for them, an infamous rookie and 2 warlords. Don't back out. Hold out until backups will get here. We outnumber them. The scared guards started trying to reassure themselves. Get out of our way. We're not interested in you. We're in a hurry. Luffy growled. Many of the guards bristled at Luffy's comment. Let's just go, Crocodile said. And the 2 Shichibukais and the infamous rookie pirate charged forward. You fools, shoot them up, a guard yelled. Many timeskip. Glad to know some Marines can be smart. Not that last part though, Jin said, knocking the last guard unconscious. Those Marines were fools all right, and shooting a rubber person was just plain dumb. Crocodile casually tossed a bunch of keys into a cell. Oh, the keys. Thank you so much. You're Crocodile. The prisoner gaped at the pirate. I'm thinking about breaking out, but I need some assistance. Crocodile casually said. Do you want to come with me, Mr. One? The subordinate of Crocodile raised both his hands. I'll come with you because you asked me to. I was just starting to get bored. On Sabaody. Very well. We will all work together, just this once, to find our captains. And Killer, once we get that done, we have no business with each other, Heat said, shaking his hands with Popo. The rest of the pirates were surrounding them, some on lookout for danger or marines. Well, unless our captains start an alliance, a random pirate muttered, but no one heard him. All right, we should search all the groves here, Wire stated. I doubt they're still in Sabaody. Vito from the Fire Tank Pirates said they were most likely taken to Impel Down, in case you haven't noticed that they all were supernovas. Not were. Don't go killing off our captain, Shachai and Penguin screeched. Whatever, I'm just saying they're probably at Impel Down right now, Vito said, still having that grin on his face. Impel Down is impenetrable, though, Gotti said. Only some lion fellow broke out 20 years ago. Well, Hyken no ace is gonna be executed, right? Jean Bart asked. Then maybe Whitebeard will break him out of Impel Down. Possible, but unlikely. There's most likely going to be a war at Marineford. Meow. Foss said. Bipo sighed. Well, we'll come up with something. Maybe break into Impel Down. Pretend to be Marines and infiltrate. No, Marines usually aren't allowed in there. I heard rumors of Jinb and Hancock visiting though, but there's Shichibukai. Gotti said. So, what's the plan now? Shachai asked. All right, everyone spread out, Vito said. Go into every bar, shop, alleyway. Just listen for any hint of information. News, gossips, anything about our captains. Are we all in agreement? There are no protests, and Penguin said. How about we sneak into that marine base here? Maybe they'll have more information. He'd agreed, pointing to Shachai. You should go with that guy. You two stand out the least among us, in terms of looks and physique. Oh crap, what did I just get myself into? Penguin thought. At Sabaody, Penguin and Shachai hurriedly put on the marine uniform. Bipo had accidentally knocked 2 Marines out, and said Marines were tied up against a wall in the alleyway. Somehow, they fit just right. Shachai gumbled. Hey, I don't like this any more than you do. Penguin growled. Stop bickering. Bipo tried to get them to stop. Jean Bart just looked on in amusement at the forever arguing duo. Looking like Marines, the 2 pirates walked to the group that the 2 beat-up Marines were actually from. Where were you two? The head Marine shouted. Sir, some pirates were attacking. We fended them off, but we ended up behind the group, sir, Shachai managed to say, saluting for a good measure. Seeing Penguin standing there, dazed, Shachai poked him in the ribs. Their uniforms were covered in dirt and crumpled, since they had to knock out 2 actual Marines. If no one knew better, their story was pretty believable. Luckily, it was not noticed very well. The rest of your comrades are in the mess hall. Please join them as soon as possible. Yes, sir, the duo said in unison. That was close. Also, where's the mess hall? Shachai sighed as soon as the Marine was out of sight. The mess hall is the eating place, right? Penguin asked back. I know what a mess hall is. I don't know where it is. Shachai shot back. On level 2, dropping down from the cell above. Buggy dropped in multiple sets of wax keys, courtesy of Mr. 3. Are you guys ready? Anytime. The prisoners chorused. These copies of keys that Brother 3 made out of wax are fine pieces. They all ran off to free more prisoners. On level 4, Ivankov was running alongside the newcomers, and trailing at the back of the group were the supernovas. Why are we even running? Kid asked. Cause we don't want to stay in Impel Down, Killer replied. And we don't want to risk Magellan, Drake added. Gah, stop complaining. But Jer rolled his eyes, using his tank mode's wheels. You have wheels, Bonnie protested. Can't you use your devil fruit or something, Trafalgar? Yaruj asked. Don't want to, Law curtly replied. He did not want to tell his fellow supernovas to know that his injuries still hurt like hell, nor that the ceiling in Impel Down was too high for his room to reach. His pride was already at stake. Eventually, they caught up to Luffy, Jinb, and Crocodile. HEHAWW. I finally caught up to you guys, Ivankov yelled. Mugi-chan, Bon Clay shouted, pirouetting to Luffy and hugging him. Well, he sure has weird friends in weird places. All the supernovas sweat dropped. Bon-chan, looks like you got your juice flowing now, Luffy said while being crushed by said person. Yeah, I'm more than fine now. He leapt off Luffy, and just happened to see Daz Bones run past. Mr. 1. What are you doing here? Who is he? Luffy asked. He's the guy who was defeated by Sash-chan in Alabasta, Bon Clay yelled while jumping around. Oh, then I don't know him, Luffy continued. Neither him nor Bon Clay noticing Daz Bones' face darken. Sash-chan. When you say Sash-chan you mean Zoro, right? Yeah, by the way, how's Sash-chan? Bon Clay asked. Now it was time for Luffy's face to darken. Don't know. Kuma sent him flying somewhere. I hope he's okay. The supernovas just stared at the younger boy. Unlike most pirates, Luffy was just like a book. One could tell what he was thinking from his expression alone. But sometimes, you just have to read between the lines to tell what he's thinking, which wasn't easy, considering it was Luffy they were talking about. Suddenly, Luffy broke out into a smile. But I have a feeling we'll be seeing him soon. But he has probably taken off his bandages again. and then Chopper will scold him for being reckless, and then Zoro will complain that he can't move, and then Sanji will call him a moss head, and then they will fight. Everyone's sweat dropped at the sudden change in attitude in the rookie. Emporio face growth synthesis. Ivankov stabbed his face with his nails. And everyone watched, pirates staring, guards gawking, as his face grew to an enormous size. Hee-haw. His voice, now much louder than before, reverberated throughout Impel Down, Hell Wink. His attack sent many of the guards off the bridge. All the other pirates weren't doing nothing, either. Jin was knocking the guards around with his fishman karate, the invisible force pushing the guards away. Arabesque brick fist. More guards were sent tumbling into the lava pit. Kid was, happily with a crazed smile on his face, stopping the bullets that came near him and using repel to send them back at their attackers. Killer was right beside him, smacking away any marine that got close and literally just sliced off a few of their limbs. Yuruj was simply allowing himself to get hit before growing in size and punching the guards with double the power. Bonnie and Drake were, somehow, working together. Bonnie merely de-aged a bunch of guards until they were nothing but babies, before tossing them to the guards. Startled that their allies were now babies, they dropped their weapons in shock to catch the de-aged guards, only to be cut down by Drake. Crocodile couldn't be hurt by the guards, and he was literally a sandstorm, sucking up unsuspecting guards and hurtling them around. Baja had picked up 2 guns and started shooting the guards. Without his crew, he couldn't do his surprise attacks, but at least he knew how to use a gun proficiently. Hawkins had turned into his scarecrow form, and with his sweeping limps, he sent several guards flying. Bapu played the trumpet that was his arm, and the sound waves knocked more guards into the lava below. Law and Luffy were guarding each other's backs, as if they had fought together before. Well, they had, but that was once. For some reason, Luffy had decided that the injured Law was where he was going to be, and Law had no objections with that. At least Luffy had the tact to not go blurting around injuries and weaknesses. Bon Clay was still spinning around like a top, mowing down whatever poor guard was in his path before kicking them into a pulp. The guards weren't the only ones with casualties, thought. Some flying guards caught the odd newcomer unaware, and they, too, were sent down into the fiery hell below. Occasionally, the guards also managed to snipe the random pirate or escape. More and more reinforcements kept pouring onto level 4, hindering the pirates from moving onto level 3. This is getting annoying. Everyone stand back, Luffy yelled, shoving Law behind him. Most of the pirates were behind him, and only Jinbe and Crocodile had taken the lead. Jinbe wisely stood to the side, but Crocodile merely cocked his head. "What are you doing, Mugiwara?" Without a word, Luffy stretched out his arms and grabbed the ends of the railings on the bridge, before letting himself fly like a slingshot, Gamu Gamu no rocket. He plowed through the guards like a knife through butter, knocking the majority of them off the bridge or unconscious. "Damn it, Mugiwara, why didn't you do that earlier?" Kid screeched. "Crab-chan, where is the staircase to level 3? Luffy yelled to Inazium, blocking out the redhead who was currently yelling, "Don't ignore me." Across the bridge, then left. Inazium yelled back, slashing the few remaining guards. "Mugiwara, yeah, what are you thinking?" "No, stop," Law yelled, as Luffy's arm wrapped around him, Kid and Killer pinning them together. He didn't care if he was losing face in front Eustace and his first mate, but it seemed like the redhead and the masked man were having the same thoughts. "This better not be one of your stupid ideas, Mugiwara." "Nope, it's gonna be one," Law deadpanned, before Luffy stretched to the staircase and slung them all there. He dropped Kid and Killer on the floor, and Law braced himself for the impact, only to find there was none. He blinked as Luffy set him down carefully, and in much more grace than Kid and Killer. Somehow, when all that had happened, he hadn't aggravated Law's wound and barely even touched it. And somewhere in his heart, he was grateful. "Okay, what are you up to now?" Kid demanded after getting up, helping Killer get back up on his feet. "Mag, something is gonna be here," Luffy said. "You mean Magellan, the jailer with the Doku Doku no Mai," Law corrected in his bored tone. "So?" Killer asked, before his captain exploded. "I figured we'd be best to fight him. I've fought him before. Torao has ranged attacks and is a doctor. Metal Guy controls metal and he probably won't leave you behind." Luffy said. "Stop calling me that." Law sighed for the umpteenth time, although he understood that Luffy probably won't stop. "My name's Eustace Kid," Kid yelled. "And how does controlling metal help against a poison man?" Mugiwara is right, though. Some poisons are caused by heavy metals, or more dangerous substances. Your powers, either by magnetism or electrostatic properties, may have a chance at controlling them. Law mumbled, thinking. Honestly speaking, he would prefer not to talk about all that, especially not after Flevens and the amber lead poisoning in Khorasan. "Okay, what about Killer? He isn't poison-proof. Why not call Drake or Bonnie or Yuruj or even that damned Apu?" Kid growled, interrupting Law's train of thought, which the rookie was grateful for, not that he would admit it out loud. He did not need old and sad memories clouding his judgment. "What? You admit you can't defeat Magellan?" Law jeered. Killer rolled his eyes. His captain may be 21 years old, but sometimes he acted like a 5-year-old. Taunting him always worked, especially when his pride and ego was at stake. Oh yeah, you bet I'll be the one to take him out, Torao. Kid sneered back at Law, using the nickname Luffy had used. Oh, shut up, and don't use that name. It just sounds wrong when you say it. Law gritted his teeth at the annoying redhead. Suddenly, the entire jail shook, causing all of them to lose their footing. Our fight must have agitated the Sea Kings in this area, and they're now attacking. Jin cried out. We'll go on ahead. Come on, Torao, metal guy and mask guy, Luffy said, running up the staircase to level 3. Well, we don't want to be stuck here, and that is still not my name, Law grumbled, following Luffy, and Kid and Killer followed suit. They did not want to listen to the younger rookie that was insane and did stupid things, but they just followed, grumbling along the way. The 4 rookies made their way to level 3, knocking out the guards while trying to make their way to level 2. Meanwhile, the rest of the newcomers and pirates set about freeing even more prisoners. Drake shook his head. These prisoners were here for a reason. They were dangerous, but they would cause even more confusion to aid their escape. He was surprised that Ivankov had thought of that idea, though it was possible that it was Inazuma's idea. Bluegoris came running in, and Drake took charge. Keep freeing prisoners. Ivankov used his death wink, knocking out several jailer monsters. Drake charged in his Dino form, and thrashed the remaining of the jailers. Bonnie decided to hop in just then, transforming all the Bluegori into babies. And then Sadie and her demon guards decided to pop in. Sadly, before they could do much damage, Jinbe and Crocodile used Fishman Karate, 5,000 Brick Fist and Sables respectively, knocking the demon guards away. Sadie slashed her whip around aggressively, smacking a good number of prisoners unconscious. Jin got ready to take her on, but Ivankov just grabbed him and flung him to the staircase. Go help him, you Giwara boy. As an afterthought, he grabbed Crocodile too and flung him at the staircase. The ex-Shichibukai flinched at being manhandled, but managed to land properly. He glared at the revolutionary, before scowling and following Jin to level 3. Hee-haw, I will be your match, Ivankov declared, before stabbing himself with more hormones, and changed into a girl. Get out of our way, eccentric girl. Somewhere at Marineford. Where the hell am I? Zoro muttered, walking along a hallway. Mihawk said he'd drop me at the side of Marineford, and those stupid maps are all wrong. He met a group of Marines running towards him. It's Pirate Hunter Zoro. He's worth 120 million beris. What on earth is he doing here at the communications tower of the Gates of Justice? Oh, so that's where I am. Those maps in your base suck, Zoro said. All the Marines' jaw dropped. All the maps in the base are fine. Someone report him too. The poor Marine was cut off when Zoro swung his swords, taking out a good percentage of the guards. Now, who's next? Zoro growled. Are we reaching Marineford yet? Thatch asked, holding a sword in his hand. Marco sighed. Not yet, my son, Whitebeard said. Ever since Teach's betrayal, he had ordered that everyone must have a partner while on guard duty, and for some reason, Thatch had refused to be alone for long periods of time. Hell, the 4th Divisium Commandant had whined to Marco so much that the exasperated Phoenix had allowed Thatch to sleep with him once he was allowed out of the infirmary, and had helped Thatch move his mattress into his room. No one blamed him though. The near-death experience had made its mark on the Whitebeard pirates, and now Ace was going to be executed, and Teach was now a Shichibukai. Pops, I want first dibs on him, Yoi, Marco solemnly said. It was clear who Marco was talking about. Marco, I want first dibs. Thatch whined. He almost killed you, Yoi, Marco retorted. Exactly. I want first dibs. Marco sighed. There was no arguing with Thatch when he started whining. Fine, I get second dibs, Yoi, Marco said, happy. No, Ace gets second dibs. Thatch deadpan. Ace isn't here, Haruta said. Yeah, cause of him, Thatch replied. Ace would want to fry him. Hey, if Ace fries him then we won't get a turn. Haruta shot back. Technically didn't Ace already have his turn? Jazu said. He went to seek him out. Doesn't count. Thatch snapped. Okay. Fine, I want third. Marco was cut off. And we'll find Mujiwara no Luffy and let him beat him up too. Thatch smiled. What? Why does he get third dibs? Vista asked. Cause based on what Ace said, his darling little brother would want to beat him up too. Kuma sent him somewhere, Yoi, Marco retorted. We have no idea where he is, Yoi. He could be an Amazon lily, petrified as a stone statue by Boa Hancock. Jazu said. Yeah, right. Namor spoke up in a sarcastic tone. He was probably sent to impel down and poisoned by Magellan. Or he landed somewhere with mushrooms. Atmos said. Why mushrooms, Yoi? Marco asked. Atmos shrugged. Why not? Well, if everyone is betting on what Ace's little bro is doing, I'd say he's on a marine warship beating up Marines. Thatch exclaimed. We're betting, Haruta asked snarkily. I say he's freezing to death somewhere cold. Stroking his mustache, Vista said. Maybe he's stuck with weird Akamas. What about you, Izo? Probably stuck with the supernovas. He's one of them, right? Izo asked. The supernovas were caught at Sabaody and sent to impel down. Namor said. Izo hadn't read the papers yet. That's out then. He's beating up some Zoan devil fruit users that Izo decided. Why Zoan in particular? Haruta asked. Don't like them. No offense, Marco. Ain't Kaido building an army of them? Or maybe he's at Marineford Joy. Marco pipped up. All the heads turned to him. What? I met him before. He was so worried about Ace's Vivre card burning up Yoy. No doubt he'll be running to Marineford when he hears about Ace's execution, Yoy. Marco reasoned. Not if he's petrified, or poisoned, or beating up Marines, or freezing to death, or stuck with Akamas, or dueling Zoans, or eating mushrooms. Really? Why mushrooms of all things? Why the hell not? Seriously, the chances of him getting to Marineford are as likely as getting the man-hating Boa Hancock to fall in love with him. Namor grumbled. Everyone realized how ridiculous that sounded. Agreed, Haruta said. Impossible. Izo agreed. So, the bets are in? Thatch asked. Yeah, those situations are so ridiculous that only one of us will win. Jazu commented. If any of us win. Izo rolled his eyes. Whitebeard only chuckled. His sons were acting perfectly normal. Now if only Ace were here. As if reading his thoughts, Marco pipped up. Ace would probably kill us for betting on his little brother. Yeah, let's free him from Marineford and then pour ice-cold water on him for making us worry. Thatch said. Stop. I will not let you pass. Hannibal dropped down from the ceiling in the hallway in level 3. Luffy, Law, Kid and Killer stopped running to deal with the Vice Warden, allowing Jinbe and Crocodile to catch up. Who are you, Asen? Why did you open the door so wide? Luffy tilted his head and asked, making Hannibal jaw drop. How do you not remember me? I'm the Vice Warden here, and after I stop you, I will be promoted to Head Warden, he declared. Law and Kid sweat dropped. What a loud mouth. Killer turned around. We have backup. The rest of them turned around, seeing more prisoners running towards them. Looks like they are releasing more prisoners. Crocodile mumbled. Suddenly, Luffy heard something. Get down. Net started flying from the ceiling, trapping most of the prisoners. Metal guy, Luffy yelled, pushing Kid to the side. What was that for, Mugiwara? Kid screeched, only to see that where he had last stood was one Monkey D. Luffy in a net. Oi, get out of the net, Mugiwara. Crocodile huffed, reaching out for some reason to help Luffy out of the net, only to retract his hand, cursed Kairoski. Luffy was still fidgeting, trying to get the net off him. How on earth is not affected by the Kairoski? Killer asked. Don't know. He's probably running on adrenaline. If anything that weird Akama guy can do. La mumbled. He had his own assumptions, but that was probably impossible. Luffy had definitely gained some resistance on that island, but to be fully immune to it. Impossible. While the supernovas and 2 Shichibukai were focused on Luffy, a horde of guards ran out from the hallway behind Hannibal. Look, we have 1,000 cage-shot bazooka troops. There's no way out for you guys. Killer rolled his eyes. Seriously, they just shoot nets. Kid growled. I'm here to fight Magellan, not some second-rate lackey. Law sighed. Are Marines always this big-headed? Also, Mugiwara, getting tangled up in a net is not a good way to get out of it. Cracking his knuckles, Crocodile walked up to Hannibal, growling, You talk too much. This is for the bright future of all the innocent people, Hannibal declared, taking out his sword. You, the worst pirate in the history, Mugiwara. I impose the death penalty on you on the Warden's behalf. Get out of my way. Luffy yelled, still tangled in the net. No way. The Vice Warden yelled back. Mugiwara, yelling at him like a child throwing a tantrum isn't gonna make him comply, you know. Also, being stuck in a net isn't helping. Law smirked, raising his eyebrow. Sables. Crocodile sent his sand attack at the Vice Warden, who dodged. The attack did, however, manage to take out a few of the bazooka troops. Meanwhile, Jinbe was trying to help untangle Luffy from the net. Law mumbled, the blue sphere appearing. He then used Kikoku, slashing the net and Luffy into 2 pieces. Luffy-kun, what did you do to him? Jinbe demanded. Relax. This will only take a second. Shambles. Law twisted his fingers, putting Luffy back together again. Thanks, Luffy said, before eyeing Hannibal. For the record, that took 3 seconds, at least. Kid smirked at Law. Shut up, Eustacia. Law shot back. You gonna get him? Killer cocked his head to one side, ignoring the 2 older captains. Seriously, even Luffy was acting more serious than them at this point in time. Either Luffy listened to him, which was unlikely, or decided to attack. He started running, but Hannibal swung his double-bladed Naginata at Luffy, who leapt back to avoid the hit. You bastard. Luffy yelled. Of course he's a bastard. He's a Marine. Crocodile rolled his eyes. You're a bastard too, Crocy. Luffy growled back, before staring at the Vice Warden. Crocodile flinched slightly at the new nickname. First Croco Boy, then Crocy. Seriously, don't underestimate me, fool. Hannibal yelled. The rest of the guards started cheering for Hannibal. Okay, what now? Law groaned exasperatedly. Inferno Hell Wheel. Hannibal started twirling his naginata, which burst into flames. If you don't move, I'll move you myself. I have to save Ace, Luffy yelled, defending himself from Hannibal's attack. Jin swore he saw Luffy's fists turn black. If I moved that easily, then I won't be the Vice Warden. Hannibal shot back. Luffy leapt back, gear second. The three supernovas raised an eyebrow, interested in what Luffy would do. And why weren't they attacking too? Seeing how reckless Luffy was, they would probably end up attacking him by accident, seeing as how he flew all over the place. Gamu Gamu no Jet Gatling. Luffy sent a flurry of punches at Hannibal, right to the face. Kid's jaw dropped. Holy, that little shit's fast. Hannibal fell to ground, bleeding. Luffy proceeded to walk past him, but Hannibal grabbed his leg. Let me go. Luffy kicked him in the face. Hannibal got up again. It's not over yet. He stood up, albeit shakily, and swung his naginata at Luffy. I will stop you. I will save Ace. Luffy attacked viciously, punching and kicking the Vice Warden. Yet every single time, he got back up again. Quit bothering me. Damn it, I have to hurry to make it on time. Mini time skip. You won't get past me. Get out of the way. No way. Stop bothering me. I cannot let you pass. I said out of my way. I won't even let you move even a tiny inch. There's no time. You won't get past me. Okay, this is seriously getting ridiculous. Law grumbled. All the other supernovas and Akamas had caught up, taking care of the remaining guards. And yet, Luffy was still beating up that Vice Warden. Said person was currently clinging to Luffy's leg, naginata in his other hand, while Luffy was trying to dislodge him by slamming his leg against the ground. I said get out of my way. I have to save Ace. Luffy yelled for the umpteenth time. Hannibal was never so determined before. Drake mumbled, seeing the Vice Warden stagger up. Wanna save my brother? You're the dreg of society, so just cut the crap. Hannibal yelled. You guys are just pirates and rebels who earn only infamy. With you on the seas, people can't even sleep at night from fear of losing their loved ones. That's why we lock all you infamous criminals to make them feel safe. This is the great fort of hell. If we let you out, the world will be filled with terror. As I said, I won't let you take a single step. Huh, you guys are assholes. The most dangerous people in the world are those assholes with goldfish bowls on their heads, you idiots. The only thing I care about now is saving Ace, so just move. Kid had to stifle a laugh. Did he just call the celestial dragons assholes with goldfish bowls on their heads? A shadow crept from the back of the hallway, slowly sucking guards in one by one. You're too stupid to understand ... What's the matter? What's going on? Hannibal turned around, seeing his comrades getting sucked into the darkness. All this arguing about right or wrong. Search the ends of Earth and you'll find no answer. So cut the crap. Teach showed up out of nowhere and kicked Hannibal in the face. You, I met you at Jaya. Luffy yelled. Wow, I would have never thought to see all these faces at once. Looks like you were in the middle of something. Teach sneered. Teach, why are you here? Jin growled. Or should I call you Blackbeard now? Jin, that's not nice. Why don't you loosen your fist? Teach laughed. Oh yeah, you're close to Ace, right? But you're barking up the wrong tree. So you're Blackbeard. Luffy growled, clenching his fist. Almost everyone turned to face him. Oh, I never gave you my name. Long time no see, Mugiwara. I was surprised to hear that you were the brother of my commander. You sure you want to be here? You'll miss it, your brother's public execution. Teach sneered. I found out later that the former Shichibukai there was defeated by you. At that time, I was trying to take his place, so killing you was the best way to prove myself. But fate has saved you instead. Ace was chasing me for the crime on Whitebeard's ship, and he happens to be your brother. When he faced us, he had his retreat cut off. Don't you get it? If he let us get away, not only would it put shame to Whitebeard's name, but he'd allow his brother's death. Teach laughed. Luffy's aura changed. Law, Killer, even Kid got ready to take out their weapons, eyeing the youngest supernova warily. I knew it, he mumbled, his voice so soft that almost no one heard him. I shouldn't have let you live when I met you on Jaya. His soft voice echoed throughout the jail. So why don't you try to kill me now? He screamed at Teach, who just stood there in amusement. Luffy activated his gear second and launched a Gamu Gamu no Jet pistol faster than anyone could blink. The attack hit Blackbeard right in the stomach, causing him to fly right into a wall, cracking it. I won't let Ace die, Luffy yelled, watching Teach squirm in a very exaggerated-like way from his attack. Gamu Gamu no. Luffy jumped into the air to attack. Teach reached out, vortex. Suddenly, Luffy flew directly into Teach's grasp, before being smashed directly into the floor. Blood flew out of his mouth as his skull made contact with the ground. Law's eyes widened in shock. Mugiwara? Mugi-chan. Bon Clay cried out. Blood. Ain't his body rubber? Crocodile mumbled. While Kid made a similar comment. Ain't he rubber or some stretchy shit? Luffy got up and jumped backwards, creating some distance between him and the Whitebeard traitor. He felt bloody trickling down his face and touched it, confused. Seems like you have no idea what happened. Your brother Ace looked like that, and that's how I beat him. Don't you get it? Devil fruit powers are ineffective towards me, Teach proclaimed. So what? Luffy proceeded to attack again, but Jin stopped him. Luffy-kun, stop. Enough already. Let me go. Luffy screeching, trying to get out of Jin's grasp. Not now. Hold your anger. The fishman valiantly tried to stop the enraged teen. Let me go. Luffy-kun, think about it. What are your priorities now? Jin tried to reason with him. Ever since he was on Whitebeard's ship, he was so strange. I don't know how he got it, but he has the power to defeat even the undefeatable Ace. You can't waste your time and energy here. Fighting out of anger won't help you save Ace-san. What the hell happened to him? He looks like he went mad. Even more mad than he was at the auction house at Sabaody. Bonnie demanded. He's probably stressed. Everyone turned to the Surgeon of Death. He had his crew sent away, and somehow broke into Impel Down to rescue his brother. Now, he has met the person who was responsible for putting him here in the first place, and learned that if it wasn't Fire Fist, then it would be him. It made sense to him. He was like that when he ran from the exterminators in Flevance that were hell-bent on killing him. He had went mad. He almost broke too. If it weren't for Korra-san, Luffy managed to get his feelings under control, breathing heavily, not just from his usage of Gear Second. For a second there, when Teach grabbed him, he felt like his entire body was going to explode. Now that he wasn't running on anger, he felt like his muscles were tearing apart. Luffy coughed out some blood, but it wasn't noticed due to all the blood on his face. He remembered what Lucci had told him. His body allowed him to use Gear Second because it was rubber. In that split second, while he had accelerated his heart rate and blood pressure, he was grabbed by Teach, taking away his rubber body. And his body couldn't take it. Feeling Luffy calm down, Jin put the smaller captain down. You're stronger than I thought. You have more haki than you did before. Teach sneered. Panting, Luffy glanced at Law. Their eyes met, and Law somehow knew what he wanted. Normally, he wouldn't listen to anyone else, but no one else had a plan. A risky plan, sure, but it would get Teach out of the way for some time. So you're Blackbeard. I heard that a nameless pirate had taken my place as a Shichibukai. But it's odd. You should have been summoned to Marineford already. Why are you here? You're risking the title that you really wanted by being here. Crocodile growled. That's part of my plan. Do I have to tell you? Teach shot back. Nope. Crocodile muttered boredly, not interested at all. Luffy nodded in his direction. Law used his room in shambles, elegantly throwing a Kairoski net onto the unsuspecting Blackbeard. Gamu Gamu no whip, Luffy yelled, kicking Blackbeard into a wall on the far side of the prison. Just in time, Ivankov, who was still female, yelled, Magellan's coming. Mujiwara boy, you better go now, if you get poisoned again. There's no way for you to survive again. Up the stairs, the troops are gone and there's no one in the way. The prisoners cackled. Ivankov made a move to follow, but she was stopped by Sadie's whip pulling on her arm. Ivankov, I won't let you go. Let me hear the scream of a queer. Ivankov internally laughed. PP princess. PP please don't. SS striking me with your whip. It's gonna hurt. What happened to you? But I like how she was cut off by Luffy's Gamu Gamu no pistol. You weird pink lady. Leave her alone. Awa, I was just gonna have some fun, Mujiwara boy. Ivankov laughed. Thanks for reminding me about the poison. But who are you? Have you seen Iva-chan anywhere? He asked blankly, looking around for the stokier Ivankov that he knew. Is he that dumb? Drake's sweat dropped. Maybe his previous encounter with Magellan left him brain dead. Yurush said, still smiling. Of course he's dumb. He punched a celestial dragon. Bonnie rolled her eyes. It's fortunate for us that he broke their defense on a staircase. Jin grumbled, facing the traitor. Blackbeard had peeled himself off the wall and was standing up, Kairoski net off him. I told you Sky Island was real. The One Piece is real too. He laughed. Help. It's the Minotaurus. Prisoners started running back down the staircase. Stupid cow. Can I eat it? Luffy growled. I just want to save Ace. Why are there so many guards? And you. Shut your stupid checker's mouth. It's a prison, Mujiwara. Of course there are many guards. Law replied. And I don't think you should eat the Minotaurus. That may be cannibalism. Hee-haw. Keep going. Ivankov yelled, after tying Sadie up with her own whip. Even more prisoners were streamed back down the staircase. More were knocked back by the Minotaurus. None of the supernovas wanted to engage the monster. They just kept standing back up that it was ridiculous. Meanwhile, Luffy just walked towards the demon guard. Mugi-chan, Bon Clay said. He's frustrated. Better not bother him now. Jin said. What do you mean, bother? I just wanna. Bon Clay was cut off when Luffy growled, get out of my way. The Minotaurus snorted, smashing its club onto Luffy. Gear second. Luffy glared at the guard. Gamu Gamu no jet pistol. The attack hit the Minotaurus straight in the gut, sending it flying straight into a wall and knocking it out instantly. Definitely frustrated. Law agreed with Jin. The rest of the Akamas and prisoners were gushing over Luffy's strength. Iruj wondered how much he would bulk up if he was hit with that. Then again, it could just knock him out directly. Drake flinched. He knew how powerful the demon guards were. Knocking one out in one hit was no small feat. He did not want to be on the other end of that fist. Okay guys, the lid of the pot of hell is of now. Let's go. Bon Clay yelled. The prisoners and pirates made their way to level 2. Behind them, Magellan cursed under his breath, Mijiwara, how did you survive after I poisoned you? You're probably the one who caused this. I must take your life for sure. Luffy ran down the staircase back to level 3, along with the prisoners. It's no good. The staircase is all covered in poison and half the staircase is collapsed. Someone yelled, damn that Teach. I knew he wouldn't make things easy for us. Jin growled. His ability allows him to suck things in. It makes sense if he can spit it out too. There's another staircase across the jail, Ivankov said, running direction into the hot desert of the starvation hell. We have to hurry. I hear Magellan getting close. Drake yelled. True to his word, a large wave of purple poison washed over them. A large chunk of the prisoners and Akamas at the back of the group were swallowed by the wave, screaming in agony as the ooze made contact with their body. Thought we were gonna fight him? Kid asked, stopping. You idiot. No way we can win against that huge wave of poison, Captain. Killer urged Kid to keep on running. Law mutely agreed with Killer. Luffy turned around, staring in shock at the massacre behind him. Mugi-chan, don't look back. Keep running. Bon Clay yelled as he twirled. Crocodile wondered how he didn't get dizzy from all that. Magellan growled, I won't let you get away. Kid muttered, attract. The fallen guns and ammo littered around the prison floated in the air, gathering into a large metal ball. Repel. He sent the ball of metal at the poison man. That should keep him occupied for the time being. Hurry up. Ivankov yelled, Magellan's right there. That metal ball won't stop him for long. Get to level 2. Magellan approached just as Inazuma and Ivankov led the last of the escapees through the staircase. Inazuma, Ivankov ordered. Inazuma promptly used great scissors and raced up the staircase. Please be safe. The entire staircase fell like streamers after a party. Level 2. The Hippo, Matties, and Scorpion ran at sight of the stampede of escapees making their way through the jail. The Manticore started babbling things like, chemise, long underpants. That's weird. Luffy wondered. The poison guy was behind us a while ago. I think the scissors guy and the weird Akama guy stayed behind to fight him. Kid growled, punching a couple of manticores across the jail. I heard something fall. Drake yelled, using his rapier to knock a couple of guards away before turning into a dinosaur and smacked a couple more away with his tail. What? They're fighting the poison guy. We have to turn back. Luffy screeched. Mujiwara, if you go back to fight Magellan, you'll die. The Akama made that very clear. Law deadpanned, slashing a couple of monsters apart with Kikoku. He had no idea why he even bothered trying to tell Luffy what to do. You have to have faith in the miracle worker, Mugi-chan. Bon Clay cheered. What's wrong with this floor? They can't be that lax. Crocodile commented. Even if Blackbeard came here before, there's no way all the prisoners in the cells can disappear. Jin said, and all the cells are open. I wonder who released them. Jin ran up to Luffy. Luffy-kun, there are marine and prison ships anchored around the prison. They would have probably heard about the situation. There is a good chance that Magellan would at some point tell them to leave since that's the only way for us to leave. We can get to Marineford before Ace-san's execution if we can steal one of them. Great. Wait for me, Ace. Suddenly, a huge horde of prisoners came running past, along with the demon guards. What's with these things? Didn't we just beat them? Luffy whined. They're awakened Zoan fruit users. Crocodile drawled, just as two people barreled into him. Hey, are you okay? Mr. 3 asked Buggy. Who in turn yelled, you bastard. What are you, Crocodile? Boss, Mr. 3 exclaimed. Huh, oh it's you, Mr. 3. Crocodile rolled his eyes. What are you doing, you useless trash? Gamu Gamu no. Jet Gatling. Luffy screamed, smashing two of the demon guards into the ground. Jin, in turn, used Fishman Karate, Arabesque Brick Fist, taking out the last two guards. Captain Buggy. They Cody the demon guards. A random prisoner yelled. What? Buggy and Mr. 3 yelled in sync. Before Buggy realized who it was, Mugiwara. That's the Shichibukai. Jinbei, Mr. 3 exclaimed. Good, you guys are okay. Luffy exclaimed, seeing the duo. Mr. 3 and Buggy cringed. It breaks my heart. They said in sync, tears streaming down their faces. Captain Buggy, a bunch of prisoners and perverts are coming up from level 2. A prisoner that Buggy had released yelled. Perverts too. Buggy spat out. Who are you calling perverts? Bon Clay screeched, kicking Mr. 3 and Buggy in the face. You too. This is for walking out on us back there. You're here too, Mr. 2. What a riot as usual. Law sighed. A familiar voice rang out. Hydra. Magellan's here too. What the hell is going on here? Buggy yelled. Everyone started making their way towards the exit, beating down any guards that came in their way. What? If he's here, then Eva-chan and Crab-chan. Luffy was cut off by the warden. After then King of Pervs and his crony. It's your turn now. Magellan growled. Crap. Bonnie cursed. Don't get near him. Drake yelled. Vijay rolled his eyes. And a door on his chest opened. A large pile of firearms fell onto the ground. Everyone just stared at him. How did you even? Drake gawped. Being in such close proximity with supernovas for extended periods of time was not good for anyone's health. I nabbed them. Now shoot him, damn it. The former mafia boss snarled. No way. Ivan-san and Inazuma got. Bon Clay couldn't believe what he was saying. Damn you, Luffy screeched, and shot a Gamu Gamu no pistol at the warden. You fool, Law yelled, calling out a room and swapped Luffy with a random rock, making him hit a wall. You can't fight him. You nearly died fighting him. Bon Clay tried to reason with him. I'm alive now. Luffy stubbornly argued back. Someone just grab him and run. Kid yelled exasperatedly. Jinbe yelled, Luffy-kun, get to the upper level and to the main entrance quickly. It's not good. We're paying too much attention to Magellan. The prisoners and Akamas immediately picked up the firearms that Vijay has brought and started shooting Magellan. It's not enough to stop him. Hurry up, Luffy-kun, Jinbe yelled. Magellan shot several hydras, each taking out tens of prisoners at a time. One shot straight at Luffy, and he braced himself for the stinging pain. That didn't come. Candle wall. Mr. 3 put up a wax wall in time to stop the hydra. Your naiveness sickens me. Don't think that me letting my guard down means I want to be your friend. I just don't want to owe you any favors, idiot. This wall is as tough as iron and won't let your venom through. How annoying. Magellan attempted to attack from the side, but Mr. 3 just put up a giant wax wall to block off the entire hallway. Luffy-kun, we have to go now, Jinbe urged the younger man. Didn't you say we have to steal a marine ship? Luffy asked, earning a yes from the fishman. Go ahead with everyone else. I'll try to stop him. It'll be harder to steal one with him chasing us anyway. I have an idea. You think it's gonna work? Jinbe asked. Yeah, alright, but don't push it too far, Jinbe replied. Torao, metal guy, Luffy yelled, grabbing the respective supernovas. He had seen the supernovas fight, and he knew who was capable of fighting Magellan. Dino guy, and you, he pointed at Drake. Bonnie and Vijay, help them get a marine ship. I don't take orders from anyone. Vijay snorted. You wanna die here? Luffy yelled. The trio followed his orders with no complaints. Muscle guy, you're strong, right? Threw things at him. Luffy asked Urouge, who just listened. Someone had a plan, at least. Metal guy, hit him with metal. Torao, swap us. Luffy yelled. Huh, what's that supposed to mean? Mugiwara? Law demanded. Piano teeth, blast him with music. Don't ignore me, Mugiwara. Scarecrow guy, take out the guards. Why are you ordering us around, Mugiwara? Kid growled. Do you have a plan? No, then shut up. Luffy then hopped next to Mr. 3. Well, smartass, if you have a plan, what about Killer? Kid demanded. He can either fight Magellan and get poisoned, or fight the guards, but I think he'll want to stick with you, Luffy reasoned, though his weapon is neat. Captain Kid, I'll be fine taking out the guards. Killer asked for permission from his captain. Alright, 3, let's fight him. I wasn't gonna fight. I just wanna run. Mr. 3 stammered. We aren't strong, but let us help you. Prisoners started running to them with cannons. Where they got those from, no one had any idea. Can you do me a favor? Luffy asked Mr. 3. Cover my hands and feet with wax. Can you do that? Yeah, that's possible. I'm counting on you. Alright, wax candle armor. With this, I can. I look so cool. Luffy started admiring his wax fists and feet. Face forward. What are you saying at a time like this? Mr. 3 demanded. Don't know why, but tears are filling my eyes. Thank for making me look this cool. Luffy teared up. Are we seriously gonna listen to him? Kid deadpanned. Well, you have a better plan. Law asked. Mugiwara, I admire you for your tenacity. Magellan growled. What did you do to Eva-chan and Crab-chan? Luffy demanded. You mean Ivankov? I executed him. You will soon follow. Hydra. The poison man sent a wave of poison dragons at the duo, which was blocked by Mr. 3's candle wall. Kid promptly tossed a mass of scrap metal at the warden, knocking him off his feet. Urouge threw a broken wall at the poison man, trapping him, but it didn't hold him down for long. Don't interfere. Magellan sent a large wave of poison at Kid, who had nowhere to run. Vroom. Shambles. Kid promptly appeared next to Urouge. Luffy jumped over the wall. Magellan sent a couple more hydras in his direction, but Apu managed to hit the poison from afar with his Tatakau music, clearing a path for Luffy. Spinning his arm, yelled, Gamu Gamu no champion rifle. His attack landed, hitting Magellan square in the face. A series of mortars were also fired at the unsuspecting warden. Didn't you learn anything after I beat you so soundly? Magellan growled at the rubber boy. I forgot it all. Gamu Gamu no champion bazooka. Luffy punched Magellan, sending him sliding back a few feet. This time, I'll make sure you never forget by burying you with it." Magellan roared, creating a few more hydras. Luffy countered it with Gamu Gamu no champion Gatling. He smashed all the poison dragons' heads into grape jelly before smashing his fist into Magellan's stomach. "How's that?" The mortars fired again, but Magellan still seemed unharmed. "It's no use stalling me. I told all the ships to take off from Impel Down. There are none to steal." The old fishman and the others went to get one. "They'll find a way for sure," Luffy challenged. He still has no idea that the fishman is a Shichibukai. Kid growled, "You're talking about Jinbei. Then I should end this faster." Suddenly, instead of the purple ooze, Magellan covered himself in red ooze. "Mujiwara, wait." Law tried to stop Luffy, but was ignored. "Gamu Gamu no Champino stamp." The wax started melting. "You pushed it too far. The wax won't work," Mr. 3 yelped, pulling the wax off Luffy just in time. They could only watch helplessly as Magellan started spreading his red potion at a ridiculous rate, creating a monster with a poison skull for a face. Venom Demon. Magellan started chasing them, and even the floor started corroding away. Hell's Judgment. The poison dripped onto some unfortunate prisoners, the poison spreading like a disease over their entire body until they dropped dead. Mujiwara. He increased the potency of his poison. Now it's spreading like an infection. "We have to leave, now," Law yelled. Uruj and Kid also made their way to the exit. Apu tried to blast the poison, but it barely did anything. Uruj managed to grab him and run. No wonder the wax armor didn't work. Luffy whined. "You gotta run," Mr. 3 yelled as they reached the entrance. "Did you get a ship?" Luffy asked as he ran. "Not yet," Bon Clay responded. "What?" Suddenly, the floor cracked, and Ivankov flew up from the lower level. "Iva-chan, you scared us." "Hey, what happened to him? Or is he a her?" Bonnie asked, confusing herself with the pronouns. "Seems like I made it in time." Thud. He passed out from hitting his head. A Den Mushi was tossed over to Luffy, much to his confusion. "Luffy-kun, you got out." Jin's voice was heard over the Den Mushi. "Yeah, but he's still chasing us. We're running out of places to run." "All right, we got a ship, but it'll take some time to get it to the docks without aggravating the Sea Kings." Jin replied. "Don't stop. Just jump into the water with everyone. We'll find a way to get rid of the Sea King. Leave the rest to me." The prisoners started protesting, but Luffy ignored them. They were getting pretty annoying. 3. Help me again. Luffy skid to a stop. "Why did you stop, Mujiwara?" Kid screeched. "Are you nuts?" Mr. 3 yelled. "If we dive into the water, we'll die. He's a minion of the government. We can't trust that damned fishman. He's a friend of Ace. I trust him," Luffy yelled as Magellan started attacking. Hell's Judgment. Mr. 3 promptly put up a giant wax wall. Luffy entered Gear 3 and used Gamu Gamu no Giant Stamp, sending the thick wax wall crashing into the warden. "Iva-chan, wake up. We're in trouble," Luffy screeched in his Chibai form, just as Magellan's poison completely destroyed the wax. "Who are you?" "Mugi Boy's son," Ivankov mumbled, barely conscious. "Can you do the wink?" Luffy asked, earning an okay from the dazed Akama. He popped to his normal size and ordered everyone to hold on to the Akama's face. "Okay, I've been going along with this plan and this is just ridiculous." Bijay growled. "I am not climbing onto that thing's face." Kid yelled. "Where's Red Flag?" Uruj asked. "He's on the ship," Bonnie said boredly, pointing towards the ship. Luffy stretched his arm around all the supernovas before grabbing onto Ivankov. Law sighed. "First a fart, then a wink. What next?" "At the entrance." "They're stupid," Drake mumbled. "The calm belt is supposed to be the greatest barrier protecting Impel Down, but now it's inhibiting them," Jin said, sweat dropping as the 3 marine ships were floating about in the water. The fog was making it hard to see, but everyone else sweat dropped at the scene. "That Sea King just sank 2 of our ships." "Kill it," a marine yelled. "Fools, you don't just shoot a Sea King while it's underwater." Crocodile snarled. Said Sea King promptly trashed its tail, taking down one of the remaining ships and bit another one into pieces. The Marines on the remaining ship screamed like children. "That was very anticlimactic," Bonnie mumbled. The Sea King shoved the ship in the direction of the prison, before giving a loud roar and diving back into the ocean. But everyone could tell that it was still there under the water. Jin promptly tore the door off its hinges. "I can't carry that many, but let's sail out with this to take one of those ships." "You were a former Rear Admiral, right? You know the Marine codes?" Jin asked Drake. "Yeah, all right. Think you should go first. The codes would be important." Jin leapt into the water. "Those of you who are determined can get on." Drake stepped onto the platform, and Crocodile and Dazbones did the same. "That's it. All right then. Are you forgetting about me?" Buggy snarled. He started boasting, before leaping onto the platform. "All Devil Fruit users, you think it's safe, especially with that Sea King." Drake trailed off. "Don't worry about it. We'll be at the ship in no time." Plus, it seems like the Sea King isn't interested in us, Jin said, before speeding off in the direction of the marine ship. Seeing as the threat of the Sea King was gone, the Marines had taken to firing their cannons at Jin. I'm gonna launch you onto the deck, Jin said, before swimming underwater and firing a water heart shoulder throw at the makeshift raft, flinging it onto the marine ship. It's Red Flag X Drake, Dazbones, Crocodile and Buggy. We can just throw those devil fruit users into the water. Tick marks appeared on all the said fruit users' foreheads, and they promptly attacked. Marines were flung off the ship at a rapid rate until it was raining Marines. Hell wink. Ivankov blasted out of the prison by his powerful attack. Magellan reached out in his poison form to grab him, but missed him by just a hair. We're gonna fall, you idiots. Kid screeched. Fly, you idiot. Bonnie yelled. He's out cold. Vijay rolled his eyes. A huge back appeared on the water, and Ivankov landed on it. I'm sorry that I should ask you to come to this dangerous area, but carry them here please, Jin basked. The whale sharks created a line to allow Ivankov and the others to reach the ship safely. We broke out. Buggy cheered. I can't believe we actually escaped. Drake murmured. It's not time to celebrate yet. We have to get going. Jin yelled. Suddenly, a ship appeared behind them. Someone is chasing us, Vijay said. 95% chance it's Magellan. Hawkins replied curtly. What the hell are you doing? Kid screamed at Hawkins. Meanwhile, Law just sat against a wall contemplating his life decisions. You okay there, Torau? Luffy asked, snapping Law out of his daze. Geez, what's gotten into you, Trafalgar? Got a stick shoved up your ass, Kid jeered, earning a sharp glare from said surgeon. Sink his ship, Buggy screeched. Meanwhile, the people on Magellan's ship also had the same idea. Keep firing. They cannot escape via the gates of justice. Sink them. Well, if he's on a boat, that means he can't use his more potent poison, or he'll just sink himself. Law muttered. Cannonballs started flying at them. Luffy, Kid, and Crocodile used Gamu Gamu no Balloon, Repel, and Sables respectively to defend the ship. Hawkins and Apu redirected any cannonballs that the trio had missed. Mr. 3 was knocked out when a stray cannonball blasted him into a wall. Where's the revolutionary? Law asked. His wound was starting to throb and it was pissing him off. Inside, patching up Crab-chan, Luffy yelled, punching a cannonball away. Fools, use the cannons. Crocodile yelled at the prisoners, who started loading them. Jin was trying to prevent the ship from getting hit while staying ahead of the ship. If Magellan got close enough to board their ship, they'd have no chance at all. Where's the glutton? Uruj asked, only for Vegeta to snort. Inside, said she was hungry. A loud creaking sound was heard, and all eyes turned to the source of the sound. The gates of justice is opening. What's going on? Why are they opening the gate? All the prisoners, Akamas, and the only rubbermen started cheering. In Impel Down, are you sure about opening the gate, Warden Magellan? A guard asked. I'm sure. Have I ever been wrong? Mr. 3, disguised as Magellan, said. No, sir, it's not like I don't believe you. The guard replied. Good. Once the prisoner's ship passes through, close the gate right away. Understood. I got it, sir. At the gates of justice. Fools. Who opened the gate? Magellan roared as the stolen marine ship sped further away from them. He didn't have time to ponder his question, and instead opted to kill the pirates. Hydra. He created more poison dragons and sent them in the escapee's direction. Oh dear, Drake murmured, seeing the large wave of poison literally flying towards them. Where's Mr. 3? Luffy yelled. He's out cold. Buggy screamed. Hey, wake up, 3. Captain Buggy cares about his crewmates so much. Even though we're going to be engulfed by poison, he wants Brother 3 to be alright. The prisoners that Buggy released started cheering tearfully. Now's not the time for this, Kid yelled. What's going? Jin could only stare wide-eyed at the mass poison. Suddenly, a large blast of water burst out from between the ships, intercepting the poison. Everyone turned to Jin, who was just as flabbergasted as they were. That wasn't me. I'm just as surprised as you are. A large shadow was seen under the water surface. The Sea King is still there, Drake called out. The large wave of water crashed down on top of Magellan's ship, creating a large wave as the ship almost capsized. All the poison was washed right off Magellan. He shook the water off himself, before hearing cries of agony. Warden, it hurts. That giant blast seems to have washed the poison right into the Marines. They can't pursue us in that state, Law stated, walking onto the deck again with his usual calm demeanor. Jin expertly steered the ship towards the gates of justice, the prisoners and Alkamas alike cheering. Magellan growled and huffed. He couldn't steer the ship and attack the pirates simultaneously, and his men were all poisoned by his own poison, and groaning in pain. He couldn't win, but he could find the person who ordered the opening of the gates of justice. He created a hydra and shot it all the way to Impel Down, Den Mushy in hand. Jin, where's Bon-chan? Luffy asked, searching the ship for his friend. Jin averted his eyes, staying silent. Is that true? Luffy looked at Jin, his tone practically ordering Jin to look him in the eye. Push it. Don't. Push it. Don't. Push it. Don't push it. Don't push it. Don't. The guard couldn't make up his mind on who to listen to. The Magellan over the Den Mushi or the Magellan standing in the guard room. The Magellan in the room then smashed the controls, and another Magellan appeared in the doorway. I was with him a while ago at the entrance. He really stayed behind at Impel Down. We made it this far. We're almost there. Because of him, we met Eva-chan and broke out. And now we're gonna go on without him, Luffy demanded, tugging on Jin's arm like a small kid. We don't have time. Jin turned away from the smaller boy, hardening his gaze. Are we gonna leave him there? Luffy yelled. We left hundreds of friends who were beaten. Do you want to go back and fight Magellan and lose more friends and time? Jin growled. To open the gate, someone had to stay behind. Jin handed Luffy a baby Den Mushi. It's still connected. Its coverage is limited. It won't work after the gate closes. Luffy yelled into the Den Mushi. Bon-chan, why are you doing this? Just like you did in the past. The past? Crocodile. Mr. 3 and Daz Bones wondered. Since when were those two friendly? We were gonna break out together, weren't we? How many times have I been saved by you? If you're there, say something. Please. Bon-chan. Luffy started trembling. Mr. 2 started wailing. How dare you? Buggy screeched. I'm sorry about everything. All the other prisoners and Akamas who knew or met him at least once started wailing and crying too. Bon-chan, the gates are closing. Thank you, Luffy said. Mugi-chan. The baby Den Mushi was now crying. Bon-chan, Mugi-chan, you have to save your brother at any cost. I know you can save him for sure. The connection was abruptly as the door to the former impenetrable prison closed. Almost everyone went over to the side of the ship facing Impel Down, crying their eyes out. Oi, you idiots. The ship will tip over, Kid yelled. Everyone stopped crying and glared at the supernova. Let's toast to our unprecedented unheard breakout of Impel Down. Buggy spoke up, a cup of sake in his hand. All the prisoners started kampai-ing and eating. Meanwhile, Luffy and Mr. 2 were talking. When I think about it, he wasn't a bad guy after all. Mr. 2 mumbled. I was looking forward to seeing him again. But once more he rushed to our aid. Luffy started crying again. How long are they even gonna be like that? Bijay grumbled. Who knows? Nijiwara is weird. Bonnie rolled her eyes, munching on a piece of meat. How long are you guys gonna mourn? He was great but he's dead and nothing can change it. Let's have a breakout party. Oh yeah, let's celebrate it as a funeral for Mr. 2. He was cut off when a rubber fist planted itself in his face. More like funeral for himself. La mumbled. We don't know he's dead yet, you big nose. Luffy growled. What did you just say? Buggy shot back. Your nose is red, round and stupid. Well, your face is rubbery, stretchy and stupid. What did you just say? Luffy and Buggy stare at fighting each other. I thought talking to fish was a mermaid ability only. Crocodile asked Jin, but you can call whale sharks. Is it weird for a fishman to be a friend of fish? Jin asked back. What about the Sea King then? That isn't normal. I guess you're a misfit of a violent species. Crocodile mumbled. I didn't summon the Sea King. It was already there. I can't deny that fishmen are violent. Jin responded, just as Luffy smashed Buggy's face hard and rocketed himself up to the duo. Jin heard Luffy coming up behind him. Luffy-kun, you gave me an opportunity to save Ace-san, so I owe you a great debt. Half the supernovas gulped. Owing someone a debt was one thing. Jin was a Shichibukai, and was an honorable fishman. A debt in the hands of Luffy won't turn out well. Don't think of in terms like that. There'd be no end to it. Plus, it's just encouraging to have you along. You're so strong. Little shit. He's a freaking Shichibukai. Kid hissed. I just want to thank you and apologize to you for the other case before this. Luffy tilted his head in confusion before Jim continued. I'm a Shichibukai, but I'm sure they'll revoke my title for doing this, so let's run wild at Marineford. We have to live up to the expectations of Queer-Kun and rescue Ace-san at any cost. Luffy was wrestling Buggy in the middle of his speech. A Shichibukai. Marineford. The duo collapsed when they heard what Jin said. Hey you're a Shichibukai. No wonder you're so strong. Luffy screeched. Sorry I didn't introduce myself. The fishman apologized, while others were yelling at Luffy that everyone else knew who Jin was. Torao, the rubber man bounded up to the doctor, much to Kid's amusement and Law's exasperation. Why didn't you tell me? You never asked, Mugiwara yet. Law sighed. Hey, what's that about Marineford? Don't tell me we're heading there. Buggy yelled, to which Jin rolled his eyes. Yes we are. No, I know you guys know about the war between Whitebeard and the Marines. Buggy cried out. It's obvious. It's your faults for being so clueless. We passed through the gates of justice. That means our destination must be either Marineford or Anai's lobby. The Terai current that we are on is exclusive to the government. It's a giant whirlpool that connects the three major facilities. We broke out to participate in the war. Crocodile said dryly. Yeah, the true fight is on its way. Luffy agreed, much to Buggy and Mr. 3's shock. Stop the ship, bastard. Buggy cried out. We can't stop because we're on the current. Jin growled. Plus, even if we could, we shouldn't. There's a massive sea king directly under us, somehow. It's following us, Drake said, eyeing the massive shape under the sea. Should we kill the sea king? Baje asked, cocking his gun. Leave him alone. And why don't you guys get off? Luffy addressed Baje, before asking Buggy and Mr. 3. No, we can't. Devil fruit users like us will drown. Buggy and Mr. 3 yelled, while the rest of the prisoners panicked. Hey, do you hear something? A prisoner asked, as Luffy heard a den mushy. Who is it? Don't you get it? This is a Navy ship. Mr. 3 grunted. Luffy went over and picked up the snail. This is the Marine headquarters. Oh, this is Luffy. Idiot. Bonnie growled. We know this ship has been taken by escapees. We have received a report from the fleet escort force at Impel Down. We determined that the main suspect and intruder is Mugiwara no Luffy. He was aided by Buggy the Clown, who was thought to be a nameless pirate. But you were a member of the crew of the King of the Pirates, Gold Roger. You are also a sworn brother of Red Hair Shanks, a Yonko. No, that wrong. Luffy screeched into the den mushy as the prisoners treated Buggy like a king. How could someone like that have laid low until now without raising any alarms? But now, you've made yourself known. We can't see your connection with Hyken no Ace, and we have no idea why you want to aid Mugiwara no Luffy in Ace's rescue, seeing as you had attempted to kill him at Logtown. Bonnie raised an eyebrow. That seemed like an interesting story. We know you have Jinbei, Crocodile, Ivankov, Trafalgar Law, Eustace Kid, Killer, Basil Hawkins, Capone Baje, Jewelry Bonnie, Uruj, X-Drake, Scatchman Apu and more than 200 ruffians who are also escapees on board. I warn you, as long as we don't open the gates of justice, you can't get to Marineford or get out of the Terai Current. There is no sea for you to get away to or live on. Luffy was getting more pissed by the second, and Law could tell. He knew what Luffy was capable of, and did not want to risk the destruction of the ship. Oi, Mugiwara, calm down. Better make yourselves comfortable. That's it. Hey, wait. Marines. Luffy yelled as the Marines were about to put the den mushy down. I'm gonna rescue Ace at any cost. Wash your potatoes and be ready for us. Everyone fell over. Potatoes? Law asked. Shouldn't it be wash your neck? Baje puffed out. Idiot. Kid scoffed. You don't wash your potatoes and boil them at a time like this. Bonnie screeched. Do we even have potatoes now? Don't pick a fight with the Marine headquarters now. And Akama yelled. Captain Buggy was on the crew of the Pirate King. A random prisoner yelled. We will follow you for the rest of our lives. Let's steal this ship from the ones that want to go to Marineford. Then we'll be free. Are these guys dumb? Drake yelled. We can only exit by Marineford, Impel Down or Anai's lobby. Anai's lobby is still under repair from Mugiwara's rampage. Well, I guess we have no choice but to fight, Captain, Killer said. But first we have these idiots. Baje growled. Mugiwara, you need to give this ship to us. A prisoners threatened the boy. Apu let out a bark of laughter. Yeah, but I'm sure all of us have higher bounties than them. After breaking out, we don't want to go to Marineford. We have Captain Buggy on our side. Go ahead, Captain Buggy. The prisoners started cheering for Buggy, and Jim muttered, this isn't good. Crocodile sighed, a sandstorm in his palm. We should just kill them all. Then I can settle my score with that damned Whitebeard. Jin would have glared at Crocodile at the time, but suddenly, the temperature dropped. Jin turned to the source, and realized a dark aura was surrounding Rubber Captain. All the prisoners instantly stopped chanting, frozen mid-speech. In the blink of an eye, Luffy punched Crocodile in the face and grabbed him, dangling him over the edge of the ship by his collar. Kid only blinked as the two suddenly changed direction. Antiologia was going through everyone's head. Luffy's hand was bloody, grasping the older man. I won't forgive you if you hurt Ace and anyone he cares about. Luffy's voice was slightly deeper than his normal childish voice, almost like he was possessed. He tilted his head until only one eye was visible. I won't let you hurt anyone else. If you do, you know what happens. Crocodile was struggling in the younger man's grip. Luffy's grip on him was strong, with all the blood. But Crocodile swore the younger man was using haki. He could see the black on his skin under the blood. Understood. Such a simple question, and Crocodile gulped. Luffy had beaten him into a pulp the last time they met, and he was poisoned and bleeding out. Luffy was in a much better shape now, and knew exactly what his weakness was, and they were surrounded by it. Plus, the supernovas would probably side with Luffy, seeing as he was the one that freed them. Ivankov liked the boy. No prize choosing who he would side with. And then where was Jin? The fishman himself could deal with Crocodile. Yeah, go on fooling yourself. Crocodile chided himself. He couldn't bring himself to admit he was scared of the smaller, younger captain, the youngest man standing on the ship they were currently on, yet one of the strongest. The kid that had been a pain in the butt, the guy who ended his reign over Alabasta, the man that had burnt the world government flag. Crocodile realized. No, he wasn't scared of Jin, or Ivankov, or even freaking Eustace Kid. He was scared, no, terrified shitless of the rubber boy. the void in his eyes, containing sadness, melancholy, regret, anger, determination. There were too many emotions, too many thoughts. There was one thing that was clear. Luffy would save Ace no matter what, and protect whoever Ace deemed to be protected. If Crocodile even laid a grain of sand on Whitebeard, Luffy would smash him into so many pieces. Even being a Loja won't help in reforming. Meekly, Crocodile nodded, and Luffy tossed him back onto the ship. Breaking his trance over everyone, Luffy blinked and asked, how long more? Buggy was one of the first few to gather himself after Luffy's display, rallying the prisoners. You flashy fools. This ship won't stop. We're heading to the center of the war. Brace yourselves and think about it. The man at the top of the world will show up. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If you're real men, why don't you live out a dream with me? Today, I'll beat Whitebeard, which means I'll conquer the world. Luckily, Law, one of the few that recovered first, managed to distract the rubber pirate from the clown. The prisoners cheered for the pirate. Well, he does have a way with words. Yuru's sweat dropped. More like a way with idiots. Drake mumbled. Jin lifted his foot. During Luffy's outburst, something had fallen out of Luffy's pocket. Jin pocketed the small item, making a mental reminder to return it to Luffy. Crocodile was rubbing his sore cheek. He vowed never ever to get on the smaller boy's bad side again. Hell, if Luffy told him to find a bomb, he probably would do it. We still have the gates of justice, though, Law said, after the rubber boy had bounded away. The Marines have a point, though. I forgot about the gates of justice at Impel Down, and Queer Kun had opened the gates for us, Jin replied, thinking, before deciding to find Luffy. The rest of the supernovas just argued. Luffy was found sitting at the very front of the ship, staring at the Vivre card in his hand. Luffy-kun, we'll be arriving in a couple of hours, Jin said. We still don't have a plan for the gates of justice. Zoro, Luffy said. I can feel it. Jin sighed. He knew who the swordsman was, just not why Luffy felt he would be there. Changing the topic, Jin held out the item. Luffy-kun, you dropped this. Seeing the thing in Jin's large palm, Luffy scooped it up. Thanks, Jin. This is supposed to be my secret weapon. Now Jin was curious. Secret weapon? Luffy nodded, hanging the item around his neck. Jin was curious, but kept his mouth shut. There are more important things than the secrets that Luffy held. Luffy could know where Pluton was and he wouldn't even care. Come on, the others are probably planning. You need to rest too, if only for a little while. Jin tried to coax the younger boy. Thanks, but I'm fine. At least join in the planning. Jin tried again. The boy had to loosen up. Being held up on one thing would make Luffy less efficient in battle, and he already didn't have enough energy to spare. Luffy grunted, tucking the Vivre card back into his card and followed Jin. I'd say we concentrate on one point and attack. Kid was yelling. You idiot. If we did that, either Admiral could easily take care of us. Drake yelled back. Cohen guns blazing everyone. Vijay growled. Going in without a plan has a 95% of success. Hawkins was confused, before shuffling his cards again. Everyone shut up when Luffy entered. I have a plan. So, Mujiwara, what's your plan? You are the one who wants to save Firefist. We're just here to make sure we don't get killed. The plan is to get to Marineford, save Ace, and don't die, Luffy said proudly. Everyone blinked at him. That's the dumbest plan that I've ever heard of. Kid grumbled. Luffy took out a Vivre card. That must be Ace Sen's Vivre card. Jin said. Yeah, I've heard a lot about you from Ace. The fishman continued. He told me that you two always used to run through the fields together. Luffy smiled. Not sure about the fields, but Ace and I were always together. Eating together, sleeping together. Kid gagged. Not like that, pervert. Law snickered, though he did want to smack Kid for even thinking that. He sighed. His big brother side, which he thought had burnt to ashes a long time ago in Flevence, was coming out again, for a rubber-brained idiot no less. Law sighed again. I could never beat Ace. Luffy grinned. Ace-san told me nostalgically. Jin could tell that Ace was fond of Luffy, and vice versa. Ace went out to sea 3 years before me. He hadn't eaten his devil fruit, but I couldn't beat him even once. Luffy exclaimed. You hadn't seen him after he left? Drake asked. He was sure that he had heard rumors of Firefist being seen in Drum and Alabasta around the time before Crocodile was defeated. No, I saw him in Alabasta once. He was chasing a man called Blackbeard, who I met before in Mock Town. Luffy growled out the last part. I still can't believe someone like him killed Ace. When I heard the news, I couldn't believe it either, and I had no idea you had already met Teach. Jin growled. Yeah, I knew something was wrong with him. I should have killed him there and then. Luffy seethed, eyes shadowed. Bonnie hummed. Something was seriously wrong if Luffy wanted to kill someone, and openly declared it. Luffy never killed anyone on purpose, just the occasional strong attack that accidentally busts ribs and destroys internal organs. So, just kill him then. Kid snorted. I'm not like you, okay? I don't like killing. Luffy screeched in his face. Kid glared down at the younger man. That guy he killed was called Thatch, the commander of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. He was a good-hearted man. I wanted to help good old Whitebeard, whom I owe so much, so I often visited the ship at that time. But I never noticed what Teach was up to. And then Ace-san sailed out to sea, alone. As the commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeards, he had to get rid of Teach. Jinbe interrupted the brewing fight, catching the attention of the rubber boy. We'll be there soon. Just so you know, the other Shichibukai will be there too. There's will be no easy way out of this war once you enter it. Crocodile butt in. There's that Hawk guys, the bear guy, the pale leak guy, and Hancock, right. Luffy counted off 4 Shichibukai, counting Jinbe and that traitor. There's one more. You know them. Jinbe asked, impressed. He was guessing the first 3 were Mihawk, Kuma, and Mariah. He did agree Mariah looked like a leak. Yeah, Hawkeye almost killed Zoro at the Bear 80. Leak guy took my shadow and I punched his face in, and Kuma sent me to Hancock's island. Luffy growled. Apu whistled. The Shichibukai were no pushovers, yet Luffy was somewhat acquainted with most of them. Though he had no idea about Doflamingo though. The gates of justice loomed up in front of them. Suddenly, then Den Den Mushi rang. Luffy stared at the direction the Den Den Mushi was ringing. Gonna pick it up, brat? Crocodile asked. Mr. 3 tossed the snail in Luffy's direction. But by the time Luffy gotten a hold of the snail, it had stopped ringing. Looks like whoever it was hung up. Law smirked. Well, there still is the gates of justice. Jinbe looked up at the large doors, when suddenly, the doors creaked open, letting out a blast of cold air. What the hell is going on here? Jinbe asked. Had the Marines gone mad? They clearly knew they had hijacked a ship, and they were still letting them in. The walls next to the doors, tens of meters above the sea level, exploded. Luffy turned in the direction of the explosion, only to see a falling blur of green. What's that? Killer asked. Luffy's eyes sparkled, and he slung himself in the direction of the noise. Law and Jinbe just looked on in confusion. On another part of the ship, a figure landed on the deck of the ship gracefully, 2 swords in a hand each and 1 in his mouth. I thought there would be Marines on this ship. The figure grumbled, covered in bandages as he took the sword out of his mouth. Both Buggy and Bonnie spit out the water they happened to be drinking at the same time, from separate cups of course. You again. Though, you two again. Zoro sheathed his swords, sparing a glance at the duo. Anyway, either of you seen Luffy? I knew he would broke into Impel Down to save Ace somehow, and you guys were in Impel Down according to Zoro was caught glancing around warily, hearing a familiar stretching sound. A yellow blur smashed into Zoro, sending him skidding across the deck of the ship and smacking his head hard against the sides of the ship. Everyone flinched at the sound of a skull crashing against wood. That ought to have snapped his neck into 2. Law muttered. Sadist. Mr. 3 gulped. Much to everyone's surprise, Zoro stood up with almost no injuries, Luffy hanging on him like a coat. I'm really gonna kill you one day. Sorry, Zoro. Luffy stopped laughing and glanced at the swordsman before screeching, Zoro. Oi, oi, Luffy, stop hugging me. Zoro yelped as the younger tangled his limbs around Zoro's and cried. You were injured and Kuma blasted you off and you were bleeding so bad and everyone was blasted off and I was the last one and I was so sad and I was so scared. And for those who can't, lazy to make out what he said. You were injured and Kuma blasted you off and you were bleeding so bad and everyone was blasted off and I was the last one and I was so sad and I was so scared. Oi, Mijiwara, if you're gonna speak, speak properly, damn it. No one understands what you're saying, asshole. Buggy screeched. Luffy, we'll talk later. What's the plan for saving Ace? Zoro snapped the smaller boy out of his tears. Wait, you came all the way here to save Ace-san? Jinbe asked, in amazement. There were many rumors that the swordsman was independent and as crazy as the Straw Hats could be, but to actually make his way to Marineford after being blasted to who knows where by Kuma, it was amazing. Almost as amazing as Luffy somehow making it into Impel Down and breaking out. Yeah, Kuma sent me to Hawkeye's island. And then Hawkeye said he'll drop me off at the docks for Whitebeard to pick me up. Then he dropped me in the middle of nowhere, so I walked here. Zoro seethed. The docks are on the other side of the island, Drake shakily pointed out. Shuhehe, you got lost again, didn't you? Luffy laughed, only for the moss-headed swordsman to retort, I did not. And you conveniently decided to open the gates of justice. Law drawled. Well, I couldn't have a row cook beating me to it. Plus it looked important, so I wrecked the entire place. Zoro gave an animalistic grin. Jinbe nodded in approval. Destroying the system meant that the gates of justice were forced open, and the Marines would have no way of closing them anytime soon. Zoro sighed, before saying, all right, Captain, what's the plan? We go in, bust the Marines up, grab Ace and leave. Luffy looked so serious that Zoro had to stifle his laughter. Got it, Captain. Wait. You're actually gonna follow out with that plan? The Jed demanded, chewing on his cigar harshly. Luffy's the captain, he can do what he wants. If he wants to throw himself down a ravine and get chased by wolves, then he can go ahead and do it. Zoro just said, been there, done that, when I was 7. Though technically Ace kicked a tree into me and I fell, though. Luffy pointed out, See, he already did that, Zoro said smugly, before he comprehended what Luffy's words meant. What? Why would Ace do that? Everyone's sweat dropped as Luffy replied, he was trying to kill me. Doh. But why? Ace tried to kill me many times when we were younger, but it's fine. Luffy grinned, he's still my big brother. Zoro sighed, and Jin said, everyone hold on. The gates of justice opened fully, allowing the marine ship through. Ace, Luffy uttered a single word. We made it through the gate, but what I'm concerned is whether your dad is here or not. Luffy asked confused. Dragon, why would he be here? Zoro asked as well. Wait, Dragon. Drake was reaching the tipping point of his sanity. I don't think Dragon would let them kill his own son. Ivankov mumbled. Oh, my dad and Ace's dad aren't the same. Dragon's my dad, but Ace's dad is Roger. Luffy grinned. Everyone else except Zoro, who was napping against the mast, gaped at him. Even Law. Buggy screeched. He had a great father but never met him. He got mad every time I mentioned it. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Luffy grumbled. Just like Garp. Zoro sighed. Come on, we're nearing soon. Suddenly, a massive wave pushed the entire ship back. This ship is moving backwards. Bonnie yelled, curled up against a railing. Crocodile and Daz Bones were just standing there, unfazed. Urush, with his large body mass and a low center of gravity, was barely affected. Luffy grabbed the mast using his legs. Zoro was grabbing the railings and Law was trying using Kikoku to try to gain his footing while trying to prevent his hat from flying away. Kid had used a track to grab onto one of the cannons, grabbing Killer and prevent him from flying off. Hawkins, Vegeta and Drake had grabbed hold of the railing. We need to keep going, Luffy yelled, but Buggy's lower half flew past him. It smacked Law right in the chest, dislodging him from his position and his fluffy hat flew off his head. Torao, Luffy yelled, using one hand and looped it around the Surgeon of Death and the other around his hat. Finally, the waves became calmer and everyone sighed in relief. Thanks, Mugiwara. Law mumbled as Luffy placed him down and plopped the fluffy hat back on his head. Finally, what was that about? Mr. 3 trembled. I wonder when we can get to Marineford like this, Buggy demanded. Luffy was tugged on Jin like a kid. Can you hurry up, please? I have to get there before Ace's execution. Luffy, he can't concentrate if you do that, Zoro yelled, dragging Luffy away from Jin. Don't worry, Luffy-kun. We'll make it, Jin reassured, before Zoro faced the fishman, frowning. Who is that? Oh, that's Jinbe. He's a Shichibukai, Luffy exclaimed. Not for long, though, Kid grumbled, dusting himself. Oh, Zoro mumbled. How can you be so sure? Mr. 3 demanded. You think your fishman karate can help? Are you gonna call more whale sharks to help us? Buggy demanded. There's still a sea king under us, Killer exclaimed, but everyone ignored him. Vegeta shook his head. This was a mistake. My power isn't enough, Jin grumbled. Then who are you depending on? Buggy screeched. He said we'll make it, so we'll make it, Luffy yelled back. Suddenly, the tide surged forward, and the ship started moving towards Marineford. Did you do anything, Jinbe? Zoro asked, leaning over. And he just addresses the Shichibukai like that. Drake sighed. Nope, I was just steering, Jinbe replied, equally confused. It's speeding up, Urush called out. I don't know what's happening, but this is it. Let's go, Luffy yelled. A sudden wave swept the entire ship upwards. Jinbe, do something. I don't want to be defeated by a tsunami here. I have to save Ace. While the entire wave suspended the ship midair, the entire tsunami froze. That must be the work of Aokiji, Jin growled. Leaning to look at the ice, Luffy piped up. All right, we can break the ice and slide down. That idea actually ain't half bad. Law agreed, impressed that Luffy had thought of that idea. TIMUSKIP. One Gamu Gamu no pistol, one fishman karate and one death wink later. Hey, Buggy screeched. Wrong side, idiots. Vegeta puffed out some smoke. The ice broke and all the pirates and Akamas were sent plummeting down into Marineford. I said you were doing it too much, Kid yelled. It's because of his wink. Crocodile growled. Is it my fault, Croco boy? Ivankov retorted. I don't want to die like this. Don't matter. We're all gonna die. It's all frozen down there. Bonnie screeched. I'm a rubber man, so I'll be fine. Luffy screamed. Boy, that doesn't mean we'll survive too, Mugiwara. Law deadpanned. We shouldn't have listened to you, Mugiwara. Buggy yelped. Ace, Luffy yelled. The Marines and pirates alike could only stare at the rookies that were falling to the bay, indifferent or shocked. In Garp's case, his eyes were bugging out of their sockets. Ace glanced skywards, helpless, as the person he wanted away from this war zone most was plummeting downwards like a cannonball. Luffy grabbed all the rookies and used Gamu Gamu no balloon to cushion their fall. After getting up, Luffy stood, tall and strong, and screamed, Ace. Is that? A Marine asked, flabbergasted. Crocodile. That's not all. Who is in that lineup? All forces are here on both sides. There is a lot of big names, Ivankov exclaimed, after being fished out of the water by Jin. The world better be ready for it. Buggy screeched, similarly after being fished out by Jin. Ace, we're coming to rescue you, Luffy yelled again. Luffy, Garp yelled in shock. His precious, little, adorable grandson was here. Garp, it's your family again, Sengoku screeched. The son of the Pirate King and the revolutionaries. I'll take care of them for good. Sakazuki growled. No way. It's all the supernovas who reached Sabaody with bounties over 100 million berry. Crocodile, former Shichibukai, Emporio Ivankov of the revolutionaries, and Jinbe, a Shichibukai. A marine screamed. Holy crap. Another marine screamed, crapping his pants. Two of them are Straw Hats. Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro and Mugiwara no Luffy. Where's Croco Boy? Ivankov asked, looking around. Oh, I think he chickened out and... There he is, Buggy exclaimed, pointing at the Sandman who was skimming through the air at the present Yonko. He went ahead of me. Oyanji, Jin cried out. Fool. Law closed his eyes before focusing on the larger threaded hand, the pink-obsessed flamingo. Long time no see, Whitebeard. Crocodile drawled. You never learn. The lodger raised his hook above Whitebeard's head, ready to take the old man's head off when a low voice rang out. Crocodile. Everyone, revolutionary, Akama, pirate and marine alike flinched at the voice, watching as the usually cool and composed Crocodile flinched at the word, and instead of attacking Whitebeard, he landed, before looking around warily for the source of the voice. Ni, Crossy, I did tell you I won't stand for you attacking anyone Ace liked, Luffy said, blinking at the Sandman. When he had gotten onto the Moby Dick, no one knew. But one thing was for sure, Crocodile was screwed. Crocodile gulped, as Luffy said, promise you won't do it again. Wait, what? Crocodile thought. Since when do pirates make promises? Was the general exclamation. Luffy stuck out his left hand, pinky promise. Crocodile just gaped at the younger boy. What? To don't be stupid. Don't you know what it is? Luffy huffed in exasperation. Zoro laughed, seeing how Luffy was actually calling Crocodile stupid. Don't be absurd, Mugiwara. I won't stoop so low as to do something so childish. Crocodile sneered. One look from Luffy had left him shaking. I don't have a left hand, he said, raising his hook to show his point. Luffy hummed, before sticking out his right hand. Time skip. Luffy had sent Crocodile into the fray, much to the surprise of everyone around. That's the reason you follow him? Kid asked Zoro, who shrugged. Nope. We follow him cause we want him to. Crocodile followed out of fear. And while Das Bones would have wanted to slice Zoro's throat for saying that, he too could admit that anyone not on the Straw Hat side would be afraid of them too. Hell, they were willing to challenge the world to Nico Robin, and the captain himself had broken into 3 of the most important government facilities. You came here to save your brother? Whitebeard asked Luffy, who stared down the giant. Yeah, duh, Luffy nonchalantly said, picking his nose. Zoro managed to bite back his bark of laughter. Do you know who you're messing with? Whitebeard growled, slamming his bicento into the ground, creating a massive shockwave, a squirt like you will be dead meat. Looking to the ground, Luffy might have looked cowed to the people who didn't know him. Sadly, due to his reputation, a certain Flame Brain was hoping his younger brother didn't say anything to piss off his captain. Shut up. That's not for you to decide. Luffy yelled at the Yonko. I know what you want. You want to become the Pirate King, don't you? But I'm the one who will become the king. It was surprising for most, seeing the rookie stare down the strongest man in the world. Sure, destroying NA's lobby, breaking in and out of Impel Down, and now Marineford, but outrightly challenging Whitebeard. Whitebeard broke out into a grin. What a cheeky little brat. I won't forgive you if you cause me any trouble, you spoiled brat. I'm gonna do whatever I like. Luffy growled, I'm gonna rescue Ace. How does he know Whitebeard? A marine piped up. I don't get it. He should hide after breaking out of Impel Down. Why bother coming to this living hell? Helmeppo groaned. Luffy and Zoro were way out of their league. Because he is Luffy-san. Kobe mumbled. That's the way he is. Old man, Luffy said, catching the Yonko's attention. I heard on the marine ship that they were gonna push the whole thing forward if situation calls for it. They're gonna kill him immediately. You sure? Whitebeard confirmed. Sengoku wouldn't do that, nor would Tsuru. After all, Ace was the only reason why Marineford wasn't utterly annihilated the moment the Moby Dick resurfaced. Yeah, they said they would after getting all set for something, but they were using codes so I couldn't understand. Plus, the underlying darker tone, the one he heard being used to put Crocodile down came out again. That stupid Nakama killer Teach was in Impel Down. Isato's got it covered for the moment though. Whitebeard's eyes widened. Now he got it. With the Shichibukai position, Teach could use that opportunity to free all those prisoners who held a grudge against him. And who the hell was this Isato person if Luffy believed he could handle Blackbeard? I know you want to rescue Ace too, so I decided to share that with you. Luffy said. I see. That was important information. Whitebeard nodded. He made a mental note to get Marco to as that revolutionary about possible Blackbeard recruits. Yelling at Ivankov now would just distract all his sons. Thank you. No problem. All the pirates and marines, minus the supernovas, jaw dropped. Hell, the supernovas had jaw dropped so many times, this was nothing. And Zoro was already straw-hatted, plus a supernova. How can he talk on equal terms with Whitebeard? They screeched. Also, make that attempted Nakama killer. Thatch yelled as he waltzed out onto the deck of the Moby Dick. The poor commander was practically grounded by all his Nakama to the Moby Dick, for fear the Blackbeard would finish the job. They wouldn't let him, but they couldn't defend Thatch, especially since Marco had deemed him not healthy enough for fighting in wars. Luffy eyed the Whitebeard pirates. You better keep an eye out for him. He gestured at Whitebeard, only for Thatch to splutter, of course I will. What do you take me for? Thatch. Both Ace and Jin's eyes were bugging out. Okay, Ace, I'm coming now. Luffy screeched, ignoring the commander, much to said commander's chagrin. Don't ignore me. Zoro laughed again, before jumping onto the Moby Dick to join his captain. Oi Luffy, he yelled, only for the rubber man to leapt off the ship. Idiot captain. He, too, jumped off the ship to follow his reckless captain. Nevertheless to say, the duo didn't have much of a problem. Luffy's Gamu Gamu no Bazooka and Zoro's Santoryu, and Bima Yonzu Onigiri taking out mutable opponents from afar. Get out of my way. Luffy's cries were heard. See, he's Ace's brother. Keep up with the boy. Jazu yelled to his division. We should go too. Jinbe advanced towards the battle, his shock at Thatch's survival having worn off. Ivankov and the other Akamas followed. Yeah, don't want him hogging all the action. Law smirked, before using his rune to teleport to the area farthest away from the pink-feathered bastard to fight. He did owe Luffy a favor, but didn't want to catch Doflamingo's attention just yet. He needed more information that this fight could grant him. Battle information was just as important as anything, since he would most likely have to fight the Shichibukai if the worst came to worse. Bastard, Kid cursed, before choosing a portion of the Marines to fight. They were really easy to beat, since all their weapons were metal, but Kid, or rather, Killer, would not let his captain look a gift horse in the mouth. The government still had those damned Kuma clones. 16th Division. Let's charge ahead. Speed Juru yelled, before charging forward in an extremely timely fashion into a crowd of Marines. A particularly large group of Marine swordsmen charged up at the two Straw Hats, but Zoro pushed Luffy out of the way. Go on. I'll hold him off. You Straw Hats, always bringing trouble wherever you go. A Marine growled. Hey, you are the ones that always bring us trouble. Zoro hissed back, before placing his sword in his mouth. Tatsumaki. A large whirlwind appeared, blasting the Marines away with ease. Zoro visibly winced, which didn't go unnoticed by Flower Sword Vista. He would be a powerful opponent to spar with. If only he was at full power. Chopper's gonna kill me. Zoro groaned. His bandages were getting stained with fresh blood, and he had felt his stitches tear again, either him or that damned Perona. Toch, they're so encouraged by just one daredevil. But our strategy is airtight. Don't hesitate. Do as I said. Sengoku ordered over the Den Mushi. Damned Sengoku. I'm sure he thinks he doesn't need to stick to the schedule for the execution of a mere pirate. The key is, after they are all set for what? Whitebeard grumbled. Drake, who had decided to help the giant first, piped up after getting onto the ship. I may be able to help with that. Whitebeard-san. I know the Marine codes. Pops, I heard that they're moving Ace's execution forward. Marco landed, before saying, glancing at the former Rear Admiral. His glare practically screamed, hurt my captain and I swear to God I will kick you to the depths of hell. That's even worse than impel down. I know. Little brat told me and this brat says he can decipher the codes. How are Squad and the others doing? Whitebeard asked. Their ties up with the Vice Admirals at the Bay Head. I'm gonna fly there and help. Marco said. No, wait, I bet it must be part of his plan that we'd get some leaked information in advance. Sengoku wouldn't let his enemy know his strategy so easily. He's not that foolish. Whitebeard growled. He hated not knowing, especially when one of his precious sons were at stake. They didn't say much using code though. They only said wait for him to be weakened, word for word. Drake butt in. He knew he was being rude, but he didn't want to be around the two legends. He had no idea how Luffy could even think of challenging anyone with that kind of presence. Marco though, even though they used codes, they're still incredibly vague about it. Thanks. His attention was drawn when Kizaru decided it was a good time to attack Juru, which just happened to be in Luffy's path. Zoro had been herded to another part of Marineford, away from his captain. Baje, Hawkins, Urouge and Bonnie had decided, again, to fight in a group, seeing as Baje's devil fruit power was useless without his crew, except that he was pulling out weapon after weapon after weapon. He mainly took care of Marines from afar. Hawkins, he just used the ability Kizaru already knew about, his voodoo dolls. Whenever either of them were about to take a hit, Hawkins was there, and down went another unfortunate Marine. Urouge and Bonnie were much more straightforward. Urouge smashes the Marines around, and Bonnie dodged or aged them to prevent them from ever fighting back. Their reasoning was simple. Protect the selves, don't cause so much damage, and get out alive. I was gonna ruin you there cause the celestial dragons wanted it, Mujiwara no Luffy. Kizaru drawled, as Ace could only look on helplessly from his seat on the execution stand. Death wink. Ivankov managed to blast the younger pirate out of the way. Mugi boy, are you okay? Damned you, Akama. If you heard him, Zoro's rant was cut off when another pesky marine threw himself at him, and Zoro had to clench his sword more tightly between his teeth as he cut the marine up. Luffy was promptly back on his feet. That was close. Thanks, Iva-chan. My only mission is to save you, Ivankov yelled in frustration, only to be distracted as Kuma set his sights on the revolutionary. He's the bear-like guy who blew us all away, Luffy yelled, as Ivankov screeched at the Shichibukai who showed absolutely no sign of hearing the revolutionary. Don't worry about me, Ivankov yelled, prompting Luffy to go on ahead. Fullbody and Django attempted to punch the advancing rubber man, but Luffy dodged both of their attacks. Django attempted to hypnotize him, but an explosion caught the rubber man's attention. Luffy just watched as another marine with long hair kick the sleeping duo who were apparently hypnotized by Django's own attack. I know you from Alabasta. I don't have time to play with you now, Luffy growled. Hina simply used her kimono sleeve cage in an attempt to trap Luffy, but Luffy escaped with his gear second. Luffy then proceeded to beat up every single marine in his path, not slowing down one bit. One by one, marines fell. Mujiwara, he's high-spirited as usual. Mariah left. I shall cut his shadow off. Mariah's monologue was cut off when Jin doused him with a jet of water. You always did talk too much, Jin growled, before sending another wave of water at Mariah. One Gamu Gamu no Bazooka sent the man flying into the ocean. Law was just glad that Doflamingo had decided to focus his attention on his fellow Shichibukai and Ivankov. Stay away, Luffy, Ace screamed, catching the attention of the still semi-neutral Shichibukai, who were Hancock and Mihawk, as well as the pirate in question. I know that you know it. We're both pirates. We both sailed on the sea as we liked. I have my own adventures. I have my own friends. I want you to keep your hands off of them. A wimp like you wants to save me. You think I'll allow you to do that? It's humiliating. Go back, Luffy. Why did you come here? Anyone who didn't know Ace would say that the pirate was being incredibly harsh on the rookie, but those who knew Ace would say something different. Ace was horrible with expressing those kinds of feelings, so he did it in a way he knew best, with harsh words and lashing tones. I don't care. I'm your brother. I don't care about the rules of pirates, Luffy screamed, smacking away a bunch of marines for a good measure. What are you doing? Don't let this rookie take control of the war, Sengoku growled, just as a giant decided to take down the rookie. How exactly am I doing that? Luffy screamed at the idiot that was known as Sengoku in his eye. If I could do that, Ace would be with me, idiot. He's also a loose cannon. He grew up with Ace as his stepbrother and is the biological son of the revolutionary dragon, the worst criminal in history. Sengoku yelled through the poor snail, trying not to be peeved at the rookie's insult, with Luffy yelling back to correct the man. I'm not a cannon. He's my brother, not stepbrother. Who cares about my dad? Hancock was just a blushing mess. I finally understand what happened at Logtown, Smoker growled. No wonder Dragon had saved the boy. He was his own son. After finishing his rant at Sengoku, Luffy bit down on his thumb, gear third. Gamu Gamu giant rifle axe. The giant fell at Luffy's attack. You can say whatever you want, Ace. I'm gonna save you even if it kills me, Luffy screamed. All the Whitebeard pirates cheered at Luffy's words, and at the giant that just fell from Luffy's attack. Oi, stupid captain. We'd prefer you alive. Zoro smirked. Marco, we can't let that kid die. Whitebeard smiled. That rookie wasn't so bad. Sadly, Luffy, Jin, and the group of Akamas following them were currently surrounded. Don't let them move an inch. Don't let a rookie wreck our plans, Sengoku said calmly. Everywhere, throughout the war zone, pirates and marines alike fell. Some idiots decided to aim for Whitebeard, but with one casual swing from his Bicento, he destroyed the cannonballs heading his way. One by one, marines attacked Luffy with swords, who just retaliated with his own two fists. A bunch of idiots then decided it was a good idea to shoot the rubber man. Luffy just deflected the bullets back at them. Serves them right, since when did bullets ever work on him? Were the marines really that dumb? Or were they just desperate? A couple of mortars took out a large chunk of Akamas, but Luffy managed to deflect one cannonball back at said mortar, destroying it. Law was, quite frankly, getting bored. He was getting all the lower-ranked marines, while Luffy got all the action. That wasn't very fair. But then again, as of now, Law didn't want attention. For now, he would just watch. More ships started getting moored at the bay, and the pirates ran off, screaming for the blood of the marines. Ivankov made his way to Luffy. He did not want his superior's son to die just yet, damn it, but with the way Luffy was going, it was more likely he was gonna get himself killed. Iva-chan, I want to make a straight line to Ace, Luffy said. Ivankov called Jin, and with a combination of Gamu Gamu no Bazooka, Death Wink and Fishman Karate, 5,000 Tile True Fist, a large group of marines were shot back. Ace, Luffy shrieked, but Smoker flew to intercept him, slamming his jut into Luffy's face. Luffy's head stretched, and it snapped back into place. Smoky, Luffy growled. He cursed. He couldn't even touch Smoker, but maybe, if he got his hands on Hit Jut. We meet again, Mugiwara, Smoker said, but inwardly, he was confused why his jut had not neutralized the rubber boy's powers. Ivankov made an attempt to help Luffy, but was ultimately held back by Kuma. Gear second, Luffy increased his heart rate and aimed at the jut. I will finish you, Smoker growled. But before he could even do anything, his jut was snatched out of his grip, courtesy of the rubber boy. Crap, Smoker growled, as Luffy threw the jut like a javelin at the low jet. While Smoker avoided the Kairoski tip, Tashigi moved in to intercept Luffy, who vanished. He's gone, Tashigi announced. He's fast. Where'd he go? Smoker flew overhead, having collected his jut where his was lying. Luffy jumped up into the air and attacked the marine with Gamu Gamu no Jet Gatling. Smoker expertly avoided the attacks before slamming his jut into Luffy's throat and smashing him into the ground. Luffy hated things being shoved against his throat, rubber or not. Crouching over the choking boy, Smoker growled, "You can't defeat me with your ability." Suddenly, Smoker was kicked off of Luffy. "Get your filthy hands off him," Hancock screeched. "Hancock, what are you doing? Do you intend to quit your Shichibukai position too?" Smoker demanded. "Silence. I am so infuriated, I don't care what you say. How dare you beat and hold down my dearest? I will not let you live. I have never been so angry before. I will rip you apart and feed you to the beasts," Hancock yelled in Smoker's face. "Hancock," Luffy exclaimed. "You called me Hancock again." Hancock blushed, and Smoker just stared at the woman, gobsmacked, and commented, "What?" Hancock just kicked Smoker for a good measure. "Hey, Hancock, don't kill him. He's a good guy." "You called me Hancock again." Hancock was just a blushing mess as Tashigi helped Smoker up, confused as to Hancock's apparent split personality. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.